Blood Song, The Berkano Vampire Collection, Division 7. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Grace Noble. Chapter 1. In the Church of Hangmen, death brings life from the Berkano. We silence the sins of our brethren, a gift of peace for the next tomorrow. My voice rolled across the lyrics and carried them to the rafters high above my head, where, knotted around the sturdiest wooden beam, a noose hung. The thick rope's loop circled my face without touching it, like a weathered halo that had tipped off my head and stayed suspended in the air mid-fall, as if waiting for me to write it. Every time I stood in front of the congregation and sang about the coming sacrifice, I imagined any sour notes that accidentally pushed from my lips would snag on the wiry fibers of the rope and stick there. Despite my rattling nerves at leading my first sacrifice, those fibers were currently spotless. Voice of an angel, Dad always said. An angel without a halo and banished to the baptismal, because according to High Witch Allison Paris Williams, I didn't have church tongue. When I was halfway through the second chorus of the ritual song, the side door at the back of the nave opened. A flutter lifted through my chest, and I took a breath when I shouldn't have. My fingers twitched into my black shirt, balling themselves tighter into my palms, but I stopped them. I needed to stay loose, controlled. As the chief hangman's daughter, this sacrifice should be as natural as blinking. Through the eye of the noose, I spied Dad sitting next to Allison in the first row. Twilight filtered between a crack in the boards and chicken wire that covered the stained glass window at his left. It painted his cheek in a sliver of red, as if he'd been sliced across the face. It matched the ugly patterned scarf Allison wore around her neck, the one she liked to slap his arm with when she rubbed herself against him while he politely backed away. Dad sported a dreamy smile like he always did when I sang, but Allison's upper lip was scrunched in her usual expression of disdain. Pretty sure she was constantly smelling her own ass since she'd shoved her head up there long ago. I wish it were she who would soon be led through the side door at the back of the nave with a wool bag over her head. It would mean she was on her way up to the noose and my lynching hand. Or her giant of a stepson, Hendry Williams, who sat alone in the balcony like he always did. That morning, he'd made it a point to tell me not to fuck up, the only words he'd ever spoken to me, because since this was my first sacrifice and all, that was exactly what I needed to hear. I'd told him he would never be the man his stepmom was, and that he could take his shitty wisdom and choke on it with his own cock. Yep, no church tongue. My song ended on a lilting, haunting note, one that always dragged a chill up the back of my neck. Two figures stepped inside the doorway, one tall, the other monumentally smaller. The heads of those seated turned as Kit led the shorter one with a bag over their head around the back of the congregation and down the middle aisle toward me. Not just small. A child. My heart stuttered, and a cold sweat chased a shiver across my scalp. We never hanged children as part of the sacrifice. It was always the elderly, the sick, or someone who no longer wanted to be controlled by the Berkano vampires. Monthly sacrifices seemed to appease them, and if it didn't, they would make it known. But we never hanged children, like this girl who couldn't be older than 10. Matted blonde curls grazed her shoulders underneath the sack on her head. What once had been a frilly lavender dress and shiny patent leather shoes had been scuffed and muddied. Twin wounds marked her knees and dribbled blood down to her lacy socks. She looked like she had been ready for church once upon a time. But not this one. The congregation stayed silent as they watched her slow progression up the aisle. All eyes aimed at her and Kit, who kept his meaty hand on her shoulder. Except High Witch Allison's, whose icy green gaze stayed pinned to me, as if gauging my reaction. Was she behind this? The choosing of a child? It was always Dad who did the choosing, but I couldn't believe he'd be so heartless. Kit stooped toward the little girl's ear. 3 steps up, he said gently, more as if he were walking her toward a nice game of pin the tail on the demon than to her death. Ready? My hand fluttered to my stomach, and I forced a swallow down a bone-dry throat. I couldn't do this. No way. Movement from the balcony caught my eye. Hendry stood, clutching the banister in front of him. Even from this distance, his shoulders seemed wider than Sandrika, the golden goddess of the sun, whose picture hung behind me. His words from earlier pinged against the goddess and banged through my skull in great pulsating knocks. Don't fuck up. 3 words, 3 steps, as the girl came closer to the noose. Kit moved her so she faced the crowd. Did she know what was about to happen? Once she stood next to me, her tiny hands that were bound behind her back balled themselves into fists. She sniffed, and a slight tremble rippled up her dress. A whimper slinked over my tongue, but I rolled my lips together to keep it contained. She was scared, just like me. I glanced at Dad, praying he would step in and put a stop to this madness, even though this was supposed to be an honor I'd inherited from him. And I'd been excited, thinking it was a way to change people's opinions about me, a way to earn back my fallen halo because I didn't have church tongue. Now, he nodded with lifted eyebrows for me to carry on and suck it up. He didn't see anything wrong with what was about to happen. To a child. I guessed I wasn't supposed to see anything wrong with it either. With a jerky arm that seemed to belong to someone else, I reached out for the bag on the little girl's head. The rough fibers scratched my fingertips when I pulled it off, and a pair of stunning blue eyes connected to mine. Purple pockets rested underneath them, stark against her pale skin. She gasped, shrinking in on herself as she took in me and the rest of the congregation. I wanted to comfort her, tell her everything would be okay, but I didn't want some of the last words she heard to be lies. Instead, I opened my mouth to recite the rest of the ritual before the sacrifice. It came automatically, in a monotone voice that sounded foreign inside my own head. If I didn't complete this, the Berkano would swarm and shake the foundation of our church until there was nothing left. We'd been holed up here for the entirety of my 18 years. Few of us would survive outside without walls to surround and protect us. We didn't stand a chance, which meant I couldn't fuck this up. The words continued to pour from my mouth, but under the girl's clear, wide eyes, I wasn't sure I meant them. She was just a girl. Nothing special, I tried to tell myself. This had to be done to protect us from the Berkano vampires, vicious monsters who preyed on witches and humans. I snatched her thin, bony arm and yanked her to where I'd been standing behind the noose, desperately trying not to think. The rope didn't feel real against my palm when I looped it around her neck or when I tightened the hangman's knot. It felt as if I were pantomiming inside an empty room. She watched my every move, perfectly still except the tears tracking down her dirtied cheeks. Was that you who was singing? Her raw, breathy voice scraped goosebumps up my arms. It sounded as if she hadn't talked in a long time, like her throat had dulled from neglect. I blinked down at her. How long had it been since she'd spoken? She seemed older than her size and unnaturally quiet compared to the unholy terrors about her age who lived in the church. The rift, which was the cause of the division between witches and vampires, was said to have happened on a Sunday, a sacred day. I glanced down at her stained dress and shoes. A church day. But that had been almost 20 years ago. "Meet your salvation," I whispered, but it was directed to her and not the rest of the church. I floated away from her toward the end of the rope that would be her undoing. This little girl, this survivor, had more courage than I did. I wound the rope around my fist, not really seeing it, then wandered my gaze over the sea of about 100 people watching me expectantly, not really seeing them either. They depended on me for their safety. I couldn't risk their lives to save one girl's. That wasn't fair to them. As soon as I tugged at the rope behind the pulpit, the girl's heels lifted off the ground. Still, she didn't make a sound. She just watched me with eyes the color of a storm-filled sky, something I had only seen pictures of in books. I pulled tighter until the tips of her church-going shoes dug half circles into the carpet. An annoyed cough sounded from the first pew, and I didn't even have to look over to see that it had been High Witch Allison. Dad had always made the sacrifice quick, and I was drawing it out inch by slow inch. I wished I could cover the girl's head with the sack, but that wasn't part of the ritual. With a deep breath, I glanced again at the balcony. Hendry was gone, likely because he expected me to fuck up. I jerked the rope hard. The girl's feet lifted high in the air. Her legs kicked, her face turned crimson, and her eyes bugged. I was killing her. A little girl who had just as much right to live as the rest of the congregation, and I was killing her. Who was the vicious monster now? The Berkano? Or me? Something clicked at the back of my throat in time to the little girl's jerks and spasms. A scream, I realized too late, one that crawled over my tongue with monstrous claws and erupted in a shattering. "No!" I released the rope. The girl plummeted to the carpet, and the rest of the world blurred past as I dashed toward her and scooped her up in my arms. Without missing a step, I plowed around the second pulpit on the other side of the dais and then behind the piano. We could cut through the hallway behind the baptismal into the choir room and then... What? Outside? The Berkano were likely flocking here because of my botched sacrifice. The piano player stood when I passed, her jaw dropped to her chest, and the top edge of her bench knocked into my kneecap. Hard. The pain brought reality rushing back in a symphony of shouts, shifting gears, and the heavy thud, thud, thud of steel beams falling into place to keep us all locked in one room in case of an emergency. Which this was. I hugged the girl tighter and ran harder. Before I slipped into the hallway, something pounded the ceiling hard enough to flicker the overhead lights. The congregation cried out, their voices panicked. The Berkano vampires were here. They knew what I'd done, and there wasn't any place we could go. I had about as much chance of survival outside as I did in here, because footsteps pounded after me. The narrow hallway was dark, but I didn't dare flip on the lights. I went by feel alone. As soon as my foot touched the slight buckle in the tiles, I flashed my right hand out to the side, careful to keep hold of the girl with the rest of my arm. My knuckles scraped a doorknob, and I turned it and shouldered my way inside. I leaned us against it to close it again with barely a click. 2 breaths later, footsteps thudded past, punctuated with loud wheezes. That was Kit, running when he shouldn't because of his asthma. But more would be coming. Above our heads, a terrible screeching chased a shudder down my back, followed by another, and another. The little girl trembled in my arms, offering the smallest bit of comfort that I wasn't alone with my fear. We couldn't stay in here because there was nowhere else to go in the foot of space we shared. Junk crowded this room in almost a completely solid wall from floor to ceiling, What to do? Before an idea could form, the door at my back burst inward, and all the air in my lungs flushed out. The light switched on as I slumped forward into a cardboard cutout of the smiling Sandrika sun goddess. She crumpled inward at the waist as if to shield the girl and me, but even a goddess couldn't protect us right then. I whirled around to face my pursuer. A wall of tall muscle blocked the door, curly, reddish-brown hair hanging in his intense hazel eyes. Hendry. He wore a black button-up shirt rolled to his elbows, jeans, and dirtied cowboy boots. I opened my mouth to say something. An apology for fucking up when he must have suspected I would, but no words could capture just how sorry I was. "Hendry!" Allison called from far away, her voice pitched to hysterical. He stared at me for a long moment, the muscles in his jaw jumping fiercely, then dropped his gaze to the girl in my arms. "Please," I finally said in a soft plea. "I'll make this right if you just let her go or find somewhere else she can hide." Something crashed into the ceiling in another area of the church, shaking down its foundations and making the three of us jump. More Berkano trying to come in. "You'll make this right?" Hendry's eyes flashed. He shook his head, a slow grimace crawling over his mouth, and he looked more than 2 years older than me in that moment. "And how do you plan on doing that?" I blinked down at the girl, at the raw skin around her neck, the full extent of what I'd just done digging between my eyebrows with a blade sharp enough to draw tears. "I don't know." "I knew you didn't have it in you," he said. "Hope it was worth it." "She's just a girl," I said through gritted teeth. "Since when do we kill children?" "Since we have a new female hangman with loyalty to the church equal to that in my pinky," he snapped, waving said finger in my face. Then he braced his hand against the doorframe and leaned back into the hallway. "In here!" Heat roiled through my blood. Hendry was the only one who ventured outside to gather supplies or collect those who wandered near our church. Only him. No one else who'd gone with him had ever come back. Had this girl wandered too close? Or had this been his mother's plan as a fun social experiment to test my devotion to the church on the most important day of my life? Either way, I'd been played. With Hendry still leaning back in the hallway, balanced only on the heels of his boots, I barreled into him with my side, shielding the girl with my body. He tipped into the opposite wall, his hands whipping out to catch himself. I darted around him and hissed, "Fucking asshole!" He snatched at my shoulder, but he was too slow. We scrambled down the hallway toward the choir room at the opposite end. Once we'd crossed to the far wall, I ducked us underneath the cover of the hanging blue choir robes with their itchy fabric and white trim and set the girl on her feet. "Okay?" I asked, cupping her face to examine the rope burn around her neck. She nodded, her dazzling blue eyes searching my own. "Howdy, hallelujah." I barked out a laugh that ended with a sob and touched my forehead to hers. We stayed like that for several moments while I clung to her in this stormy sea of the unknown. My ears burned for sounds other than our own breaths. If Hendry stomped up to us while we were huddled here, I was crouched at the right level for a nice crotch shot. But again, we couldn't stay here forever. This church was full of nooks and crannies, but everyone knew about them. Unless I could somehow hide outside once the Berkano left. If they ever left. Something slammed against the roof nearby, as if they would tear down the entire building just to get to us for a witch feast. "Hey," I whispered, smoothing back her matted hair with shaky hands. "Stay here. If anyone other than me comes for you, then run and hide. You're good at that, right?" "The monsters won't get me," she said in her scratchy voice, and I wasn't exactly sure what monsters she meant. The Berkano or the Church of Hangmen. "No, they won't." I gave her hand a squeeze, along with a wavering smile, and then dropped to all fours to peer out from under the robe's hems. All clear, which only curled my fingers deeper into the thick carpet fibers. Where was Hendry? He'd seen which way we'd gone when I shoved him out of my way. Had he doubled back for some reason instead of following? My gaze ticked from the music stands in the corner, across the practice benches below the boarded-up window, and to the other exit door that led into the blocked-off nave. I'd have to double back too. If I managed to climb over all the cardboard goddesses without killing myself in the junk room, maybe I could find a window that hadn't been boarded up. The girl and I could find a way to survive outside, hopefully longer than the second our feet touched ground. It was a shit plan, but it was the best I could come up with. I pushed to my feet and headed back toward the narrow hallway. As I glanced down to lift my foot to the first step up, a fist shot out from the darkened entryway and smashed into my nose. Pain exploded. Fiery red stars streaked past my eyes, and the floor swept out from underneath me. "What did you do?" Allison screamed. "What did you do?" She lunged for me from the top step of the hallway before I'd even hit the ground, loose blonde strands from her updo waving around her ugly scarf. Her red lips peeled back from her teeth. Her outstretched arms, tipped with sharp nails, bit into my face in a wild attack. But something rock-hard broke my fall and tossed me away like a broken doll before she touched me again. "Stop!" Hendry yelled. Where had he come from? The side of my face had landed on the floor first, followed by the rest of my limbs in a haphazard pile. I blinked into a doorway that hadn't been open moments ago. My own private sanctuary, the baptismal, the first place anyone who knew me would look. Hendry must have snuck in there while we hid behind the choir robes just feet away. I didn't let my gaze stray too close to them in case I gave the girl's location away. "You are banished from here, you hear me?" Allison spat. "Tell her, Marshall! Tell her!" My dad wobbled down the stairs from the hallway, his bum knee pulling a hiss between his teeth. When he saw me lying on the floor, with blood from my nose trailing several streams onto the carpet, his mouth trembled. His eyes shut, and tears leaked from the corners. "Why, Finn?" he whispered. I pushed to my feet, fixing my glare on everyone in the room, and tipped my voice with an accusation. "Because I'm not a murderer." "Yes, you are," Allison growled. "You just murdered all of us by not offering a sacrifice to the Berkano. Parts of the church's roof are now destroyed, all because of you." I flicked my gaze to Dad for confirmation because I didn't believe a word she ever said. "The nursery?" He shook his head and I breathed his words in deep. Mom was still safe then. "Where is the girl?" Dad asked. "We can still fix this and send the Berkano away with the sacrifice." I stared at him, my dad, now a stranger. How could he think this was okay? Would he not hesitate to hang me either? "She won't say." Allison stalked closer to me, baring her lipstick-covered horse teeth. "So banish her, Marshall." Behind me and to my right, Hendry pressed in, too, as if between the two of them, stepmother and stepson bullies, they could crush me into a pile of quivering pleas for forgiveness. I refused to give them the satisfaction, even though guilt crushed me from the inside out. I lifted my chin, awaiting my fate, while Dad gnawed his lower lip and squeezed the golden sun amulet hanging from his neck. Allison whipped her head around. "Marshall!" she barked. Finally, he lifted his gaze from the carpet, and tears shone in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Finn. You have to go. You knew how big of a responsibility this was when you asked to take over as hangman." My death sentence, coming from him, burned like a slap to the face. It took several moments for me to push out enough air to speak again. "Do I get to say goodbye to Mom?" No, Allison said. The last thing we need is to expose everyone to the rift curse just so you can say goodbye. The Berkano are still out there. They won't leave unless we give them a sacrifice. Finn needs to go right now, or we hang her. My daughter won't be hanged. I'll speak to Kit. I know he'll do it, Dad said in a voice that made it sound final. I'd known Kit since I'd been able to form memories. He used to dress up as a clown to entertain the kids, and I always knew it was him because he'd have paint wedged underneath his fingernails and smell like the same cleaning chemicals he used to scrub the church. And now he would be sacrificed. A human who had nothing to do with the rift curse, witches, or vampires in the first place. My eyebrows drew together as I tried to understand Dad's fucked up logic. He wouldn't hang me himself, but he was perfectly fine with sending me outside for a long-suffering death at the hands of the Berkano. He'd been brainwashed by this church troll named Allison. Dad, don't listen to... I started. Hendry can lead you somewhere safe. There are more witches out there. Humans, too. I'm sure they'll take you in, and then after that... His throat bobbed on a hard swallow, and the sadness in his blue eyes pierced through to my soul. Survive. I'll go tell the congregation, Allison said. She turned on her heel toward the door that led to the nave. Hendry, don't let her out of your sight. Coming, Marshal? Dad ducked his head and followed like an abused dog with his tail between his legs. He stepped out of the choir room first, and as soon as he disappeared, Allison turned back with a gleeful smile stretching her lips. You won't make it a day out there, she hissed. Why the fuck do you hate me so much? I snapped at her back, but she ignored me. It couldn't be just my lack of church tongue. It had to be something else, like what I did 6 years ago, even though that had ruined my life, not hers. Because she'd banished me from the kitchen to preparing baths in the baptismal, it wasn't like I had time to turn crosses upside down or quote scripture backward. She had no reason to hate me. I spun toward the baptismal door, but Hendry stepped in to block my way, his fierce hazel gaze catching mine. Something flickered across them at the same rate that his whiskered jaw clenched. Where's the girl? He asked. He was supposed to take me somewhere safe. Knowing the games his mother played, he'd probably lead me directly into a Berkano nest. I backed away toward the hallway, then turned and gave him the finger over my shoulder. Hopefully he would think I was pointing and climb up on the roof with the vampires to check if the girl was there. Minutes later, I was shepherded into the baptismal with a guard outside the closed door. The pounding outside and the shivering foundation had stopped, and I knew Kit must be dead. I forced out a slow breath, my skin heating with shame. If I hadn't screwed up so thoroughly, he would still be alive. The next morning, I stood facing the front doors with my hands at my sides, loose, controlled, like I did while singing. I wore the same thing I'd worn yesterday, a black shirt with fishnet sleeves, black tights, and black boots, because they'd once belonged to Mom. I'd asked once again if I could go to the nursery to say goodbye to her, but Allison had answered for Dad. So I'd just stood there while he hugged me, whispering to me all the rules I already knew about the Berkano. No talking, stay out of the shadows, don't go out at night, survive. All of his betrayals in the last several hours sparked fire through my veins. I didn't even know who he was anymore. The gears on the locks of the front door slowly cranked open. A cold sweat broke over my forehead. Bile made a steady climb to singe the back of my throat, but I fought it down. Hendry stepped up next to me, his face as impassive as ever, a black bag slung over his shoulder with sharp corners poking through the fabric. I carried nothing. No water, no food, No supplies of any kind because I'd been restricted to the baptismal for the night with a guard posted outside the door. I could only hope Hendry's bag was for me. Otherwise, Allison's prediction that I wouldn't last a day might just come true. I turned to him and opened my mouth to ask, but he beat me to it. "Keep up," he said, his gaze trained on the final lock. When it clicked, the doors swished open on silent hinges. Sunlight pounded down, glowing impossibly bright, and I threw up my arm to block it. It had been so long since I'd seen the sun. To finally see it today, on a day that would haunt me for an eternity, seemed wrong. The brightness flared painful red orbs behind my eyelids. A shadow darkened the doorway for a split second, and then was gone outside. Hendry, I realized when I cracked an eye open, and I couldn't see where he went. I turned and blinked behind me to where Dad and Allison stood, but I couldn't even see that they were there. The faint smell of magic permeated the air, a strong floral scent that belonged to Allison. Had she just put a spell on me? Someone shoved me roughly forward, across the church's threshold and outside into the Australian city called Perth, nicknamed Tombstone because death ruled the outside. The door slammed behind me, sealing me off from the safety the church provided, and left me to survive the Berkano vampires. Chapter 2. It took several precious seconds for my eyes to adjust to the brutal sunlight without blinding me with tears. But once they did, I grasped at the air as if to wipe this new horror away. Weeds twisted through what was once the church parking lot, snaking in through broken windows of rusted cars and almost totally camouflaging others. I didn't see Hendry anywhere. I drew in a deep breath and held it, searching the weeds, cars, and the street beyond for movement. I didn't even know what the Berkano vampires looked like, but I would probably find out soon enough. With my heart sprinting ahead, I tiptoed off the porch and sped my steps toward the west wing where a ladder leaned against the church's roof. Large chunks of that part of the building had caved in years ago from flooding, but not the nursery where we kept Mom and some classrooms at the innermost section of the wing. I kept going on quiet feet, searching for Hendry. It was kind of ironic that the cars I passed likely still had the keys inside the church somewhere. But where else would we go? The church was a safe place when we followed through on our sacrifices. We had electricity, running water, and plenty of food, too. It was the kind of place no one ever wanted to leave, including me. More than halfway to the ladder that led up to the church roof, a terrible shriek pebbled goosebumps up my spine. I froze, trying to hear anything more over the blood thundering between my ears. Hendry appeared from at the edge of the roof on the west wing. He stopped when he saw me, then looked over his shoulder toward the nave. Our sacrifices were always placed outside the kitchen door afterward, which was on the opposite side of where we were now. No one knew why exactly the Berkano required a monthly sacrifice or what they did with the bodies afterward. When the rift happened, Dad had a vision, sent to him by Sandrika, the sun goddess, of a noose. The hanging ritual worked because the Berkano would always leave us in peace. I assumed they drained the blood from the bodies left for them. Maybe that was their only food source, since few people braved the outside. But if Kit was hanged last night, then the vampires would have stolen him away already. It was daylight now, but I supposed there was enough shadow for them to be near. Maybe they somehow knew I'd botched last night's sacrifice and were coming for me. My inside squirmed, and my feet itched to race back to the church door and beg them to let me back in. Allison was right. I wouldn't survive a day out here, because the only witch spell I knew was how to make things smell differently, bad or good. Other than that, I could sing, and in a world where the no-talking rule had been drilled into my head since birth, singing likely wouldn't fly too well out here. I knew jack about survival, so as the chief hangman's daughter, maybe I should have considered that fact during last night's ritual. Yet even if I'd thought more about the consequences, I doubted I would have changed what I'd done. I lifted my foot for another step, but movement from the roof paused it midair. Hendry flashed his arm out and shook his head before turning once again towards something I couldn't see. He spread his fingers wider on his outstretched arm and backed up so the heel of his cowboy boot bit into the very edge of the roof. Was he debating whether to turn us back around? A cold chill clenched around my chest. Whatever was happening might be because of what I didn't do last night. Could the Berkano know somehow that the girl who was meant to die didn't? I stood still, quieting my breaths, watching. What could make Hendry back away from something in the first place? He was built like a building. When members of his hunting party didn't return, I always assumed he'd murdered them. Yet I shouldn't make assumptions about someone I didn't even know. But it sure seemed a legit reason why the loner guy who never spoke a word to me before today was a one-man party. "Don't fuck up," he'd said. I'd done much more than that. Several seconds later, he jerked his head for me to follow once again and then disappeared across the roof. With my teeth on edge, I sped my pace until I stepped into the bed of a rusty old pickup truck that had been backed into the parking space. The ladder rose from the tail end, wedged into place by a pile of cinder blocks. I lifted my hands to a rung and climbed. After I'd hauled myself up, I squinted into the morning sun and took in my surroundings. Stretching to my right for maybe 30 feet was a giant hole. Almost the entire west wing looked as if it had been picked apart from the top side down. Thick wires poked from stained, crumbling walls inside Sunday school rooms I'd spent my childhood in. The one I peered down into had a broken treehouse inside it, its support beams hanging loose so it looked as if it were bending over like a cardboard goddess. Outside its lower door was the giant blue beanbag that was always losing its stuffing, and that would catch us when we jumped off the top like 5-year-old kamikazes. Now the beanbag held a stagnant brown pool. And my kamikaze friends were all gone, either hanged, participating in one of Hendry's never-come-home hunting parties, or just mysteriously gone. I sidestepped the room below on the soggy foot of ceiling not yet destroyed and rushed across to another ladder. This one lay flat to connect to the roof of the next building over. Magic flared up from it in glowing white embers and laced the air with the cocoa and ginger scent, a form of magic I'd never smelled before. Since my magic was scent, I was particularly sensitive to odors and their ability to kick my memories to the forefront of my brain. I glanced around for Hendry or whatever he'd been concerned with earlier, but I saw no sign of him. The sun's harsh rays beat into my back as I crossed the ladder on all fours, causing sweat to make my clothes cling to places they really shouldn't. My tongue already felt like it had swelled in size, but I had no water, no supplies. Hendry had taken it all with him, if the contents of his black bag were even for me. He'd told me to keep up, and I would keep up all right. My boot would keep up his ass until he belched leather. No wonder everyone on his hunting parties died. On and on I went, roof after roof, road after road, crossing longer ladders or wooden planks held aloft by the same cocoa and ginger-scented magic. Up here, there were fewer shadows to hide the Berkano than the streets below because the trees were sparse and the buildings were usually about the same height. When the buildings weren't, or the rooftops were sloped, ladders had been magically secured in the right spots to get over easily. Traveling over roofs like this was the ultimate game of lava floor and snapping crocodiles, or so I told myself. Finally, I spotted Hendry across a narrow street on top of a 3-story building. Long boards protruded from a few of the upper windows. He crouched low, the sun highlighting the reddish hue of his hair, sweat sticking his curls to the side of his head. He tapped his wrist where a watch might have been with a scowl tipping his mouth. Was he telling me I'd taken too long? Asshole. Not only had I earned actual words from him today, but now I was worthy of an admonishing via his own brand of sign language. I stared down at my imaginary watch, too. With my other hand, I raised 2 fingers, my palm facing me, in the Australian gesture for fuck you. He shook his head and wiped his face with his forearm, seemingly unimpressed, and stepped forward to toe the very edge of the building across from mine. Then he jumped. He landed several feet down on one of the boards without barely a thump and vanished into the open window. My jaw dropped. I wasn't even close to that level of talent. Did he expect me to follow him without breaking all my bones? Or was that his intent? Split me open and then leave me for dead? He knew I had to follow since he, hopefully, had my supplies. But surely there was an easier place to dump me off and then forget about me. I had to follow. Yet there wasn't any way across the narrow street as far as I could tell. I didn't think I could make the leap to one of those boards sticking out of the windows, and there wasn't a ladder connecting the 2 buildings. I strode back to the ladder connecting this building to the last one I'd crossed and dragged it toward me, wincing at the gravelly squeak as metal scraped stone. The magic surrounding it didn't stop it from being moved, I guessed. On the other side of the roof, I pushed the ladder out toward the nearest board. Since the ladder angled toward a window instead of the roof, the steep slant rolled my stomach just looking at it. This was a ladder. It had rungs spaced far apart instead of a constant place to set my feet, and my hope that this would end well fell right through those gaping holes. I stood and hissed out a slow breath while every ounce of reason in my body screamed not to do what I was about to do. 1. I filled in the blanks between the rungs and the ladder with pretend blue beanbags. 2. Think fast. Just get it over with. 3. Go time. I lifted my foot and set it on the first rung. A low growl sounded from the street below somewhere to my right. My muscles clamped tight. My step faltered. I tried to reel my leg back in, but my momentum already aimed me forward. My foot slipped, so I flashed my other leg out onto the ladder to catch myself, but I didn't place my step where it needed to go. Instead, I stepped too far on the left, on the edge of the ladder, and the whole thing rocked violently underneath me. Dark movement far below my feet. I didn't dare look. I lunged forward, my steps wild even though I aimed for them for the flat edges of the ladder, hoping, praying, wishing the ladder would flatten itself out and stop moving. But it didn't. It was tipping, too fast, too out of control, and suddenly I was free-falling with nothing but concrete and monsters below. Desperation rocketed through me. I grasped at empty air with a scream tipping my tongue, though I knew that would bring even more Berkano. My foot snagged on the ladder, but it was falling too. The front of it smashed on the end of the board jutting from the second window down on the building across the street. Gravity swung the ladder out from underneath me like a pendulum I couldn't stop. I leaped off it toward the board, swinging my legs to propel me toward it, and somehow crashed onto the middle of the wood. My forward momentum had to go somewhere, but not off the other side of the beam to the Berkano below. I pivoted my feet toward the window. The broken window with lethal sharp glass shards that could razor me in half. Shit! I covered my head and bulldozed through it at full speed. Glass bit at my whole body and hailed down with me as I landed in a pile on stained carpet. I blinked into the sparkling bits of window next to my face, too dazed and too surprised that I was still able to draw breath, to immediately feel any pain. But as soon as I pushed myself to all fours, my body felt like it had been chewed up and spit back out. My elbows threatened to give out under my weight. I almost allowed them to, but a man with a thick beard and his jaw dropped open wide enough to invite a curious cat inside locked my joints up again. Underneath his bushy beard, an ugly red scar sliced across his neck. Could this guy speak? He ticked his gaze toward the window. It was 2 stories up, but surely the Berkano had heard the sound of breaking glass. Would they gather below to investigate? Or worse, could they scale buildings? I doubted it, what with the system of ladders and boards and sunny patches, but like most everything about the outside world, I wasn't sure. Maybe there was another way up that was hidden in shadows. I glanced back at the bearded man, whose face shaded redder the longer he stared at his broken window. Even though it had already been broken before my grand entrance, I'd made a sound. A loud one. A quick look around indicated that maybe his memory wasn't what it used to be. The people in the photos plastered above his couch and bookshelves shouldn't have X's for eyes or colored-in gashes across their necks. I didn't know what it meant exactly, but it scraped a shiver across my shoulders. The man's face settled on a crimson color I'd never seen before. His large hands squeezed into fists, and he charged. I shoved to my feet, fiercely shaking my head. He snatched me by one of the mini buns on top of my head and dragged me with him across the living room. I flew my hands to his wrists to fight the painful pull, but he was too strong, and the glass buried in my palms and fingertips only dug deeper into my skin. Panic swelled through my chest, and I screamed, loud and piercing. I wanted the Berkano to come and end this. End me and this crazy fucking bearded man before he mounted my picture on the wall with crossed-out eyes and a gash across my neck. He hauled me into the center of the apartment, where a dark hallway branched farther in. 3 doors yawned open. Out of one of them stepped another man, rail-thin, his face shadowed, and with what looked like a necklace made of teeth swinging at his neck. He snapped on a pair of blue rubber gloves. Then he lifted a single finger to his lips that did nothing to quiet me. Rubber gloves, a scar across Beard's neck. Had the man cut Beard's vocal cords to keep to the no-talking rule? Was that the plan for me? Horror lit up every cell in my body. I bucked and reared, kicked out at everything. No way would they take my voice. I hooked my foot around the inside of an empty TV stand. Several hairs ripped from my scalp with the force of the man's yank and my sudden stop. He dropped me to the ground. Silver flashed in his hand with 170 carved into the metal before he shackled a thick cuff to my neck. What the hell? A large shadow dimmed the sunlight flooding through the windows. Beard stared. The gloved man in the hallway cocked his head to the side, though he was too far away to see the shadow. Maybe the shadow was the Berkano. At that moment, I didn't care. I released my foot from the TV stand and whipped around, ready to exchange one terror for another. But it wasn't the Berkano. Hendry clambered through the open window, the broken glass snapping under his cowboy boots, his large strides eating up the distance between us in a single heartbeat. "Forgive her trespasses," he whispered, "for she knows not what she does." He grabbed my hand and steered me toward the front door. I glanced back at the men. The guy in the hallway slinked back into the room, his gloved hands clasped together as if in prayer. Beard clenched and unclenched his fists while a muscle in his eye spasmed. Hendry pulled me from the apartment. As soon as I swept through the doorway, the cuff on my neck clicked. Spikes burst from inside it into my skin. I gasped. My hand still tucked in his, we sped down a hallway, through a door, and up a flight of stairs without slowing. Pain stitched through my side, but no stretch of feet was too many from those 2 men. But once we burst through the stairwell door onto the 3rd floor, first my legs, then my stomach gave out. I dry-heaved into a corner, my body retching and trembling under the stress of the last hour or so. When I finished, I sat up, panting, while I pressed my tear-soaked cheek to the cool wall. "What was that?" I whispered. "The silence collectors. Witches who collect vocal cords because they think it will end the rift curse. They live all over Tombstone and focus their efforts on the vampires. Usually." His voice sounded tight, tinged with apprehension, but I didn't care enough to look up at his expression to be sure. The rift curse was an incurable illness that chose its victims randomly, it seemed, and caused extreme light sensitivity, coughing, and fatigue. The illness was the result of the rift itself. Many, many years ago, witches wanted to cure vampirism. Bad idea. Somehow, while working on the cure, a witch fell in love with a vampire, and that love literally broke the world with the rift. Continents fractured and reformed into 16 divisions. Australia was lucky number 7. And this? I pointed to the metal cuff on my neck and winced. They claim they need 10,000 undamaged vocal cords to say the spell that could break something as big as the rift curse, he said. 10,000 vocal cords. I couldn't even fathom that. I'd never seen the spell in the copy of the witch grimoire we kept in the church library, which didn't mean it wouldn't work, but it sounded like a long shot. But how could anyone be so cruel? Hendry for leaving me behind, the 2 men who wanted to silence me for good. I thought I had it bad within the walls of the church dealing with Allison, but out here in the real world proved even more brutal, and I hadn't even seen the vampires yet. I had to survive out here on my own? No way. Allison was right. I wouldn't make it a day. I ran my hand along the cuff and swallowed the awful acidic taste in my mouth, my throat pushing against the metal. The spikes along the inside of it were embedded in my skin, but I didn't feel blood or pain, just strangled and trapped. They have a long way to go if I'm only number 170. He squatted in front of me, a frown digging into his forehead underneath his curls. The silence collector's magic works differently since they can't speak, like we usually do our spells. The callers draw energy from the number of nearby humans. I pinned him with a dark look. That's how all of our magic works. Not quite. The caller charges for several hours. His hazel eyes searched my face, and he sighed. The number 170 is how many hours you have until it triggers, plucks out your vocal cords, and silences you for good. As in dead? I squeaked out. He nodded. My stomach threatened to heave again. How do I get it off? You don't, he said, his voice low. No one I know of has successfully taken theirs off. I shook my head down at the floor, helplessness sinking into my limbs. I was dead already, not even a day outside the Church of Hangmen. I'm sorry, Finn, he said softly, about all of this. I'll do whatever I can to help get that thing off your neck. Please trust that I will. Something in his voice. Was that sincerity? Pulled my throat tight because I almost wanted to believe it. Almost. But he was the one who'd put me in that situation in the first place, had disappeared into this building and expected me to follow. He could die 1,000 deaths for all I cared, each one slow and excruciating. Get the fuck away from me, Hendry. Something shifted behind his eyes, and his face hardened as he stood. Swinging the black bag off his shoulder, he backed away with slow steps, his gaze a steady weight. He rapped softly on a nearby apartment door before he knelt, untied it, and eased its contents out. It was the girl with matted blonde curls and a dirty lavender church dress. The girl I hadn't hanged. My breath caught. I slid forward along the wall, in the same direction as my eyes that bugged out of my head. It was the heat or trauma. If so, this hallucination felt too real, and I never wanted it to end. Hendry helped the girl to her feet with a gentle hand and a kind smile. You did it, little. She grinned, a nearly toothless one that beamed brighter than the sun, and wrapped her arms around his neck. You bet I did. It was a bravo idea, wasn't it? I didn't cough for nothing. He stood with her as the apartment door flew open, and a woman with black hair and luminous dark skin fluttered both hands to her mouth and sobbed into them. A black man with salt and pepper hair and an impressive handlebar mustache rushed up behind her, and the little girl launched herself out of Hendry's arms and into his. Tears brimmed and tracked down my cheeks to plink a salty burn into my open cuts, but I hardly noticed. When Hendry glanced my way, his smile froze and then faded. He strode into the apartment after the family but left the door open. I dragged myself to my feet, my terror and exhaustion forgotten for now, because too many questions begged to be answered. He'd taken her from the church and then returned her? Had that been his plan all along? Why? How many other secrets was he hiding? Sniffs came from inside the apartment. I leaned against the doorframe, feeling like a creeper who shouldn't be imposing on a happy family reunion, yet unable to stop myself. They held each other tightly in the middle of a cozy living room while Hendry looked on. His thumbs were hooked through the loops in his jeans, and he gazed at his cowboy boots. I slinked into the entryway, still not sure I should be there. Hendry turned to look over his shoulder when my shadow angled past him, then crossed his arms and winged up an eyebrow in a bet-you-didn't-expect-this kind of way. The little girl spied me over her homecoming huddle, and that magical grin lifted her mouth once again. She came running. Despite the blood, sweat, and grime slicking my skin, she threw her arms around my waist and buried her head in my stomach. A hitch formed in my chest, one that bloomed outward with a wave of comfort I didn't think I deserved. I had hanged her, this gentle yet fierce little girl, if only for a second. In my mind, I didn't deserve forgiveness since sparing her life had cost Kit's. I held my arms awkwardly at my sides because I didn't want to taint her, even though she was just as dirty as me. But she was more innocent and had less time to make as many mistakes as I had. Her parents, they must have been adoptive parents, looked at the silver cuff around my neck and then quickly at the floor. The girl pulled away, then tugged at my shirt with her little hand. I can sing, too. The excitement in which she whispered it connected my heart to hers for a lifetime. We were kindred spirits. I would love to hear you sometime, I said. She nodded, her blue eyes sparkling. Now? I glanced at Hendry, who frowned. Someday soon. I'm Lucy. She jabbed up her hand for me to shake it. I did, and she just about pumped my whole arm off. Finn. The woman took a small bundle wrapped in brown paper and gave it to Hendry with a meaningful nod. Thank you. My pleasure. I'll let you know. He slipped the package into the back pocket of his jeans. Little? Stay out of trouble. She shook her head hard enough to make her curls bounce. I need food before I make a decision about staying out of trouble. Her parents chuckled. Hendry backed into me, pushing me out the door with his size, but I wormed my arm past him for one last wave. Out in the hallway, once their door was closed, I said, You mind telling me what that was all about? Yes, he said. I blinked after him as he brushed past me toward the door to the stairwell. He glanced over his shoulder. I mind. That's too much to explain right now, but I will. You have serious communication issues, I said through gritted teeth. He held the stairwell door open. Better to have communication issues than be dead. What did that lady give you? I asked, brushing past him. Not now. Later. He climbed down the stairs quickly, the sound of his steps light compared to his bulky form. My footsteps seemed to echo through the entire building no matter how carefully I tiptoed. The more steps we descended, the faster he flew. He jumped lightly to the landing from the last fourth of the stairs, his large hand gripping the banister to spin him around to the next set. It didn't take long for him to vanish completely. Again. Dickhead. By the time I'd run out of stairs to clamber down, my heavy pants heaved my shoulders up and down. I'd had a strict, self-imposed daily schedule of physical activity at the church, but when it came to running for my life, I wasn't a fan. Outside the stairwell, in a sort of commons area, I doubled over to place my hands on my knees while I took in the darkened room. A large, heavy-looking desk had been flipped on its side to block the front doors, and tattered couches and chairs had been shoved against the windows. Hendry walked past a couch that had Gypsy painted in graffiti on its bottom. Other graffiti marked the walls, and in the middle of the dirty and crumbling tile floor, a dried blood stain swirled in a half-circle before trailing out of sight behind a side door. I closed my eyes, shutting down the different scenarios of how that had gotten there from flashing through my head in vibrant detail, and breathed. "Is this where you're leaving me?" His footsteps on the tile stalled, and I felt his gaze drill through my head. "No." "Somewhere else, then, hopefully far away from the silence collectors and the Berkano and Allison for my 170 hours left." When I opened my eyes again, Hendry peered around the gypsy couch and out the front window. The black bag hung off his shoulder, much smaller now that there wasn't a child inside. It looked to be enough supplies to last me a few days, if he was in the giving mood. After that, I'd be screwed. But something was better than nothing. I hated how much power over me he held in that bag when, before today, he'd had none. He turned and scrubbed his hand over his jaw. "We have to go back out there for the ladder. We can take it inside the building across the street and climb to the roof." I stood and marched toward the front door, sporting what I hoped was a brave face, while my entire body broke out in a cold sweat. "Where is the ladder?" "In the middle of the street." My stomach lurched. We'd be right out in the open with a bulky ladder and shade surrounding us where anything could be lurking. He moved to his right and waved me next to him so I could see the ladder. There it was, all right, 1,000 miles away. "Is that building barricaded like this one?" I asked. "Will we be able to get in?" He gazed down at me. This close to natural light, standing closer to him than I ever had before, his eyes were avocado green with amber swirls near the centers. This color detail wasn't important, especially right now, but something about them, their nearness, caught me off guard. "We'll get in." He cleared his throat and peered out again, this time angling his gaze upward, the reddish-brown curls on his forehead grazing his eyelashes. "How did you get here from the building across the street?" I asked. "Jump?" "There are steps attached to that building from top to bottom that look completely random, but aren't if you know where to put your feet." "Which I obviously don't," I reminded him. "So how did you expect me to follow you?" He turned and stared at me like I'd just birthed a demon. "I expected you to stay there like I told you to. I was coming right back." "You didn't tell me anything," I hissed, leaning closer with my teeth bared. "Maybe you could have communicated all this before I crashed through some freak's window and got collared so my vocal cords can be plucked like harp strings." "I waved at you to stay put." The muscles in his jaw pulsed while his sharp gaze narrowed. "You were looking right at me. You even nodded, doing something weird with your hands." "No, there was no wave." I spat the word like a curse. "You checked your wrist like an asshole. And after that, I motioned for you to stay put. You need to make sure I understand your instructions before I throw myself off another building." I leaned into him farther, almost nose to nose, fighting back the angry tremble in my voice. "End of fucking story." He looked at me for several heartbeats, his face unreadable. "If I do that, will you wait here for 2 minutes?" "So you are leaving me here." I glared daggers at him, digging underneath his skin with as much severity as he was crawling under mine. For 2 minutes, yes. Then we get the ladder. He backed away toward the stairs behind him, then turned and glided up them. 2 minutes. Yeah, right. He'd taken the black bag of supplies with him and was probably divvying out the contents since I was as good as dead anyway. But only seconds later, he came back. A 170 numbered silver collar cuffed to his neck. I stared at him in disbelief. Now do you think I'll find a way to get your collar off? He strode up to me, his gaze stormy. You want me to communicate, so believe me when I tell you what I'll do for you. He'd sentenced himself to death to prove a point. He'd risked his life to save mine. What a reckless, stupid thing to do. Yet at the same time, it drove his promise home. If he wanted to live, he'd have to find a way out of that collar, and would therefore free me too. You didn't have to do that, I said. His steely gaze dipped to the collar at my neck, and with a sigh, he nodded toward the door. When we go out there, will you promise to stop walking like a dinosaur? What? Oh, he had some nerve. Still, I couldn't deny it. I will tame the dinosaur. A flash of humor crinkled his eyes. But only if you start explaining things to me without killing yourself in the process. Deal, he said. Now, let's go before the sun makes more shadows. Chapter 3. Hendry led the way out into the baking sun. We moved quickly to the middle of the road, making sure not to linger in the small patches of shade from nearby cars parked along the curb. I took the end of the ladder closest to us, since that was what we'd planned, and Hendry moved past to pick up the end closest to the building we aimed for. The metal scorched my fingertips and dug the embedded window shards deeper into my skin, but I swallowed back the pain and ignored it the best I could. We sped for the front doors, which were made of glass and boarded up from the inside. Garlic bulbs hung from twine on the outside. A patch of shade clung to the ground in front of the door. Hendry didn't slow, but surely we were looking at the same entrance. Was he going to try to barrel through? If he rammed it enough times with the ladder, he'd still be caught in the shade for however long that took. As soon as his toe hit the shadowed line, the door whipped open. Hendry ran his end of the ladder through so fast my feet seemed to leave the ground. A low, screeching growl sounded to my right. Vampire. My flesh shrank away from the blur of movement out of the corner of my eye. A shout lodged in the back of my throat. The ladder was only halfway through the door, but I refused to let go. Couldn't let go because my hands had fused with the metal in a deadly grip. I was almost in the shade, right where it could cut the life from me with a fang across my collared throat. Another growl, a burst of motion flew toward me. Almost to the shade, the last place I wanted to be. I zeroed in on nothing else but the door and kept moving. A dark shape blazed toward me. A sour breath at the side of my neck, and then I was through the door with the rest of the ladder. It slammed shut behind me. On the other side, an unholy wail sounded that licked a tremble up my back. I dropped my end of the ladder, every little hair on my body prickling as I whipped around to face the door. That had been too close. It was still close, even through the wooden planks that were boarded over the glass and the line of mechanical locks down its side currently being clicked into place by a woman. She turned and sagged against the door, a loose strand of blonde hair fluttering over her heart-shaped mouth as she breathed a shaky exhale. A scratching noise behind her zipped her big blue eyes toward the Loucks and then to Hendry again. Her skin's pale creaminess contrasted with the red dress she wore, which flowed down her body like a graceful sweep of an artist's hand. I didn't mean to stare, but she was gorgeous. Her dress was, too, though I didn't understand its purpose since she couldn't strut it around town. That was Hendry, she hissed. The silence collector's got you? I'll figure it out, Tessa. He adjusted his grip on the ladder. Thanks for seeing me coming. I saw you coming. I didn't see her. Her eyes fell on me and narrowed, then dipped to the floor where a groove marred the dark wood under my end of the ladder. She crossed toward me and towed at it with her fancy shoes as if she could rub it smooth again. Watch the floor next time, would you? Sorry, I said, but it came out as a hoarse bark. Hendry jerked his head to me. This is Finn. She's staying here. I am? I asked. She is? The woman, Tessa's, lips thinned as she looked me up and down with a disapproving grimace. Allison did that too, and it had always made me feel as though I weren't just being scrutinized, but compared. I didn't get the point, but it made my non-church tongue burn hotter. Honestly, there was no comparison between this woman and me. I threw my blonde locks into mini buns. My hair wouldn't do anything else, and this woman looked as though she had a whole team of stylists. The number of curves her dress hugged made me question whether I had hit puberty yet, even though I was 18. Hardly a fair comparison, if that was the game she wanted to play. Tessa turned back to Hendry and posted her hands on her hips. She's been marked by the silence collectors too. Besides, have you looked at her? I hissed as if her words had been a punch to my gut. Lady, that was the wrong thing to say to me today. Glass shards that stuck in my palms would make a lovely glitter bomb right to her face. I lunged, but Hendry rushed up behind me and looped his arm around my waist to hold me back. His body heat engulfed me, a smothering combination with my own. I fought against him, but he crushed me to him with the fingers of one hand splayed across my stomach. Let me go, I demanded. Laxaray, he said, his breath a cooling breeze on my neck. It felt so good that I sagged against him in the hopes that he would do it again. The strength leaked out of my body along with my sweat, taking my anger with it. A lightness floated up to the top of my head, bubbly, relaxed. He'd just put a spell on me. The fucker. Tessa eyed us, her face blank, and ticked her eyes to Hendry. You brought me a feral? Put her in the kitchen or the baths, Tessa, Hendry said, his tone as hard as his chest pressed to my back. That's where she has experience. I blinked my way to my next thought, but it took longer than normal under Hendry's spell. He was really going to leave me here with Tessa, who looked as if she'd much rather push me back outside without a second thought. Something twitched across her face as she must have read something on Hendry's that I couldn't. She dropped her hands to her sides and strode toward the wooden saloon door straight ahead, her high heels clicking behind her. I'll tell the other girls. Other girls. Hopefully they were as charming as she was. I stumbled out of Hendry's grasp to take in my new home. Hardwood floors that I'd already scratched stretched the length of a wide entryway. At the far end, in the left corner, was a spiral iron staircase. Doorways branched off the hallway to other rooms, but only one of them had saloon doors. Several love seats with big, lace-trimmed pillows propped in the corners sat underneath jeweled mirrors hanging from velvet-draped walls. Lemon-scented candles burned from inside a small chandelier hanging above our heads. I liked lemon, but not all at once. What is this place? I asked, then glanced back at Hendry, who was watching me closely. It used to be a hotel. Now... He stepped closer, the light from the candles glinting in his brown curls. It's a brothel. I lifted an eyebrow, the effects of his spell seeming to fade some. He had to be kidding me. People actually come here for that? Even with vampires outside and the silence collectors across the street? Both humans and witches come here using the system of ladders on the roofs. The place is usually packed before night, so I'm sure they're on their way. They do it for trade, the customers and the practitioners. But you'll be in the kitchens or the baths." He frowned as if gauging my reaction. "Nothing else." From a church to a brothel. I supposed I should have been offended, probably even horrified. If anything, though, I found it kind of fascinating. Maybe that was just the exhausted, heat-stroked, Hendry just put a damned spell on me part of me. The rest of me just wanted to go home. "And if I decide to expand my horizons outside the kitchen and baths?" I asked. "Your mom always said I didn't have—" "I know what she said. No putting that tongue of yours to work. No anything." His jaw tightened. The green and amber in his eyes somehow appeared more defined by candlelight, their clarity cutting me into sweat-drenched ribbons. "You won't have time for anything other than the kitchen or the baths." I was kidding. I'm just trying to find the humor in my situation so I don't lose all hope in the last few days of my life. Besides, Tessa doesn't seem to think I'm all that easy on the eyes. I dragged myself to the ladder and hauled my end up, my hands screaming in pain, every muscle in my body yowling right along with them. "Now let's get this ladder on the roof." He stood there, unmoving, while staring at me strangely. "I can manage it." "I'm the one who didn't see your invisible wave and knocked the ladder into the street. You're the one who's going to die along with me in a couple of days." I swung my end around toward the staircase, assuming that was the direction I needed to go to the roof, likely digging Hendry's end into the floor in a gash to match the first. The least I can do is help, and then it's question and answer time. That was only part of the reason I wanted to go with him, if I was being honest with myself. I was stalling. I didn't want to be left here with a bunch of strangers. Hendry, however impossible he was my last link to home, to Mom and Dad. "I also just put a small relaxation spell on you," Hendry said. "You're not mad?" "I'm always mad," I shrugged. "I figure you were trying to protect Tessa. Are you always so into saving people's lives?" "Yeah, actually I am." He picked his end up, and we started for the staircase with me going up first. The spirals were so tight for the bulky ladder that we had to time our steps with each other, but we soon found a rhythm. At the second-floor landing, a few women wandered into the hallway. Their silky hair had been drawn onto their heads in flawless piles, and makeup shadowed their eyes in a sultry tilt. I paused to take in their beauty, not to compare but to admire, then glanced away in case they were poisoned flowers like Tessa. They didn't say a word to me as I began the upward climb to the third floor. But when their sights fell on Hendry a moment later, their lips parted, and they pushed their chests out. I spied it all through the slats in the stairs. "Hi, Hendry," one of them called in a sing-song voice. They knew him by name. What else did they know about him? Did he partake in any tonguing activities? "Ladies," he said, but I couldn't see his reaction because he was too far below me. It didn't matter, but it did make me curious. The same thing happened on the third floor, but with men. Some milled out in the hallway, just as beautiful as the women, some with a lot less makeup. A few smiled and winked at me, but when Hendry passed by, it was like a welcome home party for a long-lost brother complete with air fist bumps. People liked and respected him, which didn't mesh well with my conclusion that he'd murdered those on his hunting parties. Past the third-floor landing, the staircase spiraled up to a rectangular door cut into the ceiling. "Let me go up there first. I should have gone up first anyway," Hendry said from farther down. "Have you got hold of your end?" "Yeah." He set his down with a soft clang and started up the rest of the stairs. "Don't drop it." Don't fuck up. But I had. Multiple times. He was putting an awful lot of faith in me that I wouldn't do it again. He stepped around the tight turns, careful of the ladder slanted upward at a weird angle, his hand sliding up the railing toward me. Even several steps down, he stood at eye level since he was so tall. The heat had caused sweat to drench his curls, and it dripped off the ends down along the short scruff at his jaw. "Can you—" he pointed to the side. Right. But I didn't have a whole lot of options. I pressed myself sideways against the ladder so he could squeeze past in the 4 inches of space that were left. He turned and wedged his body between mine and the railing, but there wasn't enough room for him to slide through. I backed up as far as I could into the ladder, its sharp edges digging between my shoulder blades. His smell enveloped me as he neared, crisp and salty like I imagined the ocean would be. I breathed it in, memorizing it. His hands settled at my waist, pushing on my hips to allow a slice more space. My stomach tightened at his touch. My shirt had ridden up during the climb, enough that his fingers grazed a thin strip of flesh above my waistband. His skin on mine ignited a current to all other points of contact. It had to be an after effect of his spell, because I didn't quite know what to do with this feeling. I breathed in his smell, an intoxicating potion. As soon as he slipped by, he quickly released me, seemingly oblivious to whatever had just happened. Other than my melting brain, nothing had. "Start lifting the ladder as soon as I'm out." He turned, unlocked the padlock attached to the door, and tugged at the small rope dangling next to it. Boiling heat and sunlight blasted down on top of our heads like an upside-down hell entrance. Once he climbed up onto the roof, I dragged the ladder up the steps toward him. He hauled it the rest of the way, and I stepped up the few remaining stairs to the rooftop. This was the roof I'd nearly killed myself on, and I'd been so busy doing that I hadn't noticed the garden bursting along one side. A variety of plump, fresh vegetables grew in rectangular planters, and maybe a few herbs, too, though I couldn't tell what they were. A minty honey smell wafted from a nearby eucalyptus tree. On the next roof over behind this one, a large cluster of men and a few women waited for the ladder to be put back in place. They stood like statues, still and quiet, their expressions patient while they watched Hendry. In the distance, more were coming. None hung their heads in shame that they were headed to the brothel. It was just a place to go for those who wanted companionship. In this silent, fearful world we lived in, I couldn't blame them. Then it hit me. The brothel must not hang people to keep the Berkano away. Otherwise, one wouldn't have tried to mow me down outside the front door. So how did other witches keep the vampires away? Or did they even know that the hanging ritual was an option? Judging from those on the roof, they knew to be quiet outside and to avoid shadows and the night. I would have to ask Hendry later. I rushed to my end of the ladder, grinding noisily against the loose pebbles behind Hendry, and walked with it until he reached the edge. As he knelt to slide it over to the people, a tree branch snapped to my left. The large eucalyptus tree grew far enough away that it couldn't easily be trimmed back without stepping into shadows. Its leafy branches cast deep ones across the edge of the building. I peered closer between the wind-kissed leaves. Another noise like wood scraping against wood sounded, closer this time. The growling Berkano on the street below. Had it found its way up into that tree? The rest of us were in the sun, though. We were safe. Yet the scraping noise grew louder. A small cry choked from my throat. Behind me, those who waited on the other side had already started crossing over while Hendry observed with his back turned to me. No one seemed to notice that something might be wrong. "Hendry," I mouthed over my shoulder since I didn't dare make another sound. I backed toward him as the leaves rattled within the shadows, glancing from the tree to him. The ladder underneath the man who was crossing glowed a bright red. He stopped, all 4 limbs tensed against the metal, and looked up. His gaze connected to the tree, and all the color leached from his face. With a dead weight in my stomach, I followed his stare. A woman stood on the roof in shaded safety. Terror ripped down my back because she looked normal, Yet I knew without a doubt she was a Berkano. Blood didn't splotch her walnut-colored skin or dark clothes. Twin fangs didn't protrude over her lower lip. But I knew because of the blaze of hunger in her brown eyes. I had nothing to use against a vampire. Nothing but a spell to make my coming death smell better, and I couldn't even say it out loud. Not unless I wanted to drive her mad with the sound of my voice. In that case, the sunlight between us might not matter. I backed into one corner of the ladder, nearly tripping over it in my rush to get to Hendry. His whole being turned lethal as he stood from his crouch next to the glowing ladder. He pulled sharpened wooden stakes from his pocket and stalked toward her, his body rigid as if marching into battle. The vampire's gaze darted to the rectangular door in the roof, still open because I hadn't closed it, where a lot of unsuspecting people could be made into a midday snack below. Before Hendry reached her, he let his wooden stake fly. She flung herself into the sunlight toward the door, avoiding the stake completely. Smoke curled off her body with a stomach-churning sizzle. Hendry lunged after her. The vampire dived headfirst into the building, but a magical force field spit her back out into the sunlight. Her skin peeled off her face and arms in thin black twists. The smell of charred flesh billowed as she jumped upright again. She snatched the brown, paper-wrapped package from Hendry's back pocket in a flash of movement and pushed him toward the door in the roof. He fell half in and half out, the stakes he'd carried rolling across the rooftop. Now almost completely a charred ruin, she slammed the door down onto his leg. He reared back in pain, a silent cry tearing from his mouth. A burst of rage stormed through my muscles. The man on the ladder had already scrambled off to the other building. I grabbed one end of the ladder and heaved it backward to use as a weapon. When I looked again, she sped toward me, her skin and hair sliding off to the rooftop with sickening wet splats. With a horrified scream teetering on the edge of my teeth, I shoved the end of the ladder into the vampire's middle. She doubled over, buying me precious seconds to get a better grip on the metal with my glass-filled hands. I smashed the side into her crisped head. She pirouetted with the force, then whipped around to face me with a growl, her fangs now bared, and lunged. We crashed to the ground with the glowing red ladder between us. My lungs emptied. So did my head of everything but the need to survive. She snapped at me through the rungs in a riot of teeth between her overcooked, peeled-back lips. I twisted the ladder so the metal blocked her, but she was so much stronger than I was. Her hunger for blood was sapping the little amount of strength I had left. She pushed her arm through the rungs toward the metal cuff on my neck, gripped it, and yanked. Panic sliced my breaths in half. It would kill me if I tried to take it off. Had she? For a second, I couldn't be sure. I didn't dare release the ladder to check, to feel my vocal cords dangling loose while the rest of my life bled out of my neck. No, it was still there, a collared death sentence. I had to risk it. I had to say a spell to get her off me. Sanguis! Orange sparks floated from my lips. The scent of blood rose on the air and trailed off with the breeze. She snarled, then lifted her head to sniff through the nose sliding off her face. Adrenaline fueled my full body spin to take advantage of the distraction. I pinned her underneath both me and the ladder. Her eyes and teeth blazed white as her skin and hair sloughed off the bone. My stomach curled in on itself, and I looked away. Behind me, Tessa placed more sharpened stakes outside the roof door and closed it as she retreated inside, her eyes narrowed at me as if this were all my fault. Hendry scooped up the dropped, paper-wrapped package and the stakes and dragged himself toward me, his face contorted in pain. He sank one of the stakes into the vampire's heart with an awful squelching sound that made me scramble off her, both sickened and horrified. She howled as the hunger leaked from her eyes at the same rate the red glow faded from the ladder on top of her. With a final shudder, her burnt body melted into the rooftop in a thick puddle of goo. I retched. Tears filled my eyes and I retched again. I'd never expected outside to be this much of a nightmare, but it was so much worse than that. Hendry toppled over next to the ladder and lay there gasping with his eyes closed, his legs stiff out in front of him, while sweat leaked down his face. "Church," he mouthed. "Please." Damn right we were going back to the church. No way would I stay here anyway. Tessa didn't want me in her brothel. The church didn't want me, but that was the only home I knew. It was safe, unlike the rest of this death trap called Tombstone that Hendry had led me into. I crossed over, straddled him, and squatted down on top of his hips. The corner of the package poked out from his back pocket, and I swiped it out from underneath him. Then I leaned in close so he would be sure to hear my whispered growl. "Keep up." Chapter 4. 168 hours left. Hendry didn't keep up, and it was surprisingly easy to forget about him on the long trek back. I let my mind roll over everything that had just happened, unable to make sense of any of it, but soon all thoughts emptied from my head except one. Thirst. My tongue felt like I'd eaten a cotton field. Sweat poured from my body in dizzying sheets. I imagined my organs looked a lot like wrinkled prunes, but that visual only ignited my hunger. The journey back should have taken less time in theory since I knew where I headed and how to get there, but it seemed to take hours. By the time I dragged myself onto the wooden porch by the front door of the church, my bones weighed too many pounds. I rang the doorbell that must have been used for deliveries a long time ago, then collapsed in the shade of the building. I knew I shouldn't be in the shade, but I didn't have the strength to move anywhere but inside. One of the congregation would hear the bell and come check. They always welcomed strangers, and they would see me through the slats and the boarded-up window. Unless they were blinded toward cast-outs and purposefully left me here to die. I forced a swallow over my thickened tongue. Without food or water, and the lengthening shadows that signaled night was drawing near, death shouldn't take too long. If starvation or vampires didn't kill me first, I had less than 168 hours left with the collar. Finn, the end of the end. The metal slats shielding the window slid open one by one, their gears humming and clicking softly, but I kept my gaze aimed straight ahead at the parking lot. I didn't want to know who held my fate, especially if it was Dad, who I didn't want to hate even more than I already did. Even so, my breaths snagged on a sliver of hope. The steady gaze of whoever stood behind the door lifted the hairs on the back of my neck. Maybe they weren't the only one watching, but my head felt too heavy to turn. I was sort of at the point of giving up. Sort of. Unless this person let me in. The first metal slat sliding home pinched my chest. The person behind the door sealed up the window along with my fate. They didn't want me back inside. A slow burn fizzed under my skin. I'd never thought the people I'd grown up with, some of whom I considered family, would turn their backs on me. Twice. My eyes stung, but my body couldn't spare any tears. A dull throb started in my forehead and radiated outward toward my temples. I deserved this, yet knowing that didn't make it hurt any less. Honestly, they should have banished me a long time ago. I was the one who'd made Mom even sicker with the rift curse than she already was when I'd broken my way out of the church. I was 12 or 13, but I should have known better. I'd risked the lives of the congregation by opening the front door and leaving, just as I'd risked their lives last night. Everyone had told me the dangers of outside, so I'd never gone out. Yet over the years, I supposed I'd needed to see the reason why for myself. Mom found me, but the sunlight exposure had weakened her even further. The rift curse had withered her away, and I lost my best friend when she was quarantined to the nursery. I had so much to atone for, but if I was dead, that would be impossible to do. Paper crinkled behind my back, and I suddenly remembered the package tucked into my back pocket that I'd stolen from Hendry. I'd hoped it was food, and after unwrapping it, I realized I wasn't wrong. It was food, all right, just not the kind for witches. I turned the vial of blood into the fading sunlight, trapping the sky-blue color inside the glass. Why had Lucy's mom, or guardian, or whoever she was, given this to Hendry? Whatever the reason, I folded the vial back into the paper since clutching blood in the shade wasn't the smartest idea ever. A figure appeared on top of the west wing of the church, tall with wide shoulders and limping. Even with one working leg, he effortlessly hopped down the ladder into the bed of the truck and ate up the rest of the distance with hobbling strides. Without a glance in my direction, he limped to the stone bird bath in the weed-filled rock garden beside the porch. After a quick check over his shoulders, he tipped it over and retrieved a key. He zipped it into the lock, and the sound of metal slats barring the inside of the door hummed and clicked. The door opened, and a rush of precious, cool air fluttered loose hairs against my face. I sighed into it and inhaled through parted lips so it would chill my dried-up insides down to my toes. Oh, that felt so good. All the church's electricity and running water was fueled by our collective magic, which in turn was fueled by humans. The more of both we invited into our congregation, the more collective magic we had. Of course, if they knew the church was okay with hanging children as part of our ritual, they might not have wanted to join. "Coming?" a low voice asked. I snapped my eyes open. Hendry stood inside the door, holding it open, his eyebrows drawn together in a curious expression while he gazed down at me. He knew as well as anyone that I shouldn't come in. Surely he didn't feel guilty about what I'd been through since this morning, some of which he himself had put me through. Not Hendry, who'd never spoken a word to me before today and was mixed up in some first-rate trickery against the church by smuggling Lucy out. Trickery was something I could probably get behind, though, especially if it pissed off Allison. Plus, no way would I pass on the invitation to enter even though I'd already been rejected. I scrambled to my feet and strode toward him, quirking my eyebrow in a dare for him to change his mind and close the door in my face. The smell of cleaning chemicals and the squish of vacuumed carpet under my feet knotted my throat tighter than a noose. I wanted to be here, but I shouldn't be. Not if Kit wasn't. That didn't seem fair to him at all. "I'm not wanted here," I told Hendry after he closed and locked the door. I rang the bell and wasn't allowed back in. "Follow my lead." He winced and hobbled to the right toward the kitchen. Voices drifted through the hallway from behind closed doors. The nearer we drew, the louder they became, but I still couldn't make out more than a garbled murmur. From their hurried rate of speech, I would bet 10 gallons of water that someone was upset. And I would win that bet. An office door on the right snicked open. "Put your arms around me," Hendry muttered. I blinked, slowly, because every exhausted movement, every thought, felt like wading through syrup. Did he just tell me to? He circled his arm around my hip and pulled me flush to his side. Then he tugged my hand so it palmed his chest. His heart slammed into it from behind a stone wall of muscle. Every beat stirred a sense of hyper-awareness, at how his body fit against mine, his crisp ocean smell, how fast his heart tapped my fingers. I looked up into his face to see if he was having some kind of medical emergency, but he stared straight ahead, expression stoic while his rough hand slipped to my ass, I gasped as the force of his touch rocked my hips against his leg. His searching fingertips ignited an unexpected rush of heat between my thighs. He yanked the package out of my pants and into the back of his just as the office door opened all the way. Allison stepped out and stopped as soon as she saw us. Her perpetually disgusted face elevated to DEFCON sneer status when her narrowed eyes found my hand on his chest and my body pressed up against his. "We had a little run-in with the Berkano and the silence collectors," Hendry said. "Finn helped me get back." Apparently, he remembered things differently than I because none of today could be summed up as a little run-in. Still, why did he seem so focused on helping me? He'd started out as a royal dickhead by telling me not to fuck up, and because my name was Finn, I did. Now he'd brought me back into the church that shunned me and let me feel his wild heartbeat under my palm. There were too many sides to him, and all of them were complete mysteries. Allison straightened her ugly scarf and plucked a piece of imaginary lint off her shoulder. "You helped him." Not a question, but a statement of disbelief. I didn't buy it either. "I did," I said. She puckered her red lips. "Did she help you get that death collar around your neck to match hers?" Hendry shifted his weight and winced, in obvious need of sitting down. "She's proven her loyalty to the church by helping me today, so let her stay. She'll leave when I'm able to take her." Allison flicked her ice-cold gaze to me. "The church voted her out." "Then vote her back in." His muscles coiled as if he might strike. "None of us would be here without me hunting down witches and humans to bring here. Without me, there wouldn't be a church. Finn saved me, Allison. Me, your stepson." She gave him a warning look, then clucked her tongue, considering. "I'll see what the congregation says. Meanwhile, get cleaned up. You two reek. Then go get your foot looked at." She retraced her steps to the office she'd come out of minutes before. It wasn't Dad's office, but I wondered if he was in there, if he'd be glad to see me, if he was the one who hadn't opened the door to me when I rang the bell. My stomach twisted. I'd confront him later when my mind didn't feel so sluggish. Alone once again in the hallway, I gazed up at Hendry. "You need me to." "I got it." He tore away from me as if he couldn't stand to be near me any longer than necessary and limped toward the kitchen doors, inside of which was a large bathroom. It had been converted into an infirmary where a healing witch named Feist had set up shop. I stood there like an idiot until Hendry disappeared through the doors. We would talk later, too, and if he wasn't in the mood for divulging everything he knew, then I would demand answers until that mood magically came. If we were going to pretend I'd saved his life, he was going to have to learn to trust me, just like I needed to trust him to save mine, I supposed. Though I would rather do that myself. It was less complicated that way. First things first, though, all things water. Even though I needed to get my hands looked at, Feist wasn't my biggest fan because I liked to dabble in aromatherapy to help all two of my favorite members of the congregation with their ailments. He got pissed because he wasn't the one doing the healing. I got pissed back, and it was this whole thing. Now I had my own healing items in the baptismal. I dragged myself through the church, past the dais where I'd stood last night with a noose around a little girl's neck, through the choir room, and finally up the blue-tiled stairs to the 4-foot-deep baptismal. Those I went by gaped, but kept quiet. Without bothering to remove my clothes, I turned the water on full blast and sucked it straight from the faucet. I knew I should drink slowly, but it felt too good splashing down my throat and cooling my body. The drops that missed my mouth splattered my front, soaking through my sweat-stained clothes. I drank until my stomach felt distended and hurt, and then I finally peeled off my clothes for a proper bath and some wound care. Because I'd been banished to the baptismal for my lack of church tongue, I spent most of my time here and soon preferred it to anywhere else. So really, the joke was on Allison for banishing me from the kitchen to a place I loved. My clipboard for scheduling the congregation's baths hung on a hook inside the door. To conserve water but to still create a pleasant environment for everyone, I scheduled everyone's bath times for once every 2 days, more often only if needed. My bath, my rules. Most people accepted that, or used to anyway. For those who seemed to tolerate me, I would offer to sing while they bathed, down the stairs and out of sight from them for privacy. The blue tiles that covered the stairs, the walls, and under my feet created amazing acoustics. Once scrubbed, refreshed except for the dull pounding still inside my head, and dried, I dressed in black shorts and a black tank top and went on the hunt for food. I wanted to find Dad, or anyone really, to ask about whether the church would let me stay until Hendry healed, but my stomach had its own priorities. No one happened to be bustling about the kitchen since breakfast was long over, so no one saw me snatch a leftover kiwi pavlova, half a loaf of bread, a plate of chocolate biscuits, and a jug of caramel-colored juice called hangman's brew. All of it had been made by the 2 hearth witches who had complained to Allison about me. Now they'd complain even more since I'd raided their refrigerator. Food balanced in my arms, I nudged my way into the infirmary. Hendry lay on a makeshift cot with his eyes closed. He wore no shirt, and his leg was propped up on several bags of ice. Feist's silver and gold magic penetrated his cuts and bruises with antiseptic-scented sparks. The sight of all that bared skin on Hendry's chest, shaped exquisitely over stacks of muscle, brought me up short. Out of the entire congregation at the Church of Hangmen, he was the only one who never followed the bath schedule I'd made. He would just show up and pretend I didn't exist while he took off his boots and socks. As politely as I was capable, I would try to explain my scheduling process to him, but as soon as he began stripping off his clothes, I was out. Male nudity trumped my organized blocks of time, but now my curiosity buzzed at where exactly the lean strip of reddish-brown hair down his belly button led. Around his neck and below his collar hung a chain with a golden sun amulet, exactly like Dad's. Funny that I'd never noticed that before. He must have sensed my stare because he cracked an eye open to peer at me. I thought I smelled spiced apples. Since I didn't carry any fruit other than kiwi, he was probably referring to my favorite smell, the one I always magicked into my bathwater. He knew that was me? You smelled me rather than heard me walk like a dinosaur, so I'll take that as progress. I plopped down on a stool in front of a large mirror with lights bordering it, set everything down on the cabinet below, and dug into the bread like I hadn't eaten in days. He sat up, his stomach muscles flexing, and waved his hand for some food. I ripped the bread in half and tossed him the larger part. Was that the kind of wave you used to tell me not to jump off a building today, or was it more casual? Holding the bread in both hands like it was a delicate treasure, he dove into it and ate with as much gusto as I did, either not hearing my question or choosing to ignore it. Finally, he said, I never expected you would even think about following me to that apartment building. I underestimated you, and I'm sorry. I stopped, my bread temporarily forgotten, while he sighed into his next bite. Crumbs clung to his lips, and I forced myself to look away as his tongue darted out to collect them. I'm sorry, too, I said, shaking myself out of my stupor. I almost wish I could reset to last night, but I was set up to fail. He made a sound deep in his throat and swallowed. The ritual wasn't supposed to happen that way. I quirked my eyebrow. So I was supposed to hang her? He looked at me then, his hazel eyes that often seemed to change color half hidden behind his messy curls. Of course not. She wasn't supposed to be the sacrifice. She was an innocent in the wrong place at the wrong time. Those people you met earlier, Ross and Sarah, they found Lucy a couple of months ago in the shade of someone's front porch, all alone. She often sleepwalks, and she must have found her way here yesterday. Someone must have let her inside. I narrowed my eyes. So why was she chosen to be the sacrifice? He took another bite of bread, avoiding my gaze. My stepmom chose her. I was just as shocked as you. She probably did it so I would fail. Or she wanted to see me squirm. I set my bread on the cabinet and dusted off my fingers. Why, though? We do the ritual for the good of the church, not to be a vindictive bitch. I winced, realizing we were still talking about his stepmom. No offense. He frowned at his bread, a crease drawing his eyebrows together. She wanted to get rid of me, I said, answering my own question when he didn't. But you told me this morning not to fuck up. You didn't. What if I had hanged the girl? What would you have done then? He looked up, a hard look on his face. But you didn't. What if, though? You told me to play along earlier, so now it's your turn. He sighed, dropping what was left of the bread in his lap. Janice Daylid. You know her? Of course I do. Janice was the oldest human woman in the congregation. She often complained of rickety hips and other joints. Every Tuesday and Thursday, like clockwork, she comes up to me to talk about you. How you sing her favorite songs when she's in the bath. How you add something to the water to help her feel better. I sat back on the stool, not sure where this was headed. Janice was one of the few who didn't piss me off. So, I said. The steady way in which he gazed at me squirmed an unidentifiable flutter down to my toes. So someone who would do that for an old lady wouldn't hang Lucy. I knew she would be safe with you, and you made the right decision last night. I tried to piece his words into the larger picture, but it was still a crumbly mess, like the one in my lap. Last night, I thought I could have hanged anyone for the good of the church. But even if it hadn't been a little girl, could I have taken a life? For the church's protection, yes. But now I doubted if even that would have been enough, since they'd so quickly voted to banish me. Frankincense, I said, like it mattered. That's what I used for Janice. He nodded, and it struck me then that he'd put a lot of faith in me, the chief hangman's daughter, more than anyone ever had, by trusting me to not fuck up. Kit had likely felt differently before he died, though. Guilt swamped me all over again when I thought of him. That vampire on the roof, I said. She had to know she couldn't go in direct sunlight, so why did she? I'm not sure, he said with a frown. Extreme thirst for blood. The door clicked open, and Allison and her lipsticked sneer entered, followed by Dad. A smile waved over his face when he saw me, lighting it up for a second, and the familiar urge to plant myself next to him bit at my feet. But I stamped it down. He'd allowed the church to shun me, and even for the man who'd helped create me, I wasn't ready to forgive. His smile faltered, and then faded completely when his blue eyes settled on my collar. Finn. He opened his mouth to say more, but whatever it was died on his tongue. The lines etched on his forehead grew deeper, swallowing the rest of his features with grief, as if I'd already lost my vocal cords and died. The congregation has decided that in light of you helping Hendry make it back here and your quick-wittedness, if you will. Allison laughed, apparently from a joke only she thought was funny. That you will be allowed to stay here temporarily. As soon as he's up to it, Hendry can guide you to a safe place, and then you can be on your way. Separately. I winged up an eyebrow. Was she worried I would taint him with my non-church tongue? The thought of going outside again folded my stomach around all the bread I'd eaten and threatened to shoot it back up. But I refused to give Allison the satisfaction of seeing me weak and terrified. I blanked my face so hopefully no one would read my self-doubt. Fine, when Hendry's up to it. Allison lifted her chin and turned to the door. Dad glanced at me with a pained grimace, his fingers worrying at his sides as if he might say something, but he followed her on his bum leg without a word. Don't get too comfortable. Hendry lay back down on the cot. The expanse of skin on his chest rippled with each of his breaths in hypnotic waves. Because we leave for the brothel again tomorrow. I sighed. So soon? Because I can wait, and I'm sure Tessa can too. I may know of a way to get our collars off without killing us, he said, closing his eyes. Well, that would be a huge plus. I touched my fingertips to mine and winced. You did good today, Finn, he said. Really good, despite all the fuck-ups, yours and mine, every single one of which I'm sorry about. He kept saying he was sorry, which I appreciated, but his sincerity warped my view of him into a different Hendry than I thought I knew. Someone who cared. Almost everything that had happened today had changed my perspective of him in varying degrees. Thanks, I guess. I shrugged as if it didn't matter, but it did. He'd said I'd done good, and I had. I was still alive, at least for today. You seem surprised that I did okay out there. Did you think I was some helpless princess? No. He clasped his hands over his impressive six-pack. Maybe a little. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's better for you to be a dinosaur than a princess. I frowned. Dinosaurs died out, though, so better how? He gazed up at the ceiling as if to carefully choose his next words from the water-stained tiles. They're strong, and they weren't a slave to their fears, perceived or real. After several moments, he turned to me, his expression more determined than I'd ever seen it. Go. Rest. Tomorrow, we'll work on getting rid of that very real fear around our necks. I nodded and stood, not quite sure who was more afraid of my collar, him or me. Chapter 5. 146 hours left. The next morning, I strode down the hallway from the kitchen, this time carrying my own supplies, water, food, clothes, and a few other necessities, inside a camouflage backpack I'd scrounged up from the cardboard goddess room. The supplies would last me a few days, so if I once again didn't last inside the brothel longer than one of Tessa's patronizing glares, I would be able to draw out my demise into a slow, torturous ordeal made slightly better with chocolate biscuits. Allison stood behind Hendry in front of the doors, ready to see us both out. She aimed a plastic smile toward me, positively giddy I was leaving again. Hendry gazed at me as I sidled up next to him, and his mouth twitched as he faced forward. Had that been a smile, or just my nerves jumping things into existence that weren't really there? I wanted to ask, but the last metal slat on the lock glided to the side, and the door clicked open, cutting off the potential for conversation. Hendry walked out into the blinding daylight first, his leg seemingly healed. I followed, a heavy mix of homesickness and terror needling through my heart on the first step. The slightest breeze stirred wisps of hair around my neck. The air felt cooler and less oppressive today, and I threw my head back to soak it in for just a moment. Hendry stood near the first car, glancing back at me. Something flickered across his eyes, but it snuffed itself out when his gaze shifted behind me to the closing church door. Allison's floral-scented magic swept from behind me toward him, and a wince leaped across his face. With balled fists, He crossed toward the ladder to leave me alone on the church porch with nothing but confusion to keep me company. I had every intention of biting the toes of my boots into his heels today, though. When I sped up, my view became his olive green shirt hugging the bulges and curves across his shoulders. As we climbed onto the roof, I memorized the steel columns of his legs, how the hems of his jeans brushed against the backs of his black cowboy boots. The way he moved reminded me of rippling water, so full of beauty and grace. The sun touched his hair in several shades of coffee and outlined them in fire, depending on which way the breeze flipped his curls. He seemed made for this outside world, while all I wanted to do was retreat inside to safety. When I stepped past the large hole in the church's roof to the edge, the sound of fingernails on metal behind me scraped a long shiver up my spine. Something crunched like dead leaves, then a loud clatter jumped my stomach into my throat. I couldn't see anything but an open blue sky over the church. Not even the ladder I'd stepped off to get here. It was gone. I froze and held my breath, waiting. It had sounded like the ladder had tipped over the tailgate of the truck, but I didn't dare go look. Instead, I dropped to my hands and knees and climbed across the ladder in front of me with slick palms. Halfway across, the hairs underneath my mesh sleeves spiked, and the sense that I was being watched sped my movements. When I finally stood on the other side, I chanced a look back, then down at the street. Patches of shade spotted the overgrown grass and sidewalks, but nothing lurked there or the tops of the other buildings. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. Hendry was already crossing the next building's roof, so I clambered after him as fast as I could. Once I'd almost made it to the end of the ladder, it glowed a vibrant red, just like it had on the brothel roof when a vampire was near. Something crashed behind me. I whipped my head around, causing the metal rails to totter wildly, but I couldn't wrench myself around far enough to see what was happening. Panic filtered in with my next inhale, squeezing my lungs, trembling my arms and legs. I launched myself off the ladder onto the building and spun, my eyes widening to take in everything at once. The ladder. Not the one I'd just crossed, but the one before it. I didn't see it. Was something following me and stealing my, Hendry's, way back home? Then the red ladder, the one I had just crossed, shook violently against both roofs. The force of the juddering shoved it toward me. I reeled back and landed on my ass, kicking my boots over loose gravel to scoot away. The farthest end of the ladder, which was no longer connected to the next building, skidded down the peeling paint on the wall with twin scratches until it vanished. The nearest end leaned against the building I sat on, then it tipped sideways onto the ground with a thud. The Berkano were stealing ladders. Why? To screw with us? I twisted to all fours, and then hauled ass to the next ladder. As I crossed, I searched the shaded ground between buildings for any signs of movement, the hairs all along my body still prickling. It was like they were stalking me to see where I went and thieving the ladders while they followed. My teeth clenched, sweat dripping into my eyes, my shoulders pinched to my ears in case the Berkano knocked the ladder off while I scrambled over it. Finally, I made it to the last building, the brothel. Hendry lay on his back near the rectangular door that led inside, the leg he'd hurt stretched out in front of him, his head propped on one arm. I marched toward him, loudly and in total dinosaur rage, and he didn't even turn his head. After I'd run across all those buildings fearing for my life, he'd better not be fucking sleeping. I tore 2 marker boards from my backpack, something I'd packed beforehand in case a situation arose where we needed to communicate. With shaky hands, I managed to spill my markers to the ground. Finally, I uncapped one and scrawled, "Someone followed me and took the ladders." Then I shoved the board in his face. When all he did was blink up at it, I wrote, "Why?" Then erased the ink with my sweaty wrists and threw the board at him so he'd answer me. He caught the board and flung it across the roof where it skidded to a stop near the edge. I gaped down at him as violent bursts of color smudged my vision. My fingernails bit into my palms, and words I was so desperate to spit at him curled my lips. When he jolted up and started to turn to the door in the roof, dismissing me, I chucked the marker at his head. A big black mark dotted right between his eyes, which snapped up in narrowed slits. His arm flew out and hooked me just behind my knees. My feet went flying, and I hit the rooftop hard. When my metal collar clinked against the surface, the shock vibrated my bones. All my air siphoned out, and I lay there breathless while various forms of slow, painful, murderous scenes pinged through my head. Hendry's, not mine. His face twisted in a glower. He lunged and landed on me. I didn't know what the hell he was doing, but he wasn't making it any easier to pull in ragged breaths. I bucked underneath him and swung my fists at and around the target I'd marked on his forehead. One of his hands tried to still my hips. The other managed to lock my hands over my head, but I refused to stop squirming to get him the fuck off. I kicked my legs out, but he easily dodged my knees to his groin. He locked my legs between his steely ones, so he covered the length of my body with his. I twisted to knock him off, but he was too heavy. Our breaths mingled as I glared up into his too close face. His fingertips eased a stray hair off my cheek, shocking me motionless with that gentle caress. His gaze dipped to my lips and slowly tracked back up again. What looked like hunger flared hot in his hazel eyes, curling a burst of flame deep between my legs. It was so unexpected, so intrusive on my murderous thoughts, that the air snagged in my lungs. He flicked his gaze back the way we'd come, and the desire in his eyes quickly faded. He released my arms, then crept his fingertips over my mouth with a shake of his head. His jaw set tight. He looked toward the roof again. I stiffened beneath him, my senses burning for a sign of danger. Then a clink, like a metal ladder, sounded. Was someone climbing up to the roof? This one? With us? A long wooden stick speared through the air next to my head in a shadow. "Did I hit it?" someone called from over the side. They were talking, loudly, outside. The sound of voices would stir the Berkano's bloodlust, and daylight or no, they would come running. It was said that they communicated telepathically and had no use for speaking, so if a human or witch did speak, it marked them as dinner. I shook my head under Hendry's grip on my mouth. We had to get inside. Now. But he stayed on top of me, shielding me from whatever ridiculously stupid person had spoken. There were more metallic clinks like footsteps, and then a weathered face surrounded by bushy white hair appeared over the edge. The rest of the man followed, and he carried a large bow in his hands with a quiver of arrows strung to his curved back. He didn't appear to notice us as he stepped closer, the spurs on his worn boots clanking. His toe caught a wooden stick on the ground that looked similar to the arrows strapped behind him. His foot found another, and then another. Had he been shooting arrows up here? He'd asked if he'd hit it, but there was no it. Not yet, anyway. He bent to gather his arrows on his way toward us. The sun shone behind him, throwing impossible shadows down over his face. It looked as though his eye sockets were nothing but black holes, but that couldn't be right.
"Hendry, it looks like I caught you at a bad time."
The man stopped a few feet away, his whole face a blurred spot on the sun behind him.
"Is that vampire in the shadows with you your lover? I won't make no judgments if that's the case."
There were so many things wrong with what he'd just said. Vampire? Lover? Me? Hendry shook his head at the old man.
"You sure?"
The man looked around as if he'd heard the air tell him something different.
"She threw something at you that you didn't seem to like, so that's when I started shooting. I thought you was in trouble on account of the Burks following you and stealing all your letters. Have you checked her mouth, son?" For fangs? Hendry nodded, a tight frown on his face. Well, okay then. I'll leave you to it. He hobbled back a few steps and then turned to the rectangular door in the roof. After producing a silver key from his pocket, he plugged it into the lock and opened the door. Always check your whores for fangs, Hendry. Don't let anyone ever tell you different. Fury sizzled through my veins, as hot and stifling as Hendry's weight. Pretty sure that man had just called me Hendry's whore. I swung my knee up between Hendry's legs to get him off me, perhaps with a tad more gusto than was necessary. He gasped and slid off me, cupping himself, his whole face pinched in agony. I instantly regretted it, since he'd only been trying to protect me from the insane talking man's arrows, but I'd needed him off me. The questions buzzing through my head wouldn't arrange themselves with him so close. After gathering my bag, markers, and whiteboard, I guided Hendry to his feet, conveying my apology with a gentle yet firm touch because we needed to get inside. He glared, but he didn't push me away either. We followed the old man into the brothel and closed and locked the door behind us. The man stopped at the second floor to a symphony of squealing women who ran to cling to him as if he were a god. I blinked after him as he was hauled farther down the hallway. Since he'd talked outside and still lived, maybe the god thing wasn't too far off the mark. Now, ladies, there's plenty of bast to go around, he said before disappearing into one of the rooms. Does he have eyes? From my vantage on the spiral staircase, I still couldn't tell for sure. He was born without them. He just has empty eye sockets, but usually keeps his eyelids closed, Hendry rasped. He has second sight anyway, so he doesn't really need eyes. Well, he did think I was a vampire, so I'll have to disagree with you there. Why does he think he can talk outside? I glanced over my shoulder when Hendry didn't immediately answer. He bent over the railing to prop himself on his elbow as he descended. ESP. He's not actually talking out loud. Oh. The sun had been so bright, I hadn't been able to tell if his mouth had moved. Handy trick to have in this silent world. I looked at Hendry again. Are you all right? I'll tell you when my balls are ready to join society as regular, contributing balls again. I'm sorry, I said, reaching the first floor landing and turning my frown on him. I'm not used to being called a whore. I never said you were, he said through gritted teeth. I know. You were protecting me from... I waved toward the stairs. Bast, short for Sebastian. He's my uncle on my dad's side. I nodded, unsure of what to do with myself under the force of his stare. Thank you for making sure Bast's arrows didn't hit me. He walked by me, his stride slow and pained, and pointed through an open door off the entryway. Wait in there. He turned and vanished through the saloon doors. Inside where he'd indicated seemed to be a cluttered office with overflowing bookshelves bordering the walls. A map of Tombstone held down with several half-melted candles covered a large table in the middle. Behind it sat a large desk with papers spilling out of folders and a dust-covered mammoth of a computer. Mismatched chairs bracketed the desk on either side. I chose the nearest one and sat, unsure of what I was supposed to be waiting for. Tessa, I supposed, who had surely missed me. The minutes ticked by, so I wheeled the chair to the map on the table behind me. Several areas had been circled or marked with an X in red marker that reminded me of the pictures of people hanging in the silence collector's apartment across the street. I shivered, despite the heat, and ran my hand along my collar. That had been yet another show of Hendry's protectiveness when he'd waltzed in through the broken window to steal me away from the silence collectors. I owed him my life a couple of times over. He was determined to get both our collars off, and I vowed to do anything to help. It was the very least I could do. A figure appeared in the doorway, an hourglass in a gorgeous green dress.
Today, it was strapless, with a slight V to reveal the seam of Tessa's breasts. The color brought out the creaminess in her skin and the luster of her upswept blonde hair. She strutted forward, her hips punching the air on either side in time to her clicking heels. Her blue eyes flitted over the map as she stopped at the side, regarding it, then me, with a chilly, blank stare. "I put you in the kitchen," she finally said. "Starting tomorrow, you'll work from 7 in the morning to 7 at night." 12 hours slaving in a hot kitchen for a roof over my head. I could definitely deal. Okay. She lifted her hand to one of the candles and snapped off some of the dried wax that had dripped over the holder. "You blow it once, I'll put you on bath duty. You blow it there." She rubbed her fingers together and flicked the wax to the floor. "Well, I will have fulfilled my word to Hendry." I took her meaning well. Don't fuck up. I'd heard it a time or two before. "Thank you." I let the words hang, thinking I should say something more, maybe offer her my firstborn for payment, but then it might sound as if I were insincere. "I would pay you, but I only pay my whores. And if my whores looked like you, I wouldn't have any money to pay." She twitched the corners of her lips in what I supposed was meant to be a smile. "I'm sure you understand." My insides flamed. Of course. We can't all be cursed with shiny apple skin and a rotted core. It wouldn't be fair to the fruit that tastes juicy and fresh with just a few bumps and bruises to give it personality. Her non-smile dripped off her face like wax from a candle. An angry red rash crawled across her neck. "Has Hendry tasted you yet, like he has every other woman who has walked through these doors? He doesn't care about personality. He cares about pussy, and any one of them will do." An unexplained spike drove through my chest, sharp and painful, but I winked and grinned in an attempt to hide it. Good to know. Truly. I'll keep that in mind next time he's tasting me. She slammed her hand down on the table, making the candle holders jump, her lips smashed together. "You've officially been moved to the baths due to insubordination. One more chance, and your personality will be vampire chow." She twirled around and stomped out, narrowly missing mowing down the subject of our conversation. My face flushed when I saw him. I prayed to Sandrika he hadn't heard a word I'd just said. Tessa had pushed me because she wanted me gone, and Hendry had been too easy of a trap to fall in. I should have known better. Hendry leaned against the doorway with a plastic bag of ice in his hand and a suspicious glint in his hazel eyes. Mind telling me what that was about? She was just giving me my work assignment for tomorrow, I said innocently. The baths, 7 a.m. sharp. Not the kitchen? He held up the ice. They just said they were short in there and were glad to have the extra help. Slight change in plan. I shrugged, unsure if I should tell him about Tessa's 2 strikes and I was out deal. She might find revenge in another form, though. Better to keep my head down, my lips locked, and make my tongue churchy in a brothel. He closed the door behind him and slowly crossed toward me, his powerful frame shrinking the room. I swallowed, his presence like a weight pressing against me. The memory of his body on mine up on the roof, how his hard planes had molded with mine, came unbidden into my head. He'd looked at me differently then, his face so close that we'd shared the same air, so different than now as, with no more than a fleeting glance, he sat behind the desk. Did he look at all women the way he'd looked at me, as if they were wondrous creatures? Was that why they stuck out their chests and licked their glossy lips around him, for a glimpse that they were something more? If what Tessa said were true, he did a lot more than look. Another little pang went off in my chest, but I ignored it. He propped his leg on top of the desk and settled the bag of ice between his legs. The black mark between his eyes from my thrown marker was still there. I'm really sorry about your everything. I tried for an apologetic smile and pointed to where the mark would be on my face and then to him. Next time I won't kick as hard. He seemed to get the message as he licked his thumb and rubbed at the spot with a frown. It smeared up his forehead behind his curls. I'll live, but there won't be a next time. If you say so. That had come out before I was able to stop it and probably sounded like a threat, so I moved on. Is this your office? He sat back in his chair, studying me. It belongs to the leader of the resistance. I lifted an eyebrow. There's a resistance? He nodded. We take back our city so we don't live in constant fear, so we can walk the city streets day or night, so we can talk. Communicate, as you are so fond of saying. No offense, but I never pegged you for the type to want to communicate. You never spoke to me once before yesterday, and you threw my whiteboard across the rooftop like I'd cursed it with a disease. I shrugged. So maybe this isn't the right resistance for you. I threw the whiteboard because I saw Bast's arrows and panicked. His eyes narrowed. And I never talked to you because I had nothing to say. The tips of my ears burned. Well then, that was a little too much honesty for me. I liked it better when he didn't speak. You only decided I was worth talking to when you thought I would fuck up. I tried to keep my voice level so I wouldn't let on how what he'd just said made me feel, but my last few words whipped the air. He pulled his leg from the desk and leaned forward, his gaze searching. And you didn't fuck up. Not because of you, I said, my voice incredulous. My choice to go against the church and save the girl had nothing to do with you or your ridiculous warning. I know that. You did it because it was the right thing to do. He sat back again and posted his elbows on the arms of the chair. And this is the right resistance for me, Finn. Always has been. It didn't make a lot of sense to me to resist something that had no problem flinging themselves out into the sun for a taste of blood. How could anyone ever win against the Berkano? Who all is part of this resistance? I asked. So far, me. Only you? He sighed, exhausted, exasperated, or a combination of the two. And everyone here, off and on, plus a lot more will join with the right leader. Why don't you lead them? It's complicated. He brushed his hand over a stack of papers on the desk. I can lead the witches and humans here to the water, but I can't make them drink. This man and his metaphors. So it was complicated. Or he just didn't want to tell me the real reason. Get more water then, I said. An almost smile touched his lips. People do what I say because I say it, not because they're inspired. They're afraid, as they should be. But when I tell them my ideas to take back Tombstone from the Berkano, they find a million excuses not to. Or they'll say they'll help, but suddenly remember there's that thing they promised someone else to do. A good leader will spark hope, make people listen to their words, but also the heart of the meaning behind them. Make them believe that what they're doing has to be done. Exactly what he was doing to me right then. I believed every word he'd just said because they'd been spoken like a true leader. You're sure that's not you? I'm sure. He readjusted the ice between his legs and winced. But I know someone who can. Who is that? He gazed at me from behind his brown curls, his stare intense. You. Chapter 6. 144 hours left. Me. Leading a resistance against the Berkano vampires. I inhaled the words Hendry had just said to see if they fit within me, but I choked them back out on a laugh. "Let me put this as delicately as possible," I said. "When I kicked you in the balls earlier, I did it too hard, as you well know. They must be rattling inside your head because I'm sorry, but what you're saying makes absolutely no sense." He bit down on his lower lip, the slightest curl pinching the corners. "Do you watch people when you sing to them?" I leaned back in my chair with a frown. This wasn't the direction I'd expected the conversation to take. "I watch my dad, mostly. If he's crying, that usually means I'm doing something right. He always said I could move even those with the coldest of hearts to tears." "You make them feel something with your voice. I see it, and I don't even have to look at their faces. They sit up perfectly still, even the kids, to listen. To hear more. Even from the balcony, I can see it all around them. This sort of enchantment that's not made of magic, but from you." I blinked at him while a sense of pride warmed my chest. That had been such a nice thing to say, especially coming from him, a guy who'd never wasted a second before yesterday to speak to me. "While singing, maybe. But when I talk, I have no filter. I speak in swear words and sarcasm, and the rest of my vocabulary consists of my need for biscuits. I'm not a leader. I'm fucking hungry." He bowed his head as if in prayer and chuckled, its deep, pleasant notes curling low in my stomach. Point taken. He leaned his elbow on the armrest, his hand at his jaw, the heat of his gaze sliding right under my skin. "Maybe you have a brothel tongue." My face flushed at how dirty he'd made that sound, and I squirmed in my seat. "So you want me to be a whore now instead of a leader?" "No," he said sharply. I meant in the sense that you are in a brothel, and you have a tongue, so use it. To lead. Nothing else." I studied him for several beats, considering. "Say I agreed to this, to lead. What exactly would I be leading them to? A future with no Berkano? A truce?" He ran his hand over his eyes and massaged his temples. "That's where it gets complicated." "Why does it have to be complicated?" "You'll see why soon enough." He bit his lip as he stared down at the stacks of paper in front of him. "Look, I'm not asking you to decide right now, but if you want to see what I'm talking about, sing. After dinner tonight. Watch their faces and see what you do to them." "Sing like you want me to just stand up and belt something out?" The only people I'd ever sung for were those I'd known my whole life. These were strangers who, as far as I knew, had never heard anyone sing in our quiet world. What if they thought I sounded like a screeching lunatic? Worse, what if I was, and the congregation at the Church of Hangmen just didn't have it in them to tell me? What if I don't? Lead them, I mean. "There are a lot of folks in Tombstone who have the rift curse," he said. "I would like to find something to help them and help us with our collar problem at the same time. I have a proposition, which you're in no way obligated to agree to." The suggestive tone of his voice hummed my blood faster through my veins. His steady gaze summoned the air from my lungs, and my chest lifted for more at an embarrassing speed. "What?" I squeaked. "We need supplies. There's a hospital 3 buildings down the street where we might be able to get those supplies." "What kind of supplies?" "Microscopes, syringes, medical equipment." "Okay, wow." I sat forward. "This idea isn't what I thought it might be. You're going to try to take my magic collar off with science?" "If the hospital hasn't already been ransacked. Full disclosure, though. I've tried going to the hospital for supplies several times, and I've always come back with..." He winced. "At least one less person." So he hadn't killed those on his hunting parties. He'd just taken them to the hospital. I huffed out a breath. Those are terrible odds. He nodded and waved at the bookshelves. A lot of these books are medical, so I already know what I'm looking for when we get inside. It's just a matter of finding them. And not dying. I glanced at the shelves, wondering if he'd read every single one. The thought of him poring over books, turning the delicate pages between his fingertips, made me briefly smile. That was something I did in the baptismal, 2 hours a day according to my carefully plotted schedule. My favorite was historical fiction, but I also read my fair share of nonfiction. There was a whole box of books in the junk room of the church. I never thought Hendry and I would have reading in common. I didn't peg you for a doctor, I said. A magic doctor at that. The corners of his eyes crinkled, though his mouth remained stoic. Yeah, well, these days, I like science more than magic. What a curious thing for a witch to say. Why? It's more secure, he said. Anyway, I'd like to scope out the hospital first, and I'd like you to come with me to use your scent magic to throw the Berkano off our trail if the need arises. I think that will help our odds. Bast is coming too, when he finishes upstairs. I put the thought of Bast finishing anything upstairs out of my head. You trust me that much? I think the real question is, do you trust me? More so by the hour. I would never make you do anything you didn't want to, Finn. His soft gaze caressed my face, searching for an answer. You say the word, and I won't think twice about you coming. I sat back in my seat with a sigh. I hated the thought of going outside again, but I also hated the thought of him going out there without me to save me when I could help him. Besides, we needed to get these collars off, and if a trip to the hospital helped make that happen, then I was on board. We take the whiteboards, I said. Fine. You use it instead of throwing it. I apparently need all the communicating practice I can get. He smiled, a real one this time, and it charged my heart into unsteady booms. It would be okay with me if he did that more often. I also need some of those wooden stakes you had on the roof, I said. Consider it done. He stood, leaving the ice bag on his seat, and rounded the desk, his steps steadier than they had been. Ready? No, not really. But if this trek resulted in ridding the death sentences from around our necks, I would get there fast. We walked through the large entryway and up the spiral staircase with me leading the way. On the second floor, faint moans behind closed doors heated my skin until it tingled. I forced myself to ignore the sound, because I needed to focus on the act of going outside. Again. The hospital was only 3 buildings away. Plus, we were only scoping it out for now. We'd be fine. Bast is already outside, sugar, one of the women said. Thanks, Rhonda, Hendry said. Past the 3rd floor, he handed me the key, and with a deep breath, I unlocked the door and opened it. My stomach cramped, and a clammy sweat clung the back of my shirt to my neck. Fancy meeting you here. I flew back into Hendry behind me at the sound of the voice, my heart knocking down my ribs. Hendry grabbed me around the waist to keep me from rolling down the stairs. The rectangular door in the roof opened wider, and there stood Bast, a shit-eating grin stretching his mouth wide. I cursed his name and his mother inside my head, but I had no idea if we operated on a 2-way communication street. He chuckled and held out one hand to help me the rest of the way. I glared into his closed, empty eyes and joined him on the rooftop. I'll go set the fallen ladders to right while you 2 go on ahead. If the Berkano stole them, I know where to get more. It's a daily battle with them, always trying to get us to walk on the street. Bast's spurs jangled as he walked through the black sludge that had once been a vampire. You 2 go on ahead, and let me know when you see the hospital so I can point out some things to you. Hendry nodded and opened his pack while I kept a wary eye for stray vampires in the eucalyptus trees' shadows behind him. Oh, and miss, Bast said, turning around again.
Sorry I shot at you earlier. But not for calling me a whore. It didn't matter in the scheme of things, I supposed, so I gave a sharp nod. He crossed the ladder to the other building quickly for an eyeless man, leaving Hendry and me alone. We traded wooden stakes for a whiteboard and marker that matched the smudged target between his eyes, and then once the ladder was moved a couple of feet from the tree, we set off. We crossed the ladders and roofs of the next two buildings, moving as lightly as we could. When a large hospital came into view, it was a distance away over an overgrown garden, the stretch longer than any ladder that I knew existed. Aside from flying, we wouldn't have an easy time getting there, and I'd forgotten both my broom and my superhero cape. Hendry pulled out his whiteboard and marker and wrote, "The door off the garden is unlocked. That's where we enter." I nodded and fished out my supplies as well. How do we get there? Then I drew a broomstick with a question mark after it. He frowned and erased his first message to write a new one. Octopus? I rolled my eyes up to the blue sky. Apparently, my artistic abilities could use some work. Magic, he wrote, grinning. Watch what I do when the time comes. When are we doing this? Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you two about, Bast said from somewhere unseen. My heart slammed into the back of my throat and I jumped. I fumbled with my whiteboard to keep from dropping it to the ground below. Hendry gazed out over the top of the hospital, unfazed. Sorry, miss. Sorry. I'll be sure to turn down my volume when we go live with this plan. I pressed my hand to my chest to settle everything back into place and then breathed again. What you're looking at right now is a vampire nest, Bast continued. My muscles locked up. Oh, hell no. No wonder Hendry's last few trips inside didn't go well. It wasn't worth going inside a vampire nest to get supplies to free us from these collars. We could find another way, another hospital. I'm afraid every hospital and doctor's office is a nest on account of the blood banks. The blood is probably long gone by now, but the vamps aren't. At night, a flood of them come out through the front doors. Whether all of them come out to celebrate the night, I don't know. But the building would be emptier then. Not that I was clamoring to try it. I glanced at Hendry, who was studying me closely. Wandering around outside in the dark when the Berkano own the town and going straight into a nest is not my idea of a party, Bast said. But with your scent magic, it's possible. I guess it depends on how much you want inside. Hendry gazed out at the hospital again, his eyes narrowed to 2 precise points of determination. No words were required for me to read his intent. He was going, with or without me. It was just as much his life on the line as mine. We can find something else. Not science, I scrawled and shoved my board in front of him. He faced me, his curls turning on the breeze. You don't have to go, he wrote. Didn't I? It wasn't fair of me to let him risk his life yet again. He needed my help, and that wasn't something I was used to since I'd always thought my scent magic was kind of useless. Not to me, though, only because I had such a sensitive nose. Instead of practicing practical magic when I was younger, I'd begged Mom to teach me songs. We sang in the choir room of the church between our kitchen duties, either songs she'd heard or ones we'd made up. If there was a chance I could help Hendry ease her rift curse, and everyone else it affected, and get our collars off, I had to do it. But it didn't change the fact that I was terrified. Whatever you decide, Hendry, you'll have to light up the location of the laboratory on your maps again, because my mind leaks like a sieve, Bast said, and the sound of his voice siphoned out of my mind. Hendry jerked his head toward the brothel for me to follow, and I did, with the vampire nest behind me chasing fanged threats up my spine. The brothel employees and quite a few clients, including Bast, sat in a large room with a long serving table down the middle and several smaller circular tables on either side.
There were about 100 people, roughly the same number as in the Church of Hangmen, all with plates piled with roof-grown vegetables and fruits, homemade bread and butter, and spiced kangaroo. Or snake. It was probably best I didn't know. Laughter and relaxed chatter filled the space. Some women had happily given up their seats to sit on men's laps, the long feathers in their hair flirting with the brims of cowboy hats. Others had dark smudges under their eyes and horrible barking coughs, both symptoms of the rift curse. The brothel obviously didn't see the point of quarantining them, though in all my reading, the rift curse didn't appear to be contagious. Witches either had it or they didn't. Dad had always said Mom was quarantined for her safety, and I'd never known what that meant. Here, there were maybe 20 or so who looked like they didn't feel well, more than I'd ever seen at once. The ache that had rooted in my chest for Mom sprouted sharp, heavy thorns for these people. They shouldn't have to suffer. At a table near the front of the room, I sat next to one such girl, maybe a couple of years younger than me, with a side braid decorating blonde bangs that kept flopping in her face. A bird's nest had hijacked the rest of her hair, or so it seemed. Her arms looked as though she'd roll in them in dirt every day for a year, and she smelled like maybe it had been that long since her last bath. If she bathed today, my cleaning duties that started tomorrow would be super delightful. Lavendula, I coughed into my hand. Soothing lavender wafted around us, both to cover up her smell and to calm my frayed nerves. You sure you want to sit here? The girl asked. Everyone was told to stay away from me on account of the rift curse. Really? But there are others who have it here. Maybe it's on account that the Tessa lady said I looked feral. Yeah, me too. Eyes scraped the back of my neck, and I turned to see Tessa staring from a table near the middle of the room. Hendry leaned over her, his hand on the table, the sleeve of his black shirt rolled up to reveal his muscular forearm. I could guess at who they were talking about, and I would probably be right. Checking out Hendry, huh? The girl said. I stiffened and then slowly faced my plate again, the tips of my ears flaming at being caught. Just making sure he's still alive. Lamest excuse ever, yes, but it was the truth to a degree. It meant he hadn't gone to the hospital without me, since I still hadn't given him a definite answer. He'd poured too much inside my head lately, what with wanting me to lead these people who didn't even know me and saving our lives by going on a suicide mission. My life had changed from church safety to brothel oxymoron in the span of a day. She snorted. Okay, you and every other lady here must think he's on his deathbed then. I dug into my food, ready to change the subject if she continued about what the ladies thought of him. Speaking of deathbeds, I see you met the silence collectors. She pointed at my collar and propped her elbow next to her plate, resting her head on her knuckles. I wonder if they're even close to 10,000 vocal cords yet. Because I feel like shit. I'm sorry, I said around a bite of carrot. She gave me a half-hearted shrug and frowned down at the plate she hadn't touched. My sister had it worse than I did. Even the slightest bit of light hurt her, natural or not. With me, I just can't go out in the sun, which made scavenging for food a ton of fun since I couldn't go out at night either. Eventually, the Berkano broke into the office building we lived in and killed my sister, putting her out of her misery. Honestly, it was a blessing. I choked down the rest of my carrot. They broke in? Can't you keep them away by hang... The word refused to curl off my tongue. Hanging. The girl stared at me, her eyes watery and rimmed in red. Are you having a stroke? No. I had no idea what was happening. I glanced over my shoulder toward Hendry, but he wasn't there anymore. Where I used to live, at the It was as if that word had been blocked from me saying it too. To keep the Berkano away, we would tie up What the hell was happening? The girl coughed into the zipper of her hoodie. Do you need the Heimlich? I shook my head and sighed in frustration. Do you live here? How did you get here? There, that wasn't so hard to say. For now, I live here. Hendry said I can start working when I feel better. He killed the vampires and carried me here in a black bag early yesterday, she said. Can you even believe it? Yeah, I can. Was there anything he wouldn't do to save someone? I had severely underestimated the size of his heart. Sometimes it seemed he was a little careless with it. Even so, it dwarfed me, warmed me, and sent out a steady pulse to mine I couldn't ignore. Tessa sashayed past to the front of the room, the fabric of her green dress like a cruel whisper. It was time for me to sing, but I couldn't even speak. Sweat tracked down my sides and beaded across my upper lip. I wrenched around to search for Hendry, but I didn't see him anywhere. She gave a sharp whistle and turned a smile on the room. Everyone, we have a special dinner-time treat for you. Our newest servant is going to sing for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Finn V. Who? The girl next to me said. A scatter of claps filled the room. Who indeed? Maybe if I joined everyone in looking confusedly around for this Finn V character, no one would notice it was me. But Tessa already knew. She aimed an exaggerated smirk right at me, and soon the others looked too. I stood, my knees wobbling, and flicked my gaze around for Hendry once again, my only source of familiarity. But I didn't see him. I strode toward Tessa and forced my hands to remain loose instead of the fists I wanted to throw to knock that stupid smirk right off her face. I was so not in the mood for her, but I had one more chance before she kicked me out on the streets where I'd have to try to survive as vampire bait. Better to punch her with my voice, if I still had one that worked when I wanted it to, instead. Or something. My thoughts were fleeing for the hills, and I suddenly had to pee. It felt like a lot was riding on this performance, when normally I just opened my mouth and did my thing. I still wasn't convinced I could spark a resistance when these people didn't have a clue who I was. I turned my back on Tessa and faced everyone. Some stared at me like Allison always did, with their upper lips scrunched to their noses as if they smelled something foul. But that image helped me visualize the rest of the church. My home. I could so do this as long as my voice didn't catch on certain words like it had earlier. A deep breath later, I parted my lips and hoped. The first note of a sad melody floated to the back of the room. Relief eased my pinched lungs and carried my voice higher. It was a song about a witch who had lost her baby to a lake. Mom had taught it to me when I was about 9. Winding the mournful alto part around my soprano. It was a heartbreaking song, one that moved me every time I sang it. Hendry had said to pay attention to the crowd, so I did. Most of them sat frozen. Others melted forward in their seats. Tears tracked down cheeks and chins trembled as I pushed my way through the song. The last verse was the hardest, the most emotional, and ended with the witch so distraught that she begged the lake to take her life too. I ended with a long, solemn note, and then went quiet. Silence. No one moved, except a few who batted away tears. Others just let them fall. Usually Dad was the first to applaud, leading the rest of the congregation to follow, but not this time. Several murmurs broke the quiet, and then a few sobs. It unnerved me to stand there like a scarecrow. I supposed I should have jumped on with another, maybe a slightly happier song, but perhaps they needed a moment. Wiping my palms down my thighs, I swept toward my table for my plate to make a quick escape. The blonde bird's nest at my table swiped at her wet cheeks. Damn ninja is always cutting onions near my head. I gave her an awkward smile as I picked up my plate on my way out, but by the door, I glanced back. Tessa stood at the far corner of the room with her back to everyone, her head bowed low in her hand. My eyes widened. Had I just proved she wasn't totally rotten? One older man who sat at a table near the back nodded as I passed by him, tears dashing down his cheeks. "Thank you." "Anytime," I said. Okay, so I had affected them, but I didn't see how making them cry would bring down the vampires. Besides, the rest of them didn't even seem to notice as I left. But deep down, I knew singing to them would never be enough of a reprieve from their illness or living their lives in constant fear. Or for them to trust me, to accept me, whether I chose to lead the resistance or not. First, I had to be alive long enough to do it, which meant I needed this collar off. Second, if there was even the slightest chance Hendry could help ease those with the rift curse, including Mom, I had to help any way I could. I needed to find him and tell him. We were going to the Vampire Nest Hospital tonight. Chapter 7. 132 hours left. A knock sounded on the door of the tiny cleaning closet next to the first-floor bathroom. I hadn't been assigned a room to sleep in, and the door had been unlocked. After years of working in the baptismal, I was used to cramped quarters. In fact, I preferred it. Maybe one of Hendry's medical books touched on psychology and had a name for that. When I opened the door, Hendry stood there, both palms braced against the sides of the frame, his hazel eyes lit by flames from the candle chandelier hanging behind him. The light's gentle leaps and sways rushed moving shadows in behind him. "What did you do?" he asked. I blinked, searching my memory for what I might have done and when. There was so much, a good chunk of it worthy of inspection, like the lemon candles to which I'd added a touch of sandalwood for a richer smell. Then it came to me. "Oh, that." He nodded, a trace of a smile on his mouth. "Yes, that. I did what you asked. I sang for them." He stepped inside the closet, his presence leaching the air from the tiny space. I dug my heels into the floor, fighting the impulse to back away so I wouldn't feel his heat sliding over my skin. But I wanted to feel it. "Some of them are inconsolable," he said. "You were supposed to put a spark in them, not make them need therapy." "You told me to make them feel something, so I did. They listened. They felt." I pointed an accusatory finger at him as if it were all his fault. "Where were you, anyway?" "I had other things to do." I frowned at the open doorway behind him, hoping he meant what he said in only one straightforward, non-sexual way. "Well, you missed the interesting conversation at dinner in which I couldn't speak." He seemed to stop breathing for a moment as he stared, his jaw pulsing. Then he shrugged his backpack off and handed me a thick book from inside. "That might explain a few things. Not everything, but it's a start." "I take it you're not allowed to talk about it either?" Had Allison spelled us both so we couldn't clue others in on the hanging ritual and how to keep the Berkano away? That would be a dick move to everyone not involved in the church, so I couldn't put it past her. But Allison didn't just do magic for the hell of it. There had to be a reason. He shook his head and pushed the book at me until I took it. "The Witch Trials, from Salem to Modern Times," I read from the worn cover. "Salem, Australia?" "No," he said, glancing away. "There's another Salem." "All right, I'll give it a read." I stashed it behind the toilet brush on the shelf. "But tonight I'm coming with you." A smile curled across his mouth, there and then gone again, its sincerity pressed against my soul like a necessary distraction. I smiled back, so tempted to step toward him, to follow our charged connection and melt into him. Just like every other female with a pulse. I cleared my throat and forced my head into what was to come. "Ready?" His face fell into shadow as he turned. "Grab your backpack and let's go. Bast is waiting." On top of the roof, a cool breeze played on the air, swaying the eucalyptus branches in front of us in an eerie dance in front of the low moon. I'd never seen the night before, since I'd only risked the outside once before, and that had ended horribly for Mom. Lesson learned. Stars hung above our heads and teased the universe's secrets with little winks against the black sky. The world was so much bigger than I'd imagined, from church-sized to starlight-filled infinity. Looking up gave me the sense that I was both invincible and inconsequential at the same time, a clash of feelings that left me breathless. Hendry had already climbed up next to me, but instead of taking in the view, he gazed at me, likely wondering if I'd hit my inner panic button yet. So far, so good.
I'll tell you when any Berkano are coming, so keep your listening ears on your head,
Bast said, his volume turned down low. He must have been elsewhere or hiding in the darkness. Hendry handed me a handful of wooden stakes, and I pocketed all of them but one. It felt foreign in my hand, and wrong, like a tool for killing when I'd already decided I couldn't do it, no matter what the weapon was. But if it came to mine or Hendry's lives in danger, I would. He crossed the roof to move the ladder off the building to our right to the building behind the tree. I moved to help as quietly as I could, but once I stepped to the edge of the roof, the sight on the streets below shivered my flesh away from my bones. Moving shadows crowded the roads, slinking around or leaning against broken lampposts. Some were alone, others clustered in groups, but all were deadly quiet, listening, watching for their next blood meal. And we were about to tread through the doors of the hospital and right into their nest. Dread rattled down to my knees as we settled the ladder in place with barely a clink. I couldn't do this. It was a terrible idea, one that could get our throats eaten. Hendry did a double take when he glanced at me, concern digging a groove between his eyes. After taking the whiteboard and marker out of his pack, he quickly scrawled, "You can change your mind if you want." He was giving me a free pass out of this impossible situation, but that was just it. The situation would stay impossible unless we did something about it. Humans and witches would continue to starve while trapped inside their houses like the bird's nest girl. They would needlessly suffer from the rift curse and would never feel the stunning night sky take their breath away. Plus, I would die in just a few days. Something had to change, and despite all my prayers to Sandrika that someone else could do it, there were only 3 of us here. 3 of us willing to change things one slow step at a time. I nodded and swallowed back the fear that swam sharks through my stomach. He smiled again, this one lit completely by moonlight, and he took one step closer, his fingers brushing my hand. His skin on mine doused some of my worries, so I linked my fingers with his and squeezed, blazing something entirely different in their place. He squeezed back, his thumb tracing over my knuckles, his gaze electric with starlight.
"It looks like the flow of them out of the hospital doors has stopped, Hendry," Bast said. "Time to move if you're doing this tonight."
Hendry broke away from me and knelt to the ladder, his shoulder swiping the end of a leafy tree branch. With one more glance at me, he began making his way across. I followed, taking even greater care where I placed my hands and knees so I wouldn't plummet into any vampire mouths. Once we'd made it to the last building before the hospital, Bast said, "Hold." We froze, our witch shapes hopefully blending in with the night.
"When you're inside, take the very first hall to your right."
A pause, and then he said,
"Go. Go now."
Hendry stopped and took my shoulders. He pointed to his eyes and then himself. I nodded my understanding. He'd said earlier I needed to watch how he got down. He crouched on the edge of the building and lowered his legs. I scooted to the edge and peered down, but it didn't appear as if he was stepping on anything. He was somehow scaling down the building with no support. How the hell did he expect me to do that when I could barely handle horizontal surfaces? I whipped out my marker and whiteboard from my backpack and scribbled, "I'm watching, but... Of course he couldn't see my message because he was busy spidering down the wall. About 3/4 of the way down, he dropped to the ground in a crouch and looked all around his immediate area. Then he stood and waved at me. I showed him my sign with a hearty arm thrust, and he took his board out and scrawled, "Just step." "Hurry," Bast said, his voice impatient. It had to be magic. I just needed to go with it, to trust Hendry, though I hadn't memorized his exact hand and foot placement. This should go well. "Go now," Bast growled. After stowing my supplies, I spun around and squatted, pushing my lips together against a petrified moan. With my hands propped against the rooftop, I lowered one leg down. Nothing but empty air. Why couldn't we have just used a ladder? I glanced at the one bridging this building with the one we'd already crossed over. I could drag it over and use it. "One of them is coming down the road," Bast said. "If he looks right, he'll see you." There wouldn't be enough time to get the ladder. I prodded my boot around, searching frantically. A footstep sounded in the weeds right below. I didn't dare look down for fear the vertigo would knock me off the edge of the building. Hendry should go on without me. I couldn't do this if there wasn't... There! My toe touched something protruding from the wall. But at this rate, I would never make it before the vampire strolled by. I breathed into my elbow, smothering my shaky exhale, and whispered, "Sanguis." Tiny orange embers drifted off my lips and faded into the darkness like floating dust. I poked my leg out for another foothold and found it a shoulder width apart from the first one. "Okay, go," Bast said. I went. Each hold was about 1.5 feet away from the previous one, all of them invisible but apparently sturdy enough. More than halfway down, I dropped, the tall weeds at my feet cracking like thunder. Strong arms wrapped around me from behind and hauled me away, Hendry's hand folding tightly around mine. Our steps snapped through the overgrown garden and around iron benches. We didn't risk slowing in case one of the shadows came alive as we headed toward the side of the building. 4 stories stood in judgment with rows of dark windows to peer into our souls. A double door loomed in front of us, and behind it, darkness crowded against the glass. Hendry pulled the handle, and we entered the now open entrance on cautious tiptoes. No protection spells to keep us out like we'd put in place for them. No garlic bulbs hanging from twine over the entrance. They didn't even keep the door locked. They wanted visitors to walk right into the belly of the beast disguised as a place to help. We headed down the first hallway. One wall had been stacked haphazardly up to the ceiling with hospital beds. Other furniture littered the floor in pieces, along with loose papers and machinery, some of it so packed together in places that we had to slowly climb our way around it. The smell of animal carcasses and mildew thickened the air. "Go left. Second door on your right," Bast said. Near the end of this hallway, a bent wheel on a flipped-over wheelchair spun lazily with a squeak. Above it on the wall, someone had scrawled, "No talking," in red letters that dripped down the once-white paint. I shuddered at the reminder, thinking that maybe whoever had written it had learned that rule the hard way. Hendry held his arm out to block me while he peered left around the next corner. "All clear," Bast said, "but I'll let you know if that changes." The second door on the right was unlocked. Hendry guided the door closed with a soft click, enveloping the room in even thicker darkness. I fumbled inside my backpack for a flashlight, and with my fingers over the end, I flipped it on so the light glowed red through my skin and bones. Thankfully, the door didn't have any windows, and holding it this way would hopefully funnel the light away from the crack underneath the door. The room was small, with no other doors or windows. Box-shaped machinery and other medical gadgets lined the countertops that bordered the walls. Hendry swept toward the microscopes on the nearest wall, and I kept my light on him while he tested to see if one of them still worked. Balls of flame licked up from his fingertips, and he touched it to the power cord while he looked through the top of the nearest one.
"Someone's coming," Bast warned.
I snapped off the light and clutched it to my chest as terror squirmed through my insides. The dark opened the rest of my senses, but I couldn't hear anything other than my thrashing heartbeat. No footsteps. I couldn't say a spell aloud to throw them off our course without knowing how close they were to us.
"Very close," Bast hissed. "Keep quiet."
Shit. There was the slightest shift of air in front of me. Hopefully that was Hendry. I turned to face the door as if I could peer through it, my next breath hanging in my throat, waiting.
"It's in the room right next to you with the door closed," Bast said. "Hurry to the pharmacy next."
I flipped on the muzzled flashlight again and shined it at Hendry, who waved me closer so he could settle one of the microscopes into my bag. In the cabinets below, he shoveled out boxes of needles and other supplies. Done. We swept toward the door, but a burst of deafening music pulled us up short. Squealed notes rang out on top of each other in no order, followed by the crash of drums and a wailing voice that sounded near death. I dug my palms into my ears as realization hit. They knew we were here. Knew somehow that we had a psychic link outside and that we would no longer be able to hear it. We were being toyed with, and the game was about to get so much worse. Hendry took out his whiteboard from his pack, and from the firm set of his jaw before he showed it to me, I could tell he'd come to the same conclusion. Don't let go. He stashed the board in his bag, shouldered the straps, and grabbed my hand with a determined squeeze. I wouldn't let go. Not for anything. But when I looked up at him, I couldn't help but feel a sense of loss clamp around my heart. The muscles in his neck tightened as he looked down at me, a dark fierceness glinting in his eyes. He seemed about to say something, but of course he couldn't. I wouldn't have been able to hear him over the music anyway. I powered off the flashlight and traded it for a wooden stake from my backpack. If I was about to go down, I would take as many Berkano down with me as I could. Still, a cold sweat leaked down my sides, dipping my resolve to move from this spot to near zero. The door clicked open, hardly louder than a breath, and then we were running to the right, deeper into the hospital. A hungry growl from the dim hallway in front of us turned us around, back the way we came, past the closed door where a vampire lurked inside. Our steps beat the floor faster than the music pounding through the hospital. As we turned into the next hallway, a heavy weight slammed into me from behind. I went sprawling into the wheelchair I'd seen earlier, dragging Hendry down with me. My chin caught the metal bar holding the bent wheel. Blood flooded my mouth as my teeth cracked together onto my tongue. I crashed to the floor so hard my lungs emptied, taking any hope I had with my air. Shadows swarmed, though I couldn't see anything because my eyes had filled with tears. The music pulsed from the floor into my brain and shook it further. I squeezed Hendry's hand, somehow still in mine. He didn't squeeze back. A growl near my feet, a puncture of flesh under my pant leg, and then my pain levels needled past critical. I screamed. I bucked. I tore myself from Hendry and threw myself at whatever had caught me by their teeth. Their fangs. I'd been bitten. A pair of dark eyes I'd never seen before stared. Blood, my blood, dripped down a vampire's chin as he crouched by my legs. A shudder ripped through him. His head tilted back toward the ceiling, and his mouth gaped open on a moan. My stake must have rolled somewhere when I'd fallen. I kicked at his head. He released me before my foot connected and flung himself to the floor. His arms flopped at his sides and his whole body twitched. He bent his head back, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth in an enormous geyser. I dragged myself away, the pain in my leg smothering all understanding of what had just happened. My shoulder bumped into the back of Hendry's knee. I glanced up to see him still standing and glaring down at a dark figure just a few feet in front of us. "Sanguis!" Orange sparks fluttered off my lips and drifted toward the lab we'd just exited. The blood-scent spell wafted after them. I'd spoken it out loud, not as a whisper but as a shout so I could hear it over the music. I'd already screamed. I'd already been bitten. I was as good as dead anyway. The shadowy figure in front of Hendry shifted his focus to me and snapped his fingers. The music cut, swallowing the hospital with silence that was just as loud. Bast's voice came in shrill and panicked, and he spoke so fast I couldn't make out what he was saying. Power emanated from this vampire in thick waves, much stronger than the one behind me who was trying, and failing, to prop his arms underneath him to stand on the floor slicked with my blood. Hendry lunged, his stake at the ready. It burst into flame at a flick of the vampire's gaze. Hendry dropped it, shaking out his singed fingers as he watched it roll under a pile of machinery. He immediately reached for another in the back of his waistband. "Not so fast," the vampire said, his voice deeper than I thought it would be. "The thing about wooden stakes is that they burn so easily." "Let Hendry go," I pleaded. Bast gasped and went quiet inside my head. Hendry knelt next to me, his gaze never leaving the vampire, and slid his hand over my mouth with a small shake of his head. Did he not see it was already too late for me? Trading his life for mine was a no-brainer. He would have done the same for me. The vampire moved a step closer, moonlight from an open window in the adjacent room cutting across his sharp cheekbones. Cold, flinty eyes stared from sunken-in sockets. His button-up shirt and pants hung off his frame as if he hadn't eaten in a long while. "2 witches," he said. "Well, isn't that?" A muttered breath breezed across my temple. Blinding white light exploded in the hallway with coiling black smoke at the center. Hendry's hand over my mouth slipped away and reappeared behind my back. His other scooped my legs out from underneath me, and then we flew. With sprouted wings, or more like the strength of Hendry's legs, he sprinted so quickly down the bright hallway that my hair whipped my cheeks and tears stung my eyes. My leg throbbed with the jostling movement. Something behind us simultaneously hissed and growled. What sounded like the remains of furniture hurled into the walls right behind us, the crashing noises charging the hairs on my scalp. I wound my arms around Hendry's neck and willed him to hurry faster. "Sanguis," I breathed, once more sending the blood-scented sparks in the direction of the lab. The banging continued. The bright light wound down with a whir. Whatever spell Hendry had used was losing power, and fast. He dodged left toward the exit. His grip tightened around me, and he plowed through the glass doors. "Go," Bast said. "Go, go, go!" Outside, Hendry leaped over benches crowded with tall weeds and raced across the gardens to the white building we'd climbed down earlier. But how to get up again when I wasn't sure I could walk? At the base, he set me on my feet, and I immediately tilted sideways. Pain in my leg erupted red splotches across my vision. Hendry caught me. Propping me against the wall, he placed my hands on the handholds. There was no other way. I had to climb. "Blood spell now!" Bast growled. I sent another one up and aimed it toward the breeze. Behind us, the doors we'd exited smashed open, hailing glass to the concrete. We needed to move. I set my injured leg on the first foothold and settled my weight on it with gritted teeth. Willing myself not to pass out and fall, I hauled my body up the wall. Hendry's head butted my heels as he climbed after me. Footsteps crunched across the garden toward us at super speed. My pulse pounded at my ears. I wasn't that fast even when I wasn't hurt. We would never make it. "Hey!" A shout from far below in the direction of the road. An actual voice, not one inside my head. I crested the top of the building, my stomach clenching. How could anyone be so stupid to yell in the middle of the street at night? A gun fired. cracking against the sides of every building. I scrambled the rest of the way up, mentally taking stock of my body around its violent shudders. It hadn't been me who'd been shot. Hendry. With my heart lodged in my throat, I whipped around, but he still clung to the wall, seemingly whole. Relief eased through my chest as I followed his gaze straight down. The powerful vampire stood below us, half his body angled away from the road while his gray eyes, silver in the moonlight, zeroed in on something I couldn't see. Without looking, he plucked something from his shoulder. A bullet, I realized.
"Now that I have your attention, I have a question for you," the voice from the street said.
It was Bast. What the hell was he doing? Trying to get himself killed? I gripped the edge of the building and peered out to see what on earth he could be thinking behind his empty eye sockets, but Hendry forced me back when he hoisted himself up.
"What makes you think you're worthy of controlling witches?" Bast asked. "A pair of young ones just waltzed into your nest and then right out again. That should tell you something right damn there."
Hendry stood and dragged me to my feet toward the ladder on the other side of the roof.
"I only control the vampires,"
the powerful one said, his voice as smooth velvet like the night sky.
"Not the witches."
Hendry knelt to cross the ladder, but I stood there, bleeding, hurting, listening.
"Well, that don't make no sense," Bast said. "Of course you control us. You made it so we can't even speak around you. We can't go outside at night because of you." "I only control the vampires,"
the powerful one said again. He must have been the leader if he controlled them. The ladder rattled just slightly, a signal from Hendry already on the other side.
"Did you tell the vampires to surround me just now?"
Bast asked.
"No," the leader said. "They're just hungry."
A flurry of snarls sounded from the street below, followed by Bast's wails. The sounds tore at the back of my neck as I lunged for the ladder, ripped shivers down my spine, and collected in my soles where they would continue to claw my conscience for an eternity. There was nothing we could do. We couldn't go back. He'd provided a distraction. He'd saved us, and I would never forget that. I crossed the ladder as quickly as I could, and then the next one to the brothel roof. Hendry hauled me to my feet. Without letting go of my hand, he raced to the rectangle door, pulling me with him. Once inside, he slammed it back down and locked it, his heavy breaths the only sound in the sudden quiet. "Hendry," I started, but the rest of whatever I was going to say died on my tongue when I looked at him. A devastated frown had locked onto his mouth, and a troubled cleft appeared between his eyebrows as he gazed at the steps under our feet. His fists shook at his sides and vibrated through his torso. Bast had obviously meant something to him. He was his uncle, after all, and it broke my heart to see him like this. I should have never. He wiped a hand down his face and lifted sorrow-filled eyes to mine. "I'll get him first thing tomorrow morning." I nodded, fighting back the tremble in my chin. Hendry slipped his arm around my waist. Together, we picked our way down the stairs. Now that I had time to focus on it, the pain in my leg blared a throbbing alarm, especially when jostled with any kind of movement. There were only 2.5 floors of steps left, but I didn't have the energy reserves left. Of all the things to be defeated by. I sagged against the railing, and the knots in my throat untied into a choked sob. I was tired. I hurt in more ways than one, and I didn't think I'd ever been as scared as I had been tonight. Crying wouldn't do anything to change that, but once the first tear fell, I couldn't stop the rest.
So I gave in to them while I slid from Hendry's grip and into a pile on the damned, never-ending stairs. "I've got you, Finn." The tender way he said it bloomed warmth through my chest. His strong arms wrapped around me and pressed my body to a block of muscle. He had me, and I was only beginning to realize how many ways he did. But I'd been bitten. I was now marked for death by both the Berkano and the Silence Collectors, and one of those marks would surely end me before the other. It was said that all it took to become a vampire was a simple bite. Now, the only question was, how long did I have? Not enough time to analyze my feelings for Hendry, I bet. He guided me down the rest of the stairs. After we hit the last step, his eyes snagged on the tears I hadn't swiped away. A look of anguish rolled across his features before they turned to stone. "I'll be guarding you right outside your door. If you turn into a vampire," he said, voice gruff, "then I'll kill you." Chapter 8. 123 hours left. Hunger rumbled my stomach. Its severe emptiness had gnawed holes into my sleep, and I sat up in the dark with a gasp. Had I turned into a vampire? Would I even know if I had before it was too late? But my heart still beat, as strong and true as it always had. Unless that sound was false and some kind of coping mechanism of the brain, I was still me. Still here. And starving. I shifted on my mattress, careful of my bandaged leg, and knocked on the door. "Hendry, I think I'm okay. Would I know if I wasn't?" No answer. Maybe the sun had already risen and he'd gone to collect Bast. A deep sadness welled inside me at the rush of memories from last night. I hoped we would have a memorial for him like we did at the church when someone died outside of the ritual. It seemed the least we could do for him as we celebrated his bravery up until the very last seconds of his life. I tried the doorknob, and it turned fine, but something else was blocking the door. A sliver of panic bit into my gut. What if Hendry was still out there, but something was wrong? I slapped my hand against the door so hard it vibrated the hinges. "Hendry?" I called. Silence. I slid down to eye level with the crack underneath the door. Nothing but the brothel entryway with thin stripes of sunlight angling across it. Maybe he was just in a deep sleep, and it was still too early to be awake. I settled back onto my blanket, but the mix of worry and hunger wedged between my eyelids like sticks. Minutes, hours, passed, but I didn't see a trace of anyone outside the door. The brothel held silent, while I pounded on the door and yelled for Hendry. Judging from the shifting position of the sunlit stripes, I was sure 7 o'clock had come and gone, which meant I was late for bathroom duty. But not even Tessa came by to drag me out by the ear and cast me out on the street for missing it. I lay there on the floor, my stomach rioting from hunger, while I tried to work up enough strength to ram the door down. Where had Hendry gone? I walked my feet up the wood and shoved my soles against it in quick thrusts so the entire door shook, more to occupy my brain with something other than food. And then the entire door came down with a loud crash. Books lay strewn across the floor, likely from the overturned bookshelf underneath the door. I scrambled backward and squinted into the rays of sunlight shining between the boards at the front of the building. People stood outside the fallen door, their mouths hanging open to their knees. I hopped to the doorframe and hugged it, my eyes narrowed enough to cut all their heads off with a sweep of my gaze. "So no one heard me shouting, huh?" Hendry rushed down the spiral staircase and moved toward me, his steps cautious and silent in his cowboy boots. He gripped 2 spurs in his fist. Bast's spurs, most likely, and he wore a black plaid shirt and jeans. Tessa burst out of the crowd toward him and covered his mouth. Her blonde hair fluttered over the shoulders of her lacy nightgown that revealed a lot more than it covered. No talking. They thought I was a vampire. I'm fine, thanks for asking, I said, my voice like poison. I can hear my heartbeat, and the only thing I'm hungry for is food, not blood. Hendry shook out of Tessa's grip, a wooden stake gripped loosely in his hand. I didn't put the bookshelf there. I spelled your door open before I left. Gasps erupted across the entryway, likely more because he'd spoken than because someone had blocked me in the closet. They didn't care about me. They didn't even know me, and it was laughable that he'd expected me to lead them to bring down the Berkano. Hendry leveled Tessa with a glare. I gave Tessa instructions to check on you at sunrise, but I guess that slipped her mind. She balled her fists at her sides. You stood guard over her the whole night, said she was bitten, and then left. What was I supposed to think? I wouldn't call that thinking at all, I snapped, and several people jumped at the volume of my voice. It occurred to me then that they still thought I'd turned, so I towed outside the closet, intending to step into the strips of sunlight to prove to them I could, but then stalled. What if they saw something in me I couldn't? Like bloodlust in my eyes, even though I couldn't feel it. I ran my tongue over my teeth just to be sure they were smooth. Still, doubt stormed through my blood as I kept my gaze on each of their faces, and I stepped forward. The sun crept over my foot, painting the bandages at my ankle with warm, buttery light. No black cracks sizzled over my skin like the vampire on the rooftop. No more pain than I already felt. My sigh of relief was louder than the rest of them combined. I turned to Tessa. You could have asked me how I was if you knew I was bit. Could have checked on me. You hate me only based on who brought me here, but is this how you treat all strangers? Listen to them shout when they need help and do nothing about it? No wonder the vampires control our division, because witches turned on each other. I moved toward her, taking some pleasure when she shrank back, and the volume of my voice rose. I don't want to hear a word about being late for bathroom duty this morning. I'll be there after I eat. Now where's your goddamned kitchen, because I am past the point of hangry. After a pause, she pointed toward the saloon doors next to the staircase, her chin lifted and her face empty of expression except a slight twitch in her eye. Thank you, I said and turned to hobble in that direction. Manners. I had them occasionally. Maybe they would rub off on these people and help them remember the definition of decency. Honestly, how could Hendry think that just my voice would make them want to follow me into a revolution against the Berkano? They'd shut down to outsiders and closed off their inner circle to anyone unwilling to settle down under a regime as strict as the one outside. It wasn't just me either. It was the bird's nest girl who'd sat all alone at dinner yesterday. Why hadn't anyone else sat with the new stranger who now lived here to make her feel welcome? It was also evident at the Church of Hangmen. Other than the sick and elderly, newcomers were usually the first to be chosen for our ritual. Witches really had turned on each other. As I strode toward the kitchen, Hendry gave them a lecture on pretty much the same thing I'd been thinking. That we were locked in our fears and distrustful of anyone new, no matter the excuses they told themselves. You can all do better, he said, his voice tight with anger. He was right. We all could. Even me. The kitchen was through the dining room, and I must have left all the cooks behind in the entryway because the space was empty. Several round, freshly baked loaves of damper bread sat in the middle of the table dusted with flour. I floated on the delicious smell, my head spinning with need, and swooped down on the nearest one. Half of it dangled from my mouth when Hendry walked in. His lips had pressed into a thin line, and he must have scrubbed his hand through his curls a couple of times because some of them had gone wild. He looked dangerous, even more so when he stalked his large frame toward the chair next to me, his hazel eyes like slits. I don't even know what else to say. His arm brushed mine as he sat, a simple touch like an electrical spell on my skin. I swallowed. You don't have to say anything. I'm deepening my relationship with food at the moment, so no talking is fine by me. Everything you said is right. We're not unified. he said and continued into a rant, but I'd stopped listening. No talking. My mind flashed to last night when I'd broken that rule. Hendry, we talked to vampires last night. He propped his elbow on the table and leaned his head against his palm. I'm well aware. So did Bast. I choked down another bite of bread, my heart pinching at the memory. Did you see him? What was left of him? He rubbed his hand over his eyes, likely to dig out the horror he'd seen. He lived outside Tombstone on a farm about a mile from here, but his home was this place. He talked a lot about his horse, Orange, so I buried him in the pasture where Orange still grazes. I'm not sure if that's what he would have wanted, but I think he would. I'm sure he thinks it's perfect. The bread I'd eaten seemed to have caught around the knot in my chest. I put the rest back on the table. A jug sat on a nearby countertop, so I crossed toward it and inhaled. It smelled like hangman's brew, but sweeter, so I poured some into a cup. He was standing by the road last night, in full view of the vampires, while talking for at least a few minutes before he was attacked. You talked, too, but you were bitten before you said anything. I always thought our voices instantly drove them mad with bloodlust, but... Hendry lifted his head to look at me. What if the no-talking rule is a load of BS? That rule has been around since the rift happened, right? I drank down the juice, its sweet, fruity flavor sparking my taste buds. So who made up the rule if it's not accurate? Unless it was at one time but not now? Or maybe at one time, people could literally not talk to them, much like you and I can't talk about the well, you know. Hendry leaned back in his chair and brushed the flour from his elbow. The stay out of the shadows and don't go out at night rules still apply, though. It's safer that way. I don't know where the rules came from, but everyone I've encountered knows them, witches and humans. It's like ingrained into their skulls. But where did those who've never left their houses hear it from? An enchantment? Maybe. A deep groove formed between his eyebrows as he bit his bottom lip. Outside your door last night, I got out the microscope we took from the hospital. My eyes widened. Is that what's going to get our collars off? No. He must have read the disappointment surely written on my face because he offered a sad smile. Sorry, Finn. We didn't get to the pharmacy last night for the rest of the supplies, but that's not me giving up. Not by a long shot. Damn right you won't give up. I nodded at his collar. I won't let you. He lifted an eyebrow, an amused twinkle in his eyes. Fair enough. Anyway, remember the vial of Lucy's blood? Well, there are these things in our blood called platelets. They move through your veins to deliver oxygen, and even under a microscope they still move. But Lucy's move much slower than average. Her heart beats slower too. But Ross and Sarah thought that was just a witch thing since they're humans. I frowned. What are you saying? I'm saying that my platelets moved faster. I took some of my blood to compare. Was it because yours was fresher? It felt like years ago when he'd been handed the package with blood inside. No. A blood sample is a blood sample. Ours shouldn't be that different. He pinched a bit of flour on the table between his fingers. The reason I got a blood sample from Lucy in the first place is because her rift curse is so much different than anyone else's I've seen. Yes, she has a severe sun allergy, but she's also hungry, all the time, no matter how much Ross and Sarah feed her. I searched his face for a clue where this might be leading, but I feared I already knew. What do you mean? He pushed away from the table and stood to pace the length of the kitchen. I don't think her blood is witch blood, or human blood. Vampire, I breathed, but how could that possibly be right? Hendry had said she had a heartbeat. So she was a living vampire who didn't feel the need to bite? The one who bit you last night vomited everything back up, remember?
I didn't think I would ever forget. I must have eaten garlic or taken the wrong dose of my vampire repellent vitamin, which would be great if that was an actual thing. Yeah, I remember. When I went to get Bast, I saw. He stopped pacing, his gaze pinned to me, and rubbed his hand over his mouth as if to sift his next words between his fingers for easier processing. The amount of blood around him on the street had to have been his. I think the vampires tried to drink from him and couldn't, but ended up killing him anyway. That one who bit me couldn't drink mine either. I heaved a breath, trying to wrap my brain around all of this. They can't drink from witches, or they can, but it doesn't end well. For anyone. Exactly, Hendry said. If I'm right and Lucy is a vampire, then maybe it's because she's so young that she doesn't try to drink from witches. Or maybe it's another reason. I don't know. All I know is that Ross and Sarah said she's never even tried to bite anyone. He raked his hand through his curls and started up pacing again. Can witches turn into vampires then, if they can't even be properly bit? He slid me a meaningful glance. I'd like to test your blood to find out. I nodded. Of course. I didn't know much about vampires, apparently even less than I thought I did, but because I hadn't changed into one yet or felt anything shifty, I hoped I would be okay. I'd been hungry, sure, but the food I'd devoured had helped. Still, worry dragged down my spine, weighing heavily. If they can't drink from us, if we're free to talk around them, then maybe none of their powers work on us, Hendry said and threw up his hands. Or maybe just some of them do. Again, I don't know. Then why are we so afraid of them if we don't have to be? I asked. Sure, they can kill us, but not because of the sounds of our voices. And why were we programmed with rules to be afraid? How could the vampires benefit from such a thing if witches taste like shit to them? Hendry sighed and shook his head. If you're up to it, I'll take some of your blood now to look at it under the microscope. Let's do it. I stood, my mind still whirring on our way out of the kitchen. Oh, what do you think about a memorial for Bast tonight? We can tell people how brave he was and that he died for us, for all of us, even the outsiders. And while we're at it, we can explain what we know, what we think we know. It's a great idea, he said. A sudden idea pulled me up short just inside the saloon doors in the dining room. I hate to be exclusive, but just witches should be invited. He stopped and turned, a question in his gaze. Humans knew him too. Maybe they can come at the very beginning then. I stepped toward him, close enough to feel his breath on my cheek, so only he could hear. I think we should invite Lucy and her parents. His eyes flashed. If I'm right and she's a vampire, you want her to come here? You said yourself she hasn't bitten anyone, I reminded him. We both know how the people who live here treat others who they suspect are vampires. We'll find out the truth for ourselves. If vampires can't drink witch blood, what if we gave her human blood? With her permission, of course. And Ross and Sarah's. Maybe it will help her feel better, or maybe it won't make any difference whatsoever. But it's one more thing to try. He trapped his bottom lip in his teeth and scrubbed his hand through his curls, pointing them in unruly directions. I want to know what's happening here, Hendry. Someone is using our fear to control us, and it's time everyone knew the truth, whatever that may be. Careful there, he said and grinned. You almost sound like a leader. Well, I won't let it go to my head. I needed a lot more information before I officially took on that role, which included why Hendry couldn't do it when he was unequivocally better suited to it, and why we both literally choked up when we talked about home. If we do this, we can't let it end badly for Lucy like it did Bast. We can't let it end like that for anyone. He nodded. Agreed. I'll ask Ross and Sarah as soon as I take a look at your blood. Inside the office, he slid a needle into my arm and drew a vial of blood out. Since I had no idea how microscopes worked, I supposed it would take a while, but he waved me behind the desk almost immediately. "Look through that top part there," he said, pointing. "Your platelets are moving just like mine." I peered through a glass lens with a red smear at the bottom. Little orb-like things swam across the surface. Relief brought a smile to my lips as I leaned back and gazed at Hendry. "I'm not dead." "No," he grinned. "You're not." I touched my hand to my collar, and the smile dripped off my face in the span of a heartbeat. At least for now. He reached out and swept his fingers along my elbow, the touch likely meant to be comforting instead of igniting a thrill through my veins. "I'll figure out how to get these collars off us. Have faith in me." "I do." As a show of my trust, I reached out and twined my fingers with his. His skin on mine made my pulse ragged, my breath shallow, but I liked it, this terrifying, exhilarating feeling. It was almost like falling or diving off a rickety treehouse into a beanbag with no fucks given to the consequences. "Good," he said, the word a caress on my lips. "I respect you too much to let you die." My heart warmed, as did everything else. "I respect you too. So much so that I'm going to clean the bathrooms, just for you. And everyone else. And me, because I've been itching to clean and organize something. While I'm at it, maybe I'll show everyone my blood platelets to prove I'm not a vampire." He gave my hand a squeeze and then almost reluctantly released it. "Just be you, and you'll win them over." "Careful there," I said. "You almost sound like you're complimenting me." "We wouldn't want that." He grinned, and I felt its power all the way down to my curled toes. "Not from you." "Hey, I can make you smell bad, buddy." He laughed as he packed the microscope into his bag. "Are you saying I smell good? Now who's complimenting who?" Chuckling, I spun out of there, the entire world floating somewhere below my feet for just a moment until I came crashing down again. Talking to him, being with him, were the only things capable of distracting me from the death sentence hanging around our necks. When we got rid of them, then maybe I could start to analyze this thing, this connection between us. Until then, I had bathroom duty, starting with bathing myself because I reeked of sweat, fear, and maybe a little like pee. If I hadn't smelled like pee, maybe I would have kissed him, pushed him down on the desk and climbed on top of him. But then I would be one in a long line of whores. Unless Tessa had told me that just to burrow doubts into my head. The Hendry I'd come to know these past few days was the epitome of selfless, and didn't seem the type to use women. He was also reckless in his quest to save lives, so maybe he was just as reckless with his body and heart. I didn't think I could do that. Give myself over to someone so easily, even if I only had hours left to live, even with Hendry. Even when his smile touched his eyes before it reached his mouth, and the whole amazing display summoned a kind of magic I'd never known before. Between cleaning all 3 bathrooms and drawing up the beginnings of a schedule with ruler-straight squares on a clipboard, I read Hendry's book, The Witch Trials, From Salem to Modern Times, while I held the fallen door to the closet while someone else fixed it. Some of the pages crumbled between my fingertips, and the ink was barely legible in some places, but as I read more and more, my stomach cramped in revulsion and cold sweat leaked down my temples. The Salem nightmare had happened a long, long time ago, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. The irony that the Church of Hangmen hanged witches smashed me over the head until I saw stars. Then I came to a heavily marked passage about a girl who accused others of being witches. It theorized she was a witch and falsely accused others to deflect from herself. Once the person was sentenced, she stole their power when they were hanged. My heart screeched to a halt when I read her name. Elizabeth Betty Paris, quite possibly a relative of Allison Paris Williams. My collar clicked, loud in the silence, and I looked up and gazed into a mirror studded with jewels on the opposite wall. I had under 5 days left. Chapter 9. 111 hours left. That evening, I sat by the bird's nest girl again in the packed dining room. Though most people offered apologetic smiles or small waves that morphed into awkward hair patting, no one seemed to want to join us, even though every other spot was taken. I was the social pariah, just as I had been at the church. Or maybe it was the girl's ripe smell. "Sorry," I said before she'd taken another bite of vegetable stew. "What's your name again?" Though there was no again about it because I'd never asked. "Jenny." She took a big bite, but most of it slopped off both sides of her spoon. "Hi, Jenny. What's your favorite smell, like of all time?" She chewed thoughtfully and swallowed. "Spicy? Spicy jalapeno hot? Why?" "Yeah, no. If we were to be table buddies, I didn't want to be choking on her spice every time I inhaled. But it was a start. Maybe I could work with that and make up a scent uniquely hers that would draw her to a bathtub on at least a weekly basis. Just wondering." I turned around in my seat to search for Hendry and Lucy, even though it wasn't necessary. His presence shook the air in a room so much that it affected my ability to breathe. He wasn't here yet. Both witches and humans sat gathered around the tables, their plates almost half empty. If Lucy was on her way, we would need to begin Bast's memorial before she got here to clear the room of humans, just in case things went south, which I prayed wouldn't happen. "You're looking for him, aren't you?" Jenny asked. "Who?" I said absently, still swiveled in my seat toward the back of the room. "Hendry." At the smile in her voice, I turned, a slow burn torching my ears. "You caught me." Her eyes lit up as she chased a potato with her spoon. "Did you know he has a thing with strings that makes songs? I've never heard it, but some people say they have." "Really?" I never would have pegged Hendry as a song guy. Did he sing, too? His voice rolled pleasantly off his tongue, so I bet he could if he wanted to. Funny that just days ago, I hadn't known what his voice sounded like. Now I was aware of how his body felt against mine, how light played with the color of his curls, how much I looked forward to being near him. Like I was now. The air electrified the tiny hairs on my back and sizzled through to my front, perking and tightening everything in between. I turned in my seat, and his hazel eyes by the entryway connected with mine. He jerked his chin for me to follow him. "Speak of the devil," Jenny said, and I chose to ignore the purr in her voice. I rose and passed between tables on my way toward him, my body heating. On my way out, the same man who'd thanked me swayed to his feet and took me gently by the arm. "Will you sing for us tonight? Please?" Tears filled his eyes. A pang of sympathy for the man made it impossible to say no. "Later," I promised. He dipped his head in a bow. "I'll look forward to it, Finn." I smiled. No one here other than Hendry had called me by my name before. "What's your name?" "Paul." "Paul," I repeated to commit it to memory. "I'll be right back." Out in the entryway, Hendry led me away from the chatter of the dining room toward my closet, then turned his humored gaze on me. "Are you learning their names so you can lead them?" he asked. "I'm learning their names so I can schedule their baths. Have you taken a whiff of them lately?" "I'll pass, thanks." He leaned his shoulder against the velvet-curtained wall and crossed his arms. "I've also been learning your step-ancestors' names. I had quite a history lesson today. Witches have stole..." I pressed my lips together and then tried again. "Witches I heaved a frustrated breath. My blood boiled since I couldn't even say the words to talk about this madness with him. "This is..."
It's exactly what you think it is. His gaze dipped to my collar. I know what you're saying, even though we can't say it. I wanted to ask how and why Allison would do something like this, why she'd steal witches' magic when they were hanged, but of course he couldn't answer me. Ross, Sarah, and Lucy are in the office. I told them we'd like Lucy to sing and that they can sleep in a spare room tonight since I'm not sure how long this will last, and I don't want them outside after dark. A loud whoop erupted from the dining room, and he glanced over his shoulder. But listen, I had to take the garlic off the front of the door. She wouldn't come near it. Isn't that proof enough? I asked. I doubt it, Hendry said. Everyone here needs to see the proof as it unfolds. Preferably with no deaths after the unfolding is triggered. I chewed my bottom lip. This is risky. More good-natured shouts sounded from the dining room, so I opened the door to my closet and closed it after Hendry. He pulled on the cord dangling between us and lit the small space with a glow, its warmth at odds with the chill clinging to my nerves. I told Ross and Sarah my theories, and they reluctantly agreed I could give Lucy some of Sarah's blood to see what happens. She's human, so it should cause a different effect than witch blood. I blew out a steadying breath. Are we sure it's a good idea for everyone to be there when we don't know what will happen? There won't be any humans in there except Ross and Sarah, but I'll place them at the back of the room. I'll also have garlic with me, plus some steaks, but only as a very last resort. I don't want to scare Lucy, and the last thing I want to do is hurt her. Hell, I hope the human blood helps her. If shit hits the fan, if human blood reveals her fangs, make her bite you. I pointed at him and gave a wobbly smile. It's your turn, after all. He caught my finger and squeezed, relaxing my hand into his gaze never leaving my face. This is reckless. I know. My cheeks heated at the pulses of energy his touch flared. She's a sweet girl, and everyone needs to see that side of her before they hear the word vampire and automatically turn on her. Let's show them what a living vampire who doesn't bite, and who hopefully doesn't start biting, looks like. We're using her. He closed his eyes briefly as though the thought itself was torture. I opened my mouth to protest, but he was right, in a way. We were using her to help understand the Berkano, but in the long term, I hoped something more could come of it, like an alliance between witches and vampires. Someone was making us fear them, and yes, we should have been afraid. But since the rules drilled into all of us were flawed, we needed to work together to realize that, and learn why the rules existed in the first place. I stepped closer to him, our hands still twined between us, so he would look at me. This could be the beginning of something good. Let's see what happens. As if a switch had been flipped, I realized I wasn't just talking about tonight with Lucy, but about Hendry and me. My heart ached for something like forever with him, or as forever as I could get with this damned collar around my neck. I would take what I could get. I lifted onto my tiptoes, my lips parted, my heartbeat crashing until it hummed a steady note. A muscle twitched in his jaw. He settled his free hand on my hip, pushing me away while his fingers dug into the waistband of my pants to seemingly drag me back. He stepped away, his shoulders heaving. He didn't want me. Maybe he'd been with 100 other women, but he didn't want me specifically. Because I didn't look like Tessa or the other women? All I knew for sure was that my heart felt as though it were cracking right down the middle, especially when he backed toward the door, stealing the warmth of his presence. He pinned his gaze over my shoulder at the cleaning supplies, tight and pained. I'll start the memorial for Bast, and then I'll clear the humans out. When they're gone, you get Lucy. He turned and was gone. The backs of my eyes burned. My lungs deflated. I knew I shouldn't occupy myself with romance, though, when my main focus should be on getting this collar off my neck. Yet, around Hendry, my heart always seemed to take the lead and beat out everything else.
With a deep ache in my chest I didn't know what to do with, I left the closet. Once inside the dining room, I stopped inside the saloon doors, my gaze falling to the fabric of his pants. It molded to his ass with each long stride as he crossed to the front of the room. His curls teased the collar of his button-up shirt, accentuating the powerful build of his shoulders. Everyone sitting at the tables quieted without a single look or signal. That was leadership. Why he thought no one truly listened to him was beyond me. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath while waiting for him to speak. He turned and charged the room with his hazel eyes. When he met mine across the distance, I froze for several heartbeats, each one more frenzied than the last. His jaw clenched, and he broke our connection to glance at Tessa, who was sitting at one of the tables, frowning at her lap. "We lost Bast last night, as you well know," he started, his deep voice projecting to every corner. "I would like to take this time to tell you how it happened, and then anyone who wants to come up afterward and share their memories about him will be free to do that." Everyone sat riveted while he explained last night's events, while occasionally turning to look at me as if for validation. I gave them nothing. Hendry was doing just fine without me, in all the ways it mattered. When he finished, several grief-stricken people recounted their favorite memories of Bast. Their sorrow weighed on my chest and grew heavier with each tear that tracked down their cheeks. When these people decided to love someone enough to let them into their inner circle, they did so with their whole hearts. I wouldn't fool myself into thinking I could be one of them someday, but it would be nice to have that level of acceptance, non-church tongue, average face, and all. As the last person took their seat, Hendry once again spoke. "If you're human, I need you to go to your rooms or leave the brothel. I need to talk with my fellow witches." "You're going to talk about us, aren't you?" a man near the back called. Those around him chuckled. Hendry cracked a smile that didn't touch his eyes. "Only about you, Bill." The humans parted from their witch friends and lovers, some of them still drying their tears, and filed out. Hendry caught my eye and nodded. This was it. The bringing together of witches and a possible vampire. This could be the first step in a long road to understanding each other. Or it could be the start of a bloody massacre. Hendry had been right. This was reckless. My steps stuttered as I crossed the entryway to the office door. We didn't have to do this. I could have put a stop to it right then. Instead, I knocked at the same time I pushed the door open. The only person who knew how this might shake out was Lucy. She sat behind the desk while her adopted parents sat in front, a delighted grin on her face as she patted the arms of the oversized for her chair. Her bright blue eyes, pocketed underneath with tired purple, widened when she saw me, and she dashed out of her seat in a blur. My gaze caught on her adorable dress, purple with tiny pink flowers and capped sleeves, before she leaped and clung to my neck, her silky blonde curls enveloping my senses in a clean floral scent. I held her tight as warmth blossomed in my chest. Her heart beat next to mine, slow but steady. She pulled away and slid from my grasp, her enormous grin revealing straight white teeth that had been near my neck seconds before, and I hadn't spared a thought to that until now. Maybe I should have been afraid of this girl, but I wasn't. The deadliest things in Tombstone often came in pretty packages, like Tessa and Allison, but Lucy was different. I would call it intuition if I was right, and straight up stupid if I was wrong, but prayed I wasn't. "I'm so excited!" She bent her knees and placed her hands on them in a cute little I have to pee pose. "Are we going to sing right now?" I glanced at Ross and Sarah, who rose out of their chairs and crossed the room to put their arms around Lucy's shoulders. Ross wore a cowboy hat, pulled low over his kind, dark eyes, and his handlebar mustache held extra curl at the ends. Sarah's golden-stitched top was tucked into a pair of jeans bound with the largest belt buckle I'd ever seen. Sarah smiled, as bright as her luminous dark skin, her gaze on me. "It's up to you." Sure." I touched one of Lucy's delicate curls, unable to stop myself, and grinned. "Do you know any happy songs? We could really use some cheering up around here." "Hendry told us about Bast," Ross said. "We're really sorry." I nodded. Conversation like this always threw me in these types of situations, since I never knew how to respond. Say thank you? Thank you for being sorry? I settled on a change of subject instead. "You're okay with everything else Hendry told you? About the blood and everything? It's a long shot, but it might help bring all of us closer together." "We trust Hendry," Ross said, scratching the salt and pepper hair under his cowboy hat. "We've taken her to several witches who've tried every healing spell they know, so if Hendry thinks this might work for her rift curse, I don't think it'll hurt to try." "Enough boring talk." Lucy took my hand and swung it between us, turning her head to hide a cough into her shoulder. "Let's go sing." Concern ripped through me, but I tried to laugh it off. "Let's get to it, then." Hand in hand, we strode through the saloon doors and into the dining room, Ross and Sarah following close behind. Quiet murmurs cut off at our entrance, and everyone simultaneously melted and lit up like beacons at the sight of Lucy. She was a natural at making people fall in love with her as she aimed her contagious smile at everyone we passed. When Tessa saw her, she crossed her arms over the middle of her black dress while tears glittered like sapphires in her eyes. "Well, hello there, little miss," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Don't you look beautiful?" A pang of empathy went off in my chest. There was a story there, but I didn't know what. Lucy hiked up one shoulder, then flicked out the end of her dress with a little skip, and it made my heart puddle into a smitten mess. This girl could make even the most poisonous of hearts fall at her feet. Some, like mine, over and over again. When she saw Hendry at the front of the room, she raced toward him, dragging me along with her. He beamed an all-out grin at her and swept her into a hug, his whole face etched with warmth that matched her giggle. I could watch the two of them together for days as a spectator and be perfectly content. Over Lucy's shoulder, he caught my eye and aimed his grin at me. I claimed it as my own, pretending it was meant for me, even if it wasn't. "Will you sing with us?" Lucy asked as he set her down. "Or you could go get your guitar," I suggested, a hard edge to my voice that had no right to be there. We had too many other things that required focus other than where I stood with him. Lucy gasped and looked up at him. "Guitar?" His gaze flickered to mine. "How did you know about that?" "People talk," I said, shrugging. He shook his head. "Not tonight." The sharp way he said it hollowed out my chest because it appeared as if we were talking about two things at once. I swallowed down at the floor. Another time, then. After a long moment in which I could feel the weight of his gaze, he turned toward the rest of the dining room. "Everyone meet Lucy. Lucy, meet everyone." "Howdy, hallelujah!" She smiled out at the sea of enchanted faces and then looked up at me, her blue eyes twinkling with excitement. "Ready?" "You bet I am." I forced a grin for her benefit. "Take it away, and I'll see if I can keep up." She started in on an upbeat, folksy song about a girl with sunset hair done up in two braids that swatted at her arms and owned a dingo named Callio, who lived in the outback. Her soprano voice rang like silver chimes, clear, weightless as it floated toward the heavens. I didn't know this song, but when I started to weave an alto melody through it, Lucy took my hand in apparent approval. Hendry had moved to the side wall nearby, and now leaned against it with his arms crossed and his gaze seemingly pointed inward. I tried to stay focused on the song, but my mind kept straying to our kiss that never was. The resulting embarrassed blood rush to my head nearly made me miss hearing the final note. The The crowd erupted into applause, with whistles and demands for more. Lucy curtsied, and I did what I did best. Stood there like an awkward ass. "Another—" Lucy doubled over in a coughing fit, her hands flying to her mouth and her whole body shaking. A bright red color flamed her cheeks with the effort. The dining room went quiet. Ross and Sarah hurried across the dining room to her side. Tessa jumped to her feet, concern digging into her forehead. "Get some water!" she yelled to a lady from the kitchen. Hendry rushed forward, fishing in his pockets until he pulled out a blood vial and knelt in front of her. He glanced up at Ross and Sarah, who nodded. "Here, little. Drink this, but just a sip."
"What?"
Lucy squeaked before another cough hit her. "It's blood," Hendry said as he uncorked it. "Human blood. I think it might help you. Are you brave enough to try?" Gasps erupted through the dining room. "Blood?" some of them cried. Lucy looked to Ross and Sarah, her eyebrows drawn together in a pained frown. Worry lines waved across Sarah's forehead as she glided her hand down Lucy's back. "It's okay, baby. You can try it if you want to." Lucy nodded and took the vial, the blood inside coating the glass crimson. The room seemed to narrow in on it, blurring everything else out as she tipped it over her mouth. My muscles wound tight. I stepped slightly in front of her in case the blood sent her into a rage, but also to block the other witches from her in case their silent shock morphed into barbarity at her drinking blood. Hendry had tensed too, his eyes glued to Lucy. She forced a swallow and squished her nose into a sour face. A violent tremor rippled across her shoulders, and she squeezed her eyes closed. Several seconds passed as the entire room seemed to hold its breath. Then her eyes snapped open, doused bright red even over the whites. I jerked back. Hendry coiled tight, frozen. Sarah gasped and clutched Ross's arm. The rest of the crowd cried out.
"It tickles my tummy!"
Lucy laughed, two elongated, sharpened teeth curving over her bottom lip. Vampire. A living, breathing vampire. She touched her tongue to her fangs. Soon, the red in her eyes faded, and with it, the blue half-moons underneath her eyes. Her fangs retracted, and her sunken cheeks filled out and blossomed into a healthy pink. Her blonde curls, already like satin, gleamed in the overhead light. She appeared to feel a lot better instantly, just with a drink of human blood. Had it cured her rift curse? Could it cure everyone's rift curse? A collective murmur rippled throughout the dining room. "How do you feel?" I whispered, my body too shocked to draw in enough air.
"Like I want to sing again," she said simply. "Ready?"
Ross and Sarah, both with tears in their eyes, touched her face, her hair, as if to be sure she was real. It wasn't just me who could talk to the Berkano without driving them into a frenzy. It was all of us, and maybe I could have attributed it to just Lucy, but I'd talked to the leader in the hospital too. The no-talking rule had just been debunked as myth. Their hunger for blood likely triggered them to bite, not the sounds of voices. Maybe they were so hungry, they didn't care who they bit, even witches, though they couldn't stand our blood for some reason. But Hendry had given Lucy human blood without any problems. Pieces of a risky plan clicked into place, one I doubted anyone would go along with, but a witch could dream. I turned to Hendry. "How much more human blood do you have?" "Not much." He must have read "bad plan" written on my forehead in bright, flashing letters because he tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "You'll see." I turned my back on him to address the room. Their faces were stunned, their wide eyes stuck to Lucy. Worried murmurs rolled from some of their tongues, but not one of them waved a pitchfork or demanded she leave.
This was progress. Either that, or they were saving their pitchforks for me. "That was human blood she just drank," I said, talking over them. "You heard Hendry say—" A shrill whistle behind me quieted the room in an instant. I didn't have to look to know it was Hendry. "You heard Hendry say what happened when vampires try to drink witch blood when he told you about Bast's last moments," I continued. "They can't, for some reason. But we have human blood, and I would like to offer the Berkano some in exchange for information." "What?" someone at the nearest table hissed. Others rumbled their disagreement. "Absolutely not," Hendry snapped, coming up next to me. "Finn, you got bit. Bast was killed by them, and now you want to give them blood? You can't just go out there and expect to have a conversation with them." "It's reckless, I know, but it's suicide." He took my arm, his hazel eyes flashing. Lucy wedged her way between us, smiling up at our faces. "What if I went?" "I would never send you out there alone, little," Hendry said, shaking his head. "Not alone." She took my hand. "We could sing for them, too." I glanced down at her, her bravery shocking a smile over my face. "She's right, Hendry. We could stand outside the door. If there's trouble, we duck back in again." "It's night out," he snapped. "Of course there's trouble." "Now wait a minute, Luce." Ross settled his hands on her shoulders. "This isn't your best idea ever." She scrunched her nose. "I think it's a bravo idea." I did too, though I knew it wasn't without risks. I stepped closer to Hendry, his nearness staggering my breaths no matter how much I didn't want it to, and lowered my voice so only he could hear. "You wanted me to lead to end vampire rule, so this is me leading." "You're not leading anyone by doing this." He feathered his ragged exhales against my cheek. "You're doing this yourself." I nodded. As a leader tends to do sometimes. It's the first step in a lot of steps, and it starts with me and Lucy. A witch and a vampire, together, coexisting without fear. I squeezed her hand. "And singing." "Two witches and a vampire." Hendry took a deep breath and dipped his gaze to my collar and then at Lucy. "Right outside the door?" "Right outside," I agreed. "I can't believe I'm even considering this," he muttered, then turned to Ross and Sarah. "If you two have any doubts, we won't do it. End of story." "As long as you and Finn are with her." Ross sighed and adjusted the cowboy hat on his head. "We love our daughter with all our hearts. Other vampires could be just as deserving, but we might not ever know if we're terrified of them." "It all boils down to communication," I said with a meaningful look to Hendry. "If we help them, maybe they'll be willing to share why this false talking rule exists." Hendry rubbed the bridge of his nose, his mouth pressed into a firm line. "Meet me by the front door. I'll go get the rest of the blood." Tessa lurched to her feet in front of him. "You're not going to ask what the rest of us think about your girlfriend's insane plan?" Girlfriend? When had I been elevated to that status, and why hadn't anyone told Hendry? He leaned in and muttered something I couldn't make out to her, something that leached the color from her face and flared her nostrils. The rest of the crowd looked from him to me and back again as he stalked from the room. They seemed as conflicted as he did as they asked each other, "Is this a good idea?" And, "Do you think witches and vampires can work together?" Both great questions, and I hoped to find out the answers. Lucy and I filed out with Ross and Sarah close behind, and we stopped in front of the boarded-up front door. Night pressed behind it, a thick veil I hoped to shake the danger from so we could all step outside to see the moon and twinkling stars. So we could be free. The rest of the brothel guests and employees, minus the humans, gathered in the entryway as much as they could fit without getting too close to the door.
Nervous curiosity buzzed through their low chatter. Hendry came back with a clear glass halfway filled with blood and almost ran it into Tessa, who appeared like an angry brick wall. He skirted around her without a second glance, and I smiled down at my boots. His belief in me, even though I was sure I didn't always deserve it, warmed my soul. It didn't have to matter that he didn't want me. This, what we were about to do, and saving both of us from our collars seemed much more important. He started to hand the glass to me, but seemed to catch himself. Instead, he gave it to Lucy with a smile. "Try not to drink it, little," he said. "Oh, I won't," she said. "My tummy still tickles." He turned to me, his teeth sawing across his bottom lip. "You can change your mind." "I won't," I said. But he could, about this and us, I supposed, though his rejection still burned. I plucked a wooden stake from my pocket, ready as I'd ever be for what came next. He gave a reluctant nod and unbolted the door, and with a backward glance toward me, he swung it open on quiet hinges. With Lucy's hand tucked tightly in mine and a stake in the other, I stepped into the night. Chapter 10. 108 hours left. Hendry followed us out and quickly shut the door behind him. I zipped my gaze over the dark shadows on the street, searching for anything that might be barreling toward us, but the night held still, as if waiting for us to breathe life into it. Silence crowded us, thickening the air so much it solidified in my lungs. Hendry scoured the street in every direction, his jaw set tight as he plucked 2 stakes from his pockets, one for each hand. I gestured for Lucy to put the glass of blood down in front of us, hoping any nearby Berkano would target that before they did us. The sounds of Bast's death echoed from my memory, dragging all hope into the cement at my feet. Bile splashed over my back teeth. My palms itched to tear open the door and run inside the brothel to safety. But I wouldn't. I couldn't, not when part of my fear was built on lies. She set the glass down with the slightest clink, then came back to me, a low hum vibrating in her throat. Her voice sloped lower, hitting every note on the way. She once again hit the top note and dived, then started in on a haunting, seafaring song I'd never heard before. I took a steadying breath, opened my mouth, and wound my voice through hers. Shadows along the street shifted. My voice faltered slightly. Hendry's shoulders tensed. But howdy hallelujah, we were still alive at the end of the song. Hendry didn't waste any time rushing us both back inside as soon as it was over. I slumped against the locked, boarded-up door, a strange mix of sobs and laughter bubbling up out of me as the rest of the brothel erupted into excited chatter. We'd done it. We'd really done it, but I could kick myself for forgetting one very important thing. We hadn't communicated why we'd sung for them. Yes, we'd offered them blood, but I wanted a face-to-face with them, on my turf so I could run away if needed, to find out more about them and the needless no-talking rule. Next time. Hell, could I even do a next time? I searched through the crowd for Hendry, who had reunited Lucy with her parents about 10 feet away. He caught my eye, the candlelight glimmering in his, and gazed at me with wonder and something else that stirred my blood. He pulled out his whiteboard from his back pocket. After a moment, he held it up for me to see over the bobbing heads between us. You did good. With a smile big enough to hurt my cheeks, I brought mine out and wrote, You spelled we wrong. The next night, we did it again, this time with another glass of fresh human blood and a note written by Lucy. To Berkano. Will you talk to us? Yes, no, maybe. Circle 1. From Lucy, little vampire. P.S. No biting. I couldn't have done it any better or been more succinct. Now we just had to hope they knew how to read. The third night, Someone waited for us. Against the wall of Lucy's apartment building sat two figures, a man and a woman, unmoving but with their eyes open and aimed toward us as we walked out of the brothel. The three of us froze upon seeing them, but when they didn't do or say anything, Lucy gave them our blood offering, and we performed for our audience. Maybe they were dead. I couldn't find the courage to ask. When the three of us backed up to the door of the brothel to duck back inside, a voice from the shadows jumped my stomach into my throat. A word. Soft and velvet as the night, it was full of command, and I knew exactly who it was before he stepped into the middle of the street. It was the vampire, the one I assumed was the leader, his baggy black clothes and equally dark eyes blending with the midnight sky. Power emanated off him, taunting me, testing me, but I shrugged it off. Unless our current situation drastically changed, I refused to be afraid of him, even though the urge to flee stabbed into my feet. Lucy pressed her head into my side and looked at him from behind her curls. P.S. no biting. P.S. no biting, she whispered. I hugged her to me, angling my body in front of hers, and Hendry stepped in front of me. No biting, the vampire agreed, and I sensed his mouth tip up in a smile, but I couldn't see it. Clouds had swallowed the moon and stars tonight, casting everything darker. Just a word, if you please. Hendry stared him down, gripping two stakes in his fists. Sweat rolled down his temples as he bit down on his bottom lip. He gave a short nod. The air breathed a eucalyptus-scented sigh of relief, tumbling our hair across our faces, but I didn't trust it. The second we let our guard down could be our last. Just because I refused to be scared didn't mean I was stupid. I stepped Lucy and me to the side of Hendry to see the Berkano better. I'm Finn. This is Lucy. That's Hendry. Philip, the vampire said. A regular, everyday name. He didn't seem all that different from us. Right now, at least. Your voices are hypnotic, Philip said. My people have enjoyed hearing you these last few nights, and we appreciate your blood offering. More than you know. Thank you. His people. Surely that included more than the two folks sitting immobile behind him. If so, the rest of them had to be lurking in the shadows. We could have been surrounded. And grossly outnumbered. I forced myself to exhale. That had been the wrong thought process to follow. I would also like to say how sorry I am for the death of your friend, he said. We know that we can't drink from witches, but the thirst is sometimes too great and turns us into feral beasts. Truly, we don't deserve your blood offerings, but they are helping us. We're all humbled and very sorry. The apology sounded heartfelt, and maybe it was, but Hendry's gaze hardened to steel with every word. Philip would have to do a lot more to win him over. We'd like to know why we can't talk to you, I said. A pause, then. I don't understand. We're not able to talk to you without triggering your bloodlust, I explained. Vampires can't stand the sound of actual voices because you communicate telepathically. It's in the rules, or so we thought. The rules? I wasn't aware of any rules, Philip said. I wished I could see his face to read if he was lying or not, but I didn't dare step any closer. Confusion filled his velvet voice, however. No talking, stay out of the shadows, don't go out at night, survive. The rules, I said. They've been drilled into our heads since the rift? I don't even know. Drilled into your heads, he began. Do you mean everyone?
Witches and humans? I nodded. Everyone. We've all heard them. We're supposed to be afraid. Of you. A sigh floated out of the night. It sounds like an enchantment of some sort with a double-edged blade. What do you mean? Hendry asked, his face stoic. One side is that the enchantment will eventually kill vampires off when part of what keeps us alive, blood, only comes out in the sun. The other side keeps witches and humans safe from us, but it also keeps you from finding out the truth. A sudden realization hit, as sharp as a hammer strike. Not only were we kept from finding out the truth, but Hendry and I had been forced to never stray close to it. We couldn't even talk about the Church of Hangmen. That couldn't be a coincidence. Hendry's book had said that Elizabeth Betty Paris, ancestor of Allison Paris Williams, accused others of being witches so she could steal their power when they were hanged. I was sure Allison had been cut from the same cloth and was likely doing the same thing. But what did the Berkano have to do with it? We did the hanging ritual to keep them away from the church, but why? Why did we have to keep them away? So we wouldn't talk to them and find out the truth? What is the truth? Hendry asked. That witches and vampires aren't all that different from what I've seen, Philip said. Most of us have the rift curse in varying degrees, which has warmed our blood and started our hearts again. Blood is now a supplement to our diets. But those who don't have the rift curse rely on blood alone. All of us are just trying to follow that last rule you said. Survive. Why would someone enchant us? All of us, I asked. Other than wanting vampires to die out from the rift curse or starvation? I sensed Philip shrug. Power. Control. That was it. It had to be. Hendry and I shared a look, both of us likely thinking the same thing. Allison had to be behind this, but I still didn't know exactly what the vampires were capable of, other than killing. Maybe they played more of a part in this whole thing than Philip was letting on. Okay. If you take out the whole wanting vampires to die part for just a second, I held up my hands. Humor me here. But would vampires have enough power to make an enchantment like that? Over all humans and witches in Tombstone and maybe even all of Division 7? If I take out the whole wanting vampires to die part. Philip's cold chuckle chased goosebumps up my arms. I'd like to answer that question by coming closer to Lucy to talk to her. Why? I crushed her to me, but she strained away to look at him with curiosity. Hendry shifted closer and angled in front of her, his whole body vibrating with tension. I understand your hesitance, Philip said. That's why I asked first, but I would never hurt her. She's one of my kind. He had a point, other than the two sharp ones in his mouth, but I still didn't like his bringing Lucy into this. If you want to talk to her, can't you just do it telepathically? I asked. Or, talk to her from there like you've been doing? Older vampires, like me, can communicate psychically, yes. But someone as young as Lucy hadn't had time to develop that skill, he said. I just found out I was a vampire a couple of days ago, she piped up. If you show me how to communicate telepathically, I can learn it super fast. He laughed, a joyful sound only Lucy seemed to inspire. I have no doubt. I'll show you another time, though. Now, I want to teach you mind control. I stiffened. Mind control? How had this conversation derailed so quickly? Are you fucking serious? You're not the first witches who have stumbled in my path, Philip said. They were silent, following the no-talking rule, so they wouldn't answer my questions. I used mind control on them. You're deliberately leaving the ending of that story out, I snapped. Yes, he answered. I want Lucy to show you mind control since you trust her more than me, which is understandable. You won't hurt her? I asked. Hendry shot me a deadly look over his shoulder. Finn, what are you doing? We can't let him near her. I promise no one will be hurt, Philip said. I don't hurt my own unless they deserve it. But he could telepathically tell his own vampires to paint the street with our blood. Though if he'd wanted to do that, he could have already. I shifted on my feet, searching Lucy's curls with my fingertips for the right answer. What do you think, Lucy? I asked. It's cool. She peeled herself out of my arms and shrugged. If he wants to be vampire friends with me, then let him. If only we all had her innocent, open mind instead of automatically assuming the worst in each other. Okay, I told Philip. Please don't be the wrong decision. I broadcasted that out to any vampire, or anyone really, who might be telepathically linked to witches. He crept out of the shadows, a faint sliver of moonlight cutting like glass across his sharp cheekbones. He might have been in his early 20s, too skinny but still kind of hot, with brown hair that swept across his forehead in a purposefully messy style. He was dressed in black jeans and a black t-shirt with a dot inside a box and the words, I am here. His gray eyes connected with mine as he skirted around the blood offering on the ground, moving toward Lucy. The closer he drew, the farther his gaze pushed through me, all the way to my spine, as if touching my cells with a dark caress. Hendry stepped in front of me to block Philip's view with a shake of his head. Keep your eyeballs to yourself. My insides warmed, and a smile dashed across my mouth before I pushed it into a firm, distrustful line again as Philip approached Lucy. Hendry still cared, even though he didn't want me, and that would have to be enough. Philip gave a polite nod to Hendry and shifted his gaze to Lucy. Her big smile sparked a genuine one from him, too, which proved his heart wasn't dead at all. Howdy, hallelujah, she greeted with a curtsy. He laughed and knelt in front of her like a knight to his queen. If that means nice to meet you, then it truly is nice to meet you too. She grinned, and I could almost hear vampires everywhere liquefy into puddles of goo. The good kind, not the dead kind. See how I'm looking at you right now? He asked. I'm staring right into your eyes, and all you have to do to mind control someone is do that while you tell them exactly what you would like them to do. Anything? She asked, her blue eyes wide. Pretty much. A sly smile curled his lips. Why don't you try it on your friend Hendry? Tell him to laugh like a kookaburra bird. Hendry sighed and squeezed the wooden stakes in his fist. Why are we doing this again? Lucy is about to show you, Philip said as he waved Hendry closer. Reluctantly, Hendry crossed behind me and knelt on Lucy's other side while Philip stood. All right, little, Hendry said, shifting his weight on his knees. Make me laugh like an insane bird. She leaned into him with her eyes narrowed on his. Several seconds passed. Nothing happened. She squished up her nose and balled her fists. A slight breeze stirred the air, shifting the clouds away from the moon and slicing more light onto the street. Are you thinking it, Lucy? Philip asked softly. Yes, she said through clenched teeth. But it wasn't working. Because Hendry was a witch? The Berkano couldn't drink from us. Maybe they couldn't mind control us either. Okay. Philip rested his hand on her shoulder. Take a break before you pull a muscle. She relaxed and eased back, a disappointed frown twisting her mouth. I wanted to hear you laugh like a kookaburra. Sorry, little. Another time, maybe.
Hendry stood, his wide gaze aimed at Philip.
Vampires can't control witches' minds, can they?
Philip shook his head.
But witches can enchant other witches and humans. To enchant the entire division with these rules you've told me about, or even a large section of it, would require one very powerful witch. The Berkano simply don't have that power, even if we had plenty of blood to drink to give us strength.
The only witch I knew of who fit that power requirement lived at the Church of Hangmen. But why would Allison want to instill fear in her fellow witches? Was it to keep us away from the vampires so they would eventually die out? Or was it deeper than that? Could she siphon power off them too, somehow? Have you ever heard of the I asked Philip, but the rest of it wouldn't come. His brow furrowed.
The what?
I whipped out my whiteboard and marker, thinking I could write the words, but my hand shook so badly they came out looking like another octopus. I hissed a sigh through clenched teeth. Never mind. We needed to go back to the Church of Hangmen and demand answers. Hendry and I were unable to talk about the church, and up until recently, we thought we hadn't been able to talk to vampires or it would drive them mad with bloodlust. It turned out I had a ton of things to say, however, with my non-church tongue. The enchantment over witches and humans needed to end because it wasn't doing anyone any good. The vampires needed our help. Well, human help in the form of blood, to survive. Chances were good that we would need their help to end this enchantment and stop the hanging ritual. The only person who seemed to benefit from all these lies and enchantments was Allison. Meanwhile, the entire city of Tombstone suffered with the rift curse and starvation and fear, along with a forced division between witches and vampires. If we came together and pooled our resources, our lives would surely be less of a struggle.
A question for you, if you don't mind, Philip said. Do you have any idea why some of my fellow Berkano are sleepwalking?
I sleepwalk, Lucy piped up.
Do you?
He frowned.
Several wake early before nightfall and stick to the shadows, completely unaware of what they're doing.
That's what happened to me when I wandered to where you live, Hendry, Lucy said. He rested his hand on her shoulder, his thoughts puckering his forehead.
I wish I knew why.
The silence collectors? I said, because it didn't fit Allison's brand of selfish power, though it didn't really fit theirs either. Once again, I was clueless.
It's a possibility.
Philip gazed at our callers with a frown. He gave a stiff bow, his oversized I am here shirt flapping in the breeze.
Well, I better get this blood to those in need. My people pass it around to the ones who are worse off, and it is shared among them. Every little bit helps, and we sincerely thank you for it and for your fine company tonight.
I nodded, my thoughts running a mile a minute. Thank you for talking to us.
The pleasure's all mine.
Bye, Philip, Lucy said, her curls bouncing. Come again, you hear?
Loud and clear.
He grinned and plucked the blood offering from the street. When he straightened, he nodded at Hendry, his brown hair sweeping low over his eyes. I snapped my gaze to Hendry, a statue made of stone. If he knew what that was all about, he didn't let on. This means we're allies, I blurted to Philip. Right? Nodding, he turned and disappeared into a shadow that hadn't been there before.
P.S. No biting.
Chapter 11. 36 hours left. I woke with a gasp and flew my hands to my collar. My heart jackhammering, I jolted upright and yanked the string on the light above my head. I'd been dreaming about my collar, had heard it snap with finality, had felt my blood pumping out of me as it stole my life and my voice. Now, as I opened the door of my closet, I realized it had been sweat pouring off me, not blood. I knew that, of course, since I was upright and walking,
but the proof was still a relief. Hendry had said that we would get these collars off us, and I still had faith in him, but our clocks were ticking. We needed to get it done soon, as well as confront the Church of Hangmen. If Allison was stealing power, though, I would need a lot more than just my rinky-dink scent magic to confront her. I would likely need a brothel full of witches and maybe a few vampires who had my back. A resistance against one of my own kind. Yet hadn't I been resisting this whole time? That was why I didn't fit in anywhere. Voices drifted from the office, one of them lacking its usual poison and the other all girlish innocence. I peeked around the doorway because whatever was happening inside sounded entirely too much fun. Also because I wanted in on the giggle train. And because I was nosy. Tessa and Lucy sat at the desk, with Lucy in the oversized chair behind it and Tessa sitting across from her. Both their cheeks were stained a healthy pink color, and their hair had fallen around their faces in wild, carefree pieces. Tessa wore her customary dress, but instead of silk, it was soft heather gray cotton that fell just above her knees. Lucy wore flannel pajamas that looked 3 sizes too big for her. "Solve this next one, and you can spin 2 times in the chair," Tessa said with a cheery grin. "Okay." Lucy frowned down at a paper on the desk, scribbling furiously. "Carry the 3 minus the 1. Bam!" Tessa angled the paper so she could see. "Bam is right. 2 spins." Lucy threw up her arms and tucked her knees to her chest as Tessa dashed around the desk to give the chair a twirl. Lucy squealed in delight, and Tessa laughed as happy as I'd ever seen her. She seemed natural with Lucy, as though it didn't bother her in the slightest that they technically weren't the same. With Lucy's charm and energy, it was so easy to hone in on just the part that made her, her. She was Lucy first, and then a vampire. I didn't want to ruin their moment, so I ducked out. "Finn, don't go! Guess what I'm doing? Subtraction with borrowing." Lucy picked up her pencil and waved it at me. "Did you know the secret to math is a sharp pencil?" Tessa's grin faltered a bit when she saw me. "And a sharp brain." "And a good teacher," I added. "You have the perfect combination, Lucy." Tessa looked away to hide her scowl, but wasn't fast enough. Apparently, I needed to work on the timing of my compliments. And maybe who I gave them to. "Why don't you go show your parents in the kitchen?" Tessa said to Lucy. "Bravo idea." Lucy gathered up her papers and sharp pencil and skipped out of the room, her curls bouncing behind her. Tessa watched her go with a faraway glaze in her blue eyes, so I turned to leave her with her thoughts. "I used to teach my daughter," she said. I stopped and glanced behind me, surprised she'd offered up something so personal to me. She'd said used to. I nodded down at the floor while a heaviness pinched my gut. The world was a cruel place when it took children. She shrugged, the corners of her eyes hardening. She was younger than Lucy, and not much more than skin and bones before the curse hit her. A witch doctor I'd never heard of said he could heal her, but all he did was make it worse. "I'm sorry." I lifted my gaze to her so she could see I meant it. "Every morning, before I'm fully conscious, I think she's still with me, about to spring up on the bed or burst into giggles at nothing and everything." She released a slow breath and blinked at a knothole in the wood on the floor. "Then I wake up and realize she's gone all over again." "I can't imagine how hard that would be," I said. "No." She snapped her gaze up to meet mine. "You can't." Her distrust for strangers suddenly made a lot of sense, and I couldn't blame her. One such stranger had hurt her daughter. I gave a sharp nod, trying not to take her jab personally, and turned to leave again. "I'm sorry," she said. "That wasn't fair." I shook my head over my shoulder at her. No need to apologize.
He cares for you, you know. At my blank look, she said. Hendry, I mean. A thrill jolted my insides, even though I already knew it to a certain extent. How many times had he risked his life to save mine? But caring and wanting were two different things. Still, to have someone else confirm what he might be feeling, someone like Tessa, solidified my feelings into something real, and not just my hyperactive imagination for all things Hendry. I'd fallen for him. Hard. But I wasn't sure what to do with that, especially if he only felt a fraction of what I felt for him. Especially if he didn't want me. Especially if his feelings were exactly what he felt for every other woman here. He cares for a lot of women. The words sounded bitter and sharp, and I choked their aftertaste down. She gave a skeptical frown. That's not what I mean. He listens to you. He talks to you differently than anyone else. Not that he doesn't do those things with others, but with you, it's different. We respected each other. We'd even admitted that, though I hadn't found the courage to tell him all my other feelings for him. I'd wanted to in the closet with a kiss, but that hadn't gone too well. She rose from her chair and adjusted the belt cinching the waist of her grey dress tighter. He looks at you differently too. You're always the first person he searches for when he comes into a room. My heart spasmed. I'd never noticed. A sad smile crossed her face. I think you two could be very happy. My gaze snapped up to meet hers. Since when did I need her approval? She chuckled. I have a good sense for these things, being in this line of work. What you decide to do with that is up to you. What was I supposed to do with that? Go jump his bones? Because what if someone had beat me to it? My eyes stung, my chest aching at the thought, and I hurried out of there so I wouldn't have to think about it. How could my feelings for Hendry top out at euphoric and then plummet to almost hurling so quickly? I stumbled toward the spiral staircase, not sure where I was headed. The second floor where all the women lived? And if a naked whore opened the door with Hendry still in bed with just fucked hair? It hurt too much to even think about it, so I made my way to the kitchen instead. Cooks bustled about with no need for my help to create amazing smells. Sarah stood off in the corner with Lucy, who showed off her sharpened pencil. They both waved. Ross, minus his cowboy hat, rolled out dough on the center table with a smile. Have you seen Hendry? I asked him. Not since early this morning. He wiped his dark, glistening forehead with the back of his hand. Said he was going on a supply run. Relief lightened my chest a fraction. I touched my finger to a little pile of flour on the corner and rubbed its softness back to the table. If you see him, will you please tell him to find me? Of course. I wasn't exactly sure why I wanted him to find me, or what I would say when he did, so I distracted myself with bathroom duty. Nothing said I might be in love with you quite as well as a freshly stocked bathroom. In the middle of a supply run to my closet, a fierce shrieking erupted inside my skull. My reflection in the dented can of stainless steel polish showed I still had 30 hours left. Yet if anything were to hurt because of the collar, it should be my neck, not my whole head. Out in the entryway, a few people had slumped onto the love seats and gripped their foreheads as if staunching brain leaks. Something was happening, but I didn't know what. The door to the office was closed, so I took that as an invitation and barged in. I pulled up short and blinked. Blinked again. Close the door, Tessa hissed, her face tear-stained. I did. My gaze stuck to Hendry laid out on a desk, shirtless and pale. Unmoving. I jerked forward, crossing the distance between us, my mouth moving over words that wouldn't come. The room blurred, warping into what I hoped was just a nightmare, until tears tracked down my face and I saw clearly again. Tessa leaned over his head at one end of the desk, drumming her fingers on the wood, her eyes glued to something poking up behind his arm. A sob heaved from her mouth,
a tortured sound, and she shook her head. "He made me kill him, Finn." I stopped by the table with maps all over it and swayed on my feet. Dead? Hendry was dead. Tessa had killed him. I ticked my gaze to her, an ocean of fury crashing through my veins. My arms trembled with it until I gathered it in my fists. I tried to swallow, but my mouth tasted like acidic cotton. "What? He made you?" I finally spit out. "Yes." She shifted her gaze to me briefly, the blue in her eyes outlined in sorrow. "For you?" She wasn't making any sense. She'd killed him. Hendry was dead, not because of me, but because of her. She couldn't have him, so had she killed him so no one else could? My teeth bared, my fists ready to fly. I stalked toward her, my thoughts colored with murder. A timer went off, sudden and shrill, hesitating my steps. The silver collar around his neck snapped open and freed him. I gasped, unable to understand anything I was seeing. Tessa dived into action, one hand reaching for the golden sun amulet on his chest and the other digging in a black bag by his head. She ripped off his amulet and threw it to the floor. Then, with both hands held high above his chest, she thumbed some sort of plunger that leaked a drop of liquid from a sharp needle. It clung there in the sunlight, angling through the boarded-up window behind him, shimmering, growing fatter. She plunged the needle down. "No!" I shouted and ran forward to stop her. Hendry jerked upright with a loud gasp. He clutched his chest, his shoulders heaving, and flopped over the side of the desk to the floor. I reeled back for a second while my mind struggled to catch up with whatever the hell was happening. His muscles twitched as he turned himself over and collapsed on his back, still sucking down air. But he'd died. Tears welled and my knees buckled, dropping me next to him. "Hendry!" I cradled his face in my hands and smoothed the curls away from his closed eyes. "Hendry, please, talk to me." "I couldn't," he said between pants, his voice raspy. "I couldn't talk to you. If I would have shown any interest in you, she would have hated you more than she already did." "Allison," I breathed. His amulet had skidded toward one of the bookshelves, and the color had gone out of it. Dead. Just like Hendry had been. Tessa rushed up to his side, her hands crushed to her mouth as she stared down at him. "He wanted you to kill him so he could take the collar and amulet off?" I asked. She nodded and took several deep breaths. "I told him that I just want him to be happy, and I knew the one thing that would make him happy." She gave me a meaningful look. I swallowed down at Hendry. He'd died for me. He'd risked everything to find a way to free himself from the collar and his weird amulet. "The pain in your head was Allison when I died," he said. "Her anguish at not being able to control me anymore." How? A burst of questions exploded onto my tongue and tied it up before I could get a complete sentence out. Hendry finally opened his eyes, his heaving chest slowing. "I left a note for the Berkano along with Lucy's and asked for a favor. 2 doses of insulin and 2 of adrenaline from the hospital pharmacy that we didn't have time to raid. Philip delivered. Almost." Tessa turned for the door. "I'll give you 2 a little while." She turned back before she left, and I nodded at her, not sure what to say that would sum up my feelings right now. She offered a faint, watery smile and closed the door behind her. "Insulin and adrenaline." I shook my head at Hendry. "I don't know what that is." "One to kill me, one to wake me back up. I had to see if it worked to get the collar and amulet off so I could tell you about my stepmom, about her power." He took my hands away from his face and gripped them tight. "Before your time is up." Before my time was up? Did that mean I would have to die too? I sat back on my heels. You said you got 2 doses. I got another dose of adrenaline to wake you back up. Not insulin to kill you, but Philip said he's natural at finding things. It's only a last resort to get your collar off, but now I know it works. His voice shook slightly with determination. Maybe we won't have to use it, though. Maybe I can make her take it off you. It's only fair she do something good after lying to the entire division for years, after forcing her own son into silent slavery. She wouldn't take this collar off me out of the goodness of her heart. She didn't have a heart. But if, say, a bunch of witches and vampires showed up on her doorstep and backed her up into a corner until she dropped the senseless rules, maybe my church tongue could talk her into a little of her hoarded magic to rid me of my collar. Wait, I said, gazing at him sharply. Did you just say slavery? Aside from her word-tying magic on both of us, there's the amulet, he said, waving at it. It's fused with poison. If I went against her or the church in any way, or stopped bringing new members into the church, she would skip the dose of the antidote to counter the poison. My jaw dropped to his chest. Is she poisoning my dad, too? Yes, he said. This explained so much. Why he never went against her. Why he didn't speak out against me being kicked out of the church. It all came down to the poison flower named Allison. Oh, she so deserved a kick to her red lipsticked sneer. That's why you couldn't lead the resistance, I said. You couldn't tell anyone what exactly we're resisting, but if you made it sound like it was the Berkano who were the enemy, that was okay, right? He nodded. It's going to take an army to go up against her with all the power she's stolen over the years. But I don't know if that fact alone will be enough to inspire everyone to go against her. Well, I'm not doing much better. I forced a chuckle. Some people seem to tolerate me now, but I'm not sure that's enough for them to go to battle for me. To die for me, like Hendry had. I dipped my head, the image of him lying dead stitching itself into my memory for an eternity. My throat knotted, more tears pooled, and a sob hitched my shoulders. So many emotions warred inside me, mostly relief and awe at this man, but also love, so much that it hurt. Hendry, I started. You don't have to. He squeezed my hand, his touch growing warmer by the second. You died for me, I whispered. Well, also a little bit for me. He smiled, and I brought my hands back to his face to touch it, memorize it, soak it into my soul. But yes, for you too. Always for you, Finn, since the first day I heard you sing. Since day one. When you left the church this last time, Allison added you to my poisoned amulet. I guess she'd seen the way I looked at you and didn't want me falling for you. But I already had. I squeezed my eyes shut and let those words sink in. But because I was an idiot, I couldn't stop my doubts from overshadowing everything. How many women have you slept with here? As soon as it left my mouth, I regretted it. What more did this man have to do for me, especially since he didn't owe me anything? One, he said simply. One woman who ran off with another man. I nodded down at the floor. I'd never been as jealous of anyone I'd never met than I was then. It didn't make any sense I should feel that way, though. Of course someone as handsome and good as him would have lovers. Or lover, singular. He had experience when I didn't, and I didn't want to doubt myself around him, do the whole contrast and compare thing that seemed to be ingrained in every woman I met, including myself. She said I couldn't love her with everything in my heart, he said, reaching up to thumb away my tears. She knew I was in love with someone else. I melted into both his touch and words as shame filled me that I'd taken the word of Tessa as fact. It wasn't as simple as believing her, though. Or maybe it was. How was I supposed to know, since I'd never felt like this before? With a sigh, he propped himself into a sitting position. But I could never talk to the person I loved because I knew my stepmom was always watching. He loved me. He'd said it, so unless I was crazy and imagining things, he meant it. He loved me. My chest swelled almost to bursting. I cupped his whiskered cheek in my hand, his warmth and strength fueling mine. I'm sure that was even creepier than it sounds. He laughed, an exhausted sound. But now I'm free, and you can be too. I just don't know if I have the guts to do what you did. To die and then come back. That's terrifying, something born of nightmares, risky times 1,000. All of it rolled into one big nope. But the alternative was dying anyway. If the collar didn't kill me, then Allison could when the resistance, if we could rally one, marched inside her church walls. With the magic she'd stolen, she might be able to kill us all with one of her disdained expressions. It's not pleasant. Dying, I mean. He laced his fingers through mine on his cheek and kissed my palm. You need to know that, but you can trust me to bring you back. I would never let anything happen to you, Finn. I sighed into him and leaned forward, touching my forehead to his so we could share the same air, the same space. My heart beat toward him, pinpointing exactly who it craved the most, and I didn't intend to ever let him go. Hours later, after I'd left Hendry in the office to sleep, a knock sounded at my closet door. Dinner had come and gone, and I'd talked to the rest of the brothel about going to the church, but they were more interested in hearing Lucy and me sing. So we did, of course, but that wasn't sparking any resistances. Hendry hadn't been there to say what I still couldn't. Tessa had nodded during my rallying speech, though, so that was something. I would take a nod over blank stares any day. I opened the door, and there he stood, his wide shoulders stretching the distance of the doorway. He wore a black button-up shirt, his usual jeans and black cowboy boots, and the lack of a silver collar revealed the tendons in his neck and the lickable expanse of skin. I would even go with biteable, never mind the vampiric implications. His hair was wet, and his natural crisp ocean scent rolled off him in enticing waves. You were looking for me? He said. The candle chandelier behind him in the entryway threw shadows over his face, making it impossible to see what he might be thinking. He sounded tired, like he'd been dead earlier today. Earth to Finn. He ducked down to snag my gaze with his silhouetted face. Is something wrong? Yes, there was. But there was also something right. I was looking for you before you died because I wanted to tell you. I think you're great. Let's get married. Why was it so hard to express everything I felt toward him? He'd told me exactly how he felt about me earlier, and it had been perfect, so much better than those historical fiction books back at the church. Tell me what? He asked. I shook my head as if to clear away my jumbled thoughts and unearth the purity of what I felt for him with something that made sense. I don't think I've ever met anyone as caring as you. You'll do anything for anyone, like literally die, even at the risk of laughing like a kookaburra, and my nose thinks you have a pleasing smell, and when you smile... He stepped inside the closet and flicked the light on, a devious curl on his lips. When I smile? It lights my soul up, I whispered. He lit my soul up. I supposed I could have gone with that summarized version, saved both of us some time, and not given my nose a brain. His nearness sucked the air from the closet. He touched his fingertips to my cheek, thrumming an electric zing through my blood as he searched my face. His gaze was tender, the golden hue in his hazel eyes bright and filled with something like hope. Are you trying to tell me something? He asked.
I leaned into the warmth of his touch, the rough pads of his fingers charging my heartbeat. Yes. Craving more of his skin on mine, I reached up for his hand and twined my fingers with his. I'm falling for you, Hendry Williams. In one fluid motion, he slid his hand to the back of my head and shoved his body into mine until I hit the wall next to the cleaning supplies shelf. Well, it's about time, Finn V. Chapter 12. 22 hours left. Our lips almost touched. Hendry's gaze dropped to my mouth, and he tilted his head toward them as if he might capture them with his. When he didn't, I darted my tongue out and traced beneath his lower lip, just for a taste that only made me want more. I swallowed at the hunger flaring hot in his eyes, fueling something just as powerful inside me. My erratic pulse throbbed. We lay there, clutched to each other, after tremors still shaking our bodies, neither of us moving much except for more kisses and caresses. I love you, Hendry, I whispered. I love you, Finn. Always. Always. Even through death. If we were to have any kind of future, I would have to die by his hand. Tomorrow. It would have to be done tomorrow, ready or not. I blinked awake into the dark, spreading my arms wide for Hendry's smooth skin. He must have gone. Was that what had woken me up? The spot he'd filled next to me was cool underneath my palm, so he'd likely been gone a while. Had I heard something? I swatted my hands through the air for the string attached to the light and eventually found it. My clothes had been flung to various shelves or draped over broom handles, and it warmed my cheeks remembering how they'd gotten there. Last night had been honest and perfect and beautiful, and I wanted to share another one with Hendry, and a million more after that. But first, we needed to get this collar off me. Hushed voices sounded from just outside the door. Firm and tense, they cut through the morning quiet, yet I couldn't make out what they were saying. Something was wrong, though. I felt it in the prickle of unease crawling up my scalp. I rushed to put my clothes on and then pushed the closet door open a crack. The light from the closet mingled with the rays of sun slicing between the boards on the door, brightening the empty entryway in soft yellows and oranges. I tiptoed across the entryway, the cold shivering up to my ankles. A shadow passed outside, as well as the low timbre of a voice I knew well. I crossed to the door and peered between the boards, but all I saw was a Hendry-shaped figure. Was he out there alone, talking to himself? With the sun shining, he wasn't talking to any Berkano, and I doubted any humans or witches had worked up enough courage to venture outside anywhere other than the rooftop travel system. My palm slickened as I moved it to the doorknob because something didn't feel right. With my heart beating a warning into my ribs, I opened the door. Sunlight blinded me. Footsteps crunched over gravel, slow and steady, and Hendry's voice sounded to the right as a murmur. He was praying. I blinked the yellow splotches out of my eyes, my mouth suddenly dry. A light breeze kicked up a pile of black ash around my legs, circling lazily around a pond of black goo and a large wet spot on my left. Blood. Red fingers stretched to the middle of the street where two lumps lay. One bearded, familiar, the other tall and thin with a chain of vampire fangs around his neck, both with their throats, and the rest of them, in gory tatters. The Silence Collectors. What the hell had happened out here? I flickered my gaze toward Hendry, but he faced away from me, still praying. In front of him was a yellow, lumpy tarp. Something buzzed inside me like an alarm as if to wake me from a nightmare. I expected to jolt awake at any second, but I wasn't sure why. Not immediately. My mind felt as though it was shutting down without telling me what was wrong, as if it had already processed something that was wrong.
I stared hard at the tarp, at the corners floating on the breeze, struggling to piece together whatever had happened here. Blood stained the edges like a violent sunset, had puddled underneath the flapping corners, and floating out from one end was a blonde curl. My whole body jerked. The world blurred in front of my tears, and then my bloody reality streaked back into focus when they fell. I shook my head, forcing the images running through my brain to explain what had happened, trying to unsee that lone curl. But I couldn't, not with my heart cracking wide. Lou. I didn't have enough air to say her name, and I clawed at my collar to draw in more. Hendry whirled, and if I hadn't seen the truth behind him already, I would have read it in his bloodshot eyes. I stumbled toward him, and he grabbed my shoulders and dipped his head to look at me straight on.
Finn, go back inside.
His voice, out loud in the sunlight, was gentle but rough at the same time, firm yet desolate. Let me see her. My throat pulled tight, knotting up everything else I could say. He squeezed his eyes shut.
Please, Finn, you don't need to see.
But I did. I had to know what had happened, what her last moments had been. She should have had many more moments before her last. She was so young. I shoved him away and dived toward her, my knees giving out in front of her floating curl. My stomach rolled at the coppery smell of blood, and I heaved into the ground, my body trembling.
Finn.
Footsteps came up behind me and then a strong hand at my elbow. With a sob building in my chest, I shook him off and lifted one corner of the tarp. Thread zigzagged across her throat. No, not just her throat, but her entire neck. They'd removed her head to kill her, taken her vocal cords, and then sewed her head back on, no collar required. Her eyes, once a dazzling blue, had been plucked free, and black X's had been drawn over them. A shudder rolled over my shoulders, rattling all the pieces that had once been my heart. I opened my mouth and pierced the silence with a broken scream. Chapter 13. 3 hours left. From the confines of my dark closet, I sang. I sang until my lips were cracked, until I'd scraped my throat raw and tasted blood, until my tears had dried up. Even then, I didn't stop. I pictured Lucy in her dress and shiny curls singing right along with me, our voices in perfect harmony, the kind of music that touched others' souls and made them listen. In the back of my mind, I memorized her even more than I already had, processed the jagged hole she'd left behind, and pieced together how this had happened so it wouldn't ever again. I had a caller. Me. I'd had nothing to lose, and I should have tried to talk to the silence collectors. I should have told them about the rules at the very least, how they'd been planted in all our heads, not by the Berkano but by another witch. Hendry had said the silence collectors focused their efforts on vampires. Usually. They likely feared vampires as much as anyone else when we didn't need to. We were all puppets, and likely the vocal cord spell they'd created was a result of the marionette strings attached to their hands to off the vampires even faster. Our fears had been orchestrated to make us turn on each other. And we had. I lumped myself right in the middle of the blame because part of this was my fault. Lucy's death was on me. The rest of the blame fell on Allison, and I intended to put a stop to her and this needless hatred born from fear. I ended the last note of the last song and breathed in the quiet. My stomach rumbled. Something shifted right outside the door, and I knew it was Hendry. For however long I'd locked myself in here, he'd been right outside with his back against the door, silent except for his demands for everyone to leave me alone.
His presence had been a constant comfort, a flicker of light in my darkness. With a slow exhale, I hauled myself into a sitting position, hunger, thirst, and exhaustion pounding at my body for attention. I'd needed time to grieve and to formulate some kind of plan to decimate these stupid rules that governed our lives, though I'd done more grieving than planning. I needed to get this collar off me, but I couldn't deal with any more death at the moment. It could wait until after tonight. When I finally dragged myself to my feet, I opened the door, slowly so Hendry wouldn't fall back. He looked up at me, his eyes rimmed in red, and stood, and I crushed myself into his arms. He dropped kisses on my head and cradled me to him, and I might have cried all over again if I wasn't already dried up.
Do you remember the 2 vampires who sat outside to listen to you sing?
He whispered into my disheveled hair. I nodded.
They killed the Silence Collectors. Lucy sleepwalked last night, and the Silence Collectors found her in the apartment hallway. The 2 vampires saw them dump.
His throat bobbed on a hard swallow.
Saw them dump Lucy's body outside our building, and the vampires risked the sun and died just to kill them first.
The Silence Collectors brought her here as a warning, I murmured into his neck.
Yes. It seems like they didn't want us to make friends with vampires, but I think that's exactly what we did, Finn,
he said, rubbing my back.
They're broken up about this, just as much as all of us are. Look.
I pulled away, my hands still clasped behind his neck, and blinked around the entryway. Candles burned on all the tables and along the edges of the walls. Hand-drawn pictures of Lucy, or her name, beaded jewelry, flowers, and coins covered the floor, all in remembrance of the little girl vampire everyone had fallen in love with.
Come.
Hendry slid from my arms, took my hand, and led me through the boarded-up door. Outside, faint traces of pink and blue ribboned the evening sky. A sense of déjà vu dug my heels into the ground, horror curdling in my gut at what I'd witnessed the last time I'd come out here. But Hendry caught my gaze, threading trust between us, and gently tugged on my arm. Propped against the brothel's walls and scattered out into the street were more hand-drawn pictures anchored by stones, flowers, and flickering candles, with many of them centered around the spot where the 2 vampires had sacrificed their lives to kill the Silence Collectors. And where Lucy had lain, a large sign surrounded by bright red warata flowers read, P.S. No biting. The Berkano, I breathed. Hendry nodded as he gazed out into the street.
They've been leaving things since the sun went down.
Our shared grief looked the same, because on a basic level, we were the same. Some were just thirsty for blood.
Philip left word that he'll do anything to help so this doesn't happen again,
Hendry said. I'm not sure how we're going to do that.
Sure you do.
He tucked his fingers under my chin to make me look at him.
With your voice. Mine too. But it was you who brought the witches and vampires together.
I shook my head. It was Lucy.
It was your idea, your bravery, to go outside and sing,
he said, a sad smile on his mouth.
You separated the witches from the Silence Collectors, so now we're not all the bad guys.
But it had taken a tragedy to make that point clear. Hendry had said the Silence Collectors were scattered all over Tombstone, so unless we ended the rules that inspired this distrust, another tragedy could happen, to witches or vampires. The first step, really the only step I could think of at the moment, was to head to the Church of Hangmen. After that, well, I supposed I would just make it up as I went along. But if the brothel, witches, and the Berkano had my back, we would be a formidable force,
We would end this needless fear just as soon as I had something to eat. After that, I would die to get this collar off me, somehow, if I didn't die before that.
I'll work out a plan with the Berkano, he said.
I'll talk to the rest of the brothel at dinner, I said, and his encouraging nod and half-smile reconfirmed his steadfast belief in me. Whether anyone comes with us or not, we're going. So put on your Sunday best, Hendry, because tonight, we're going to the church. 2 hours left. I was so focused on the coming resistance as I marched toward the front of the dining room that I didn't immediately notice that everyone at their tables had fallen silent. Slices of bread hung halfway to mouths, and heads swiveled toward me. A nervous flutter took flight in my stomach as I turned to face them. I hadn't been sure I was the right one to lead them. Still wasn't. But right then it was about so much more than who led them. Now to use my voice for something other than singing. "You're heartbroken," I said, the words as creaky as rusted hinges. "You're horrified that something like this could happen to someone as young as Lucy." Tessa's chin wobbled, her eyes puffy and red, and she propped her elbow on the front table and covered her mouth. "We all feel that way," I continued. "The witches, the humans, and the vampires. All of us feel the exact same way. Maybe you've looked out your windows and seen what the Berkano did outside our door. It's the same thing we did in here. We're remembering Lucy and leaning on each other in our grief. We're not focused on our fear, which isn't ours to begin with. Everyone in Tombstone, maybe everyone in Division 7, has been enchanted with the rules. No talking, stay out of the shadows, don't go out at night, survive. Those rules were meant for us, humans and witches, but what about Lucy? She had every right to survive too, as a vampire." Several people nodded or voiced their agreement. "Now, every single one of us needs to choose what to do about her needless death. Her death won't be for nothing, as far as I'm concerned. And nothing like this will ever happen again. I'll make sure of that, even if Hendry and I have to do it ourselves. Honestly, though, I'd rather not. The witch who did the enchantment could probably take me down with her pinky before I can change the smell of her." A few titters bounced across the room. "We ask that you come with us right now to see this witch. All of you, or some of you, hopefully not none of you. Henry's asking the Berkano as well, since it's their fight too. It's all of ours. We don't need to be ruled by fear any longer. Lucy did a good job of teaching us that. So did Bast." I didn't know what else to say or if I'd said enough. No one offered up an enthusiastic war cry, but no one outright refused either. So that was it then. Had that been the beginning and end of my leadership career? What else could it possibly take to light the fire under everyone here and shift their entire way of thinking? Blood simmered through my veins and gathered at the back of my throat in a burst of song. It was Lucy's song, the upbeat one about the girl strolling through the outback with her dingo. Smiles flitted across several faces, and a few of them joined in. At the end, people applauded, and it kept on going while I just stood there. What else could I say? "Come with me! For Lucy!" I shouted over them. Maybe it was just my hope amplifying the sound, but the clapping seemed to grow louder. I started toward the door, but Tessa took hold of my wrist. She gazed up at me, and her pain for both Lucy and her daughter shone bright in her eyes. "Tonight?" I nodded. "Tonight. Right now." Several others at her table leaned forward as if to strategize, or maybe just to see what was left on Tessa's plate. On my way out, the applause finally dwindled down to excited chatter. Yet no one followed me out. Whatever. I was going.
I crossed to the front door when footsteps sounded behind me. "Wait up!" I whirled. Striding toward me were Jenny, the bird's nest girl, and Paul, who always asked me to sing with tears in his eyes. I couldn't help the smile that burst across my face. "You're coming?" I asked. "What have we got to lose?" Jenny asked.
"I'm an old hippie at heart," Paul said. "I'd rather everyone just got along."
"Me too." I settled my hand on the first of the 3 locks on the front door. "Just remember, there are friends now. There's nothing to be afraid of." I unlocked the door, opened it, and almost had a heart attack. Philip and Hendry stood just outside, along with about 30 other vampires. Philip must have read my expression because he held up a hand.
"Relax. P.S. No biting."
He stepped to the side and swept his arm to the road.
"Let's go break this witch's rules. Except the survive one, of course. I've always been a fan of that one."
I led Jenny and Paul outside and took Hendry's hand. Bravo idea. Chapter 14. 1 hour left. We wound through the dark streets like a silent, deadly snake, our tongues tasting for any threats on the air, our eyes sharp. Could Allison see us coming? All 34 of us witches and vampires? I hoped so. The plan was that Jenny, Paul, Philip, and I would head into the church first to demand answers. If those answers didn't come easily, or if we sparked trouble, we would shout once for help and twice for a lot of help. That was my idea anyway, and Hendry thought it might be better if we left the door open and relied on everyone else's supernatural hearing for the slightest problem. Philip one-upped both our plans and said he'd use his psychic link to the rest of the vampires. We were the winningest team for a reason. Hendry would stay out of sight for a while since Allison thought he was dead, as his poisoned golden sun necklace had died. He planned to make his grand entrance at a highly dramatic, unexpected time. "Hey," I said, nudging him. "I'd like to know more about your guitar playing." He chuckled and kicked a stray rock in the road.
"It's more like guitar stomping."
The way he said it made it sound incredibly dirty, and a pleasant shiver rolled down my spine. "Will you play for me sometime?" I asked. He answered with a grin and tugged me closer so he could put his arm around my waist. The world spun faster with his touch, and I looped my fingers through his belt loop to keep myself anchored. This seemed almost normal, taking a walk with him, but it was night. We were talking aloud, and we led a group of vampires and witches to a church. It felt right, though. I was exactly where I needed to be. When we arrived at the church, Hendry found the key and unlocked the door while the rest of our gang milled about the parking lot. He held the door open, but I stopped and turned to Philip before I went inside. I'd never noticed before, but his black "I am here" shirt read "You are there" on the back. Well, he'd told Hendry he was good at finding things. "I read in a historical fiction book that vampires can't go into churches," I whispered. "But this is where I first met Lucy." My voice hitched on her name. Philip slid past me inside and turned, a smile cupping his mouth.
"It's a church for witches. There's not a lot of difference. Or haven't you been paying attention?"
"I was just testing you," I said.
"I have the adrenaline shot in my pocket if things go south,"
Hendry whispered in my ear.
"But be careful."
One way or another, I would die tonight. Better to make the best of what little time I had left. I pressed a kiss to his cheek on my way inside. "You be careful, too." The smell of cleaning chemicals assaulted my nose, a harsh reminder of Kit and how he'd died because of me. There would never be a day when I wouldn't feel guilty about his death. We trailed down the short, dimly lit hallway. To the right, a strip of light shone underneath Dad's office door. Since it was close to 11 o'clock, Everyone would likely be settling down for the night on the pews in the nave. But Dad was there, in his office. Would he be glad to see me? Time to find out. A gasp sounded in front of me. Philip stopped and turned, the low light cutting sharp angles into his face. A black blur whisked away from where he stood, and then he was gone. "What the what? Where'd he go?" Jenny hissed. The blonde braid in her hair flopped into her face as she jerked her head around the hallway. I blinked at where he'd been. No way had he changed his mind. No way had I been wrong to trust the Berkano. Right?
"I think he went that way."
Paul pointed toward the nave, where most everyone was sleeping, defenseless. Jenny pulled a handful of wooden stakes from her pocket and handed some to Paul. "We'll find him." My mouth hung open as I stared. "Don't worry," she whispered and coughed into her elbow. "I believed you when you said we could trust them, but we all have our days, right? Don't take it personally." She took Paul's arm and hauled him in the direction he'd indicated. "Scream loud if it comes to that," I reminded them. I refused to believe I was wrong about Philip and the Berkano. We could trust them. Despite what my head said, my feet angled back to the entrance and Hendry. I shuffled back to the open doorway, but the night held still. There didn't appear to be anyone out there. A chill dragged up the back of my neck. This was right, though. My gut told me I was still in the right place, so I needed to trust it until I was without a doubt proved wrong. Besides, I was wasting time. My ears strained for any sound of Allison or anyone else. She could be inside Dad's office, but I didn't hear voices. When I'd lived here, I'd never knocked before entering, but as an outsider with several walls between my father and me, it felt wrong somehow, like we were strangers to each other. So I rapped lightly and pushed the door open at the same time, merging the old me with the new, so to speak. He looked up and squinted, then his eyes widened and he stood.
"What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here."
He brought his hand to his chest, right where his poisoned golden sun amulet hung underneath his white thin striped shirt. Allison could probably sense his panic through the amulet. My blood boiled. Somehow we needed to get that thing off him without him dying. I wasn't so sure I could handle it for that moment before he was brought back to life. There had to be another way. "What do you know about Allison using the Tell me everything you know, Dad," I blurted, because I would bet 10,000 vocal cords I wouldn't have a lot of time before Allison came running, and I couldn't even say what I wanted to. He ticked his gaze to the closed door behind me, shifting nervously on his bum leg.
"I went along with everything because it would help your mother."
"Help how?" I asked.
"We give the silence collectors bodies of the recently hanged, and they take the vocal cords to add to their collection for this spell they want to try to undo the rift curse."
He gripped his shirt over his amulet as if shielding it from what he was saying. Could he speak because he hadn't left the church?
"They provide the special effects on the roof, making it look like the Berkano demanded a sacrifice, while they wait for the body. In exchange, they bring us vampire blood from one they've already killed."
I gaped at the astonishing number of things wrong with what he'd just said. "Vampire blood?"
"For your mom, Finn."
He swallowed.
"It's the only thing that helps her, and believe me when I say I've tried everything. Feist has tried everything. She has the worst case of the rift curse anyone has ever seen. But vampire blood helps her feel better, which means I will do anything to get it."
"But she's not a vampire. Just like Lucy wasn't a witch." The rift curse sickness blurred those lines between us, so Allison erected new lines with her ridiculous enchantment. This whole thing was ridiculous. Mom drank vampire blood, vampires drank human blood, and no one drank witch blood. Welcome to the brand new post-riff circle of life.
"No, she isn't, but it did change her."
He sank back into his chair.
That day that she went outside searching for you when you were young, she stumbled upon a dying vampire and was overwhelmed with the need to drink from it. When she runs low on blood, she bites. That's why I forbade you to go see her and erected charms around the nursery, for your protection." I swallowed thickly, my stomach threatening to pitch. "So you just went along with everything? I read it in a book, Dad, about Allison's ancestors. How could you possibly think all of this was okay?" "The witches I hanged were sick with the rift curse, or old." He winced and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they sparkled with tears. "What would you rather I have done, Finn? Let your mom rot away?" "But I'm your daughter, Dad. I have a right to know what's happening in my own life, what the real consequences of my actions are. I wanted to be just like you, but I almost killed a little girl." I shook my head, disgusted with myself all over again. The loss of one perfectly good life to save another wouldn't solidify as something that was right inside my heart and mind, even if it was Mom. Of course I loved her and wanted her to be well, but I couldn't kill for her, especially when it was buried under the guise of Allison's power. "I know." His body stiffened, the air around him like layers of concrete. He leaned forward, his nose inches from his desk, and groaned. "I know, Finn." "Dad?" I reached toward him, but stalled my hand when his shirt glowed red. His amulet. The collar at my neck squeezed, sealing off everything but the need for more air. I gasped, clawing at the metal, my eyes bugging in panic. It wasn't time yet. I still had about 1 hour left. The red glow flashed up behind Dad's shirt. It pressed against his throat as the silver chain whipped tight around his neck. It sizzled against his skin and coiled black smoke around his head. Choking sounds wheezed between his lips. His fingers tore at it. I shoved to my feet to help him, though I had no idea how. The cracked office walls peeled away and then reformed into the nave. Rough fibers of a rope scraped at my neck, underneath my collar, a preview of what was to come since my feet were still planted on the blue carpet, 3 steps above where the congregation sat, wide-eyed and shocked at my sudden appearance. And next to me was Hendry. An amulet, another one, hung around his neck. A noose hung there too, squeezing him so hard his face had turned red, but he still reached for me. 2 men stood behind the pulpits on either side of us and lifted the ropes closer to our deaths. Beyond the congregation, standing in the back, was Allison. With her face twisted in a sneer, she waved her hand, and the doors behind her slammed closed. "The Berkano require 2 more sacrifices ahead of schedule due to the last botched one." She started down the center aisle while she fiddled with her ugly scarf. "You can thank Finn V for that." A low rumble drifted through the nave. The witches in the pews turned questioning gazes at one another. "Liar," I choked out when she drew closer. I wriggled my hands, but they'd been magically bound behind my back. She marched up the steps toward me. "We have running water, electricity, enough food to eat, all because of me. I provide these witches and humans a safe haven. Tell me, other than making things smell, what is it that you do?" I tried for a smile as the rope hefted me to my tiptoes. "Your stepson." She jerked her head back, blinked, then slowly turned her head toward Hendry. "My stepson died to trick me so he could take his amulet off. That isn't my stepson." She spat at his feet. "Hang them up high!" The ropes slowly lifted higher, digging the tips of my boots into the carpet. I was drawing out the inevitable. I knew that, but I refused to accept my or Hendry's endings until I was forced to. Afterward,
I had to believe we would see each other again, either in this life, the afterlife, or another life. A place where it could be just us, with no rules or lies. Besides, the Berkano were here, somewhere. So were Jenny and Paul. I had to believe they would come. I turned to look at Hendry. "I love you," I mouthed. The way he gazed at me reflected all my thoughts back. "I love you too." The rope creaked overhead as it supported more of my weight. The noose burned into my skin, squeezing my windpipe tighter and tighter. The tips of my toes left the carpet altogether. I kicked, desperate to find purchase, to draw another breath, to survive. My instinct to claw more air down my throat jerked my bound hands behind my back. My lungs screamed. Black splotches dotted my vision, blurring out the faces of the congregation in a pulsing rhythm. Too slow. My heart was beating too slow, and in between, alarms rattled inside my skull. My world faded to a sliver of light cracking from underneath a dropped curtain. From behind that curtain came a voice, far away yet familiar, comforting but at the same time not. My brain waded through sludge to try to put a name to the voice and to pinpoint why it was accompanied by a loud click and a horse's neigh. And then an enormous boom. My body plummeted. A second boom sounded before I'd finished dragging in my first breath. I tore the noose from my neck and choked down air as I blinked up at the frayed rope swinging above my head. My brain was too oxygen-deprived to figure out what had just happened, so like my tangled limbs, I would sort it all out later. Right now, I focused on maximum air intake. And Hendry. I turned my head, and there he lay, gasping while his empty rope twirled from the wooden beam overhead. Ugly red burns and welts marred his neck. The veins under his skin pulsed, but he was alive. He reached a hand toward me, and I stretched one toward him but was too weak yet to close the distance between us. We were both alive. Relief swelled with each breath. A horse neighed again, and that prompted a blast of other noises to filter into my eardrums. Gasps, terrified pleas, shouting near the back of the nave. The church was in chaos, and standing in the middle of it was an orange horse with Tessa on top. Orange. Was that Bast's horse? I only knew it was Tessa because of the exotic slant to her blue eyes. The rest of her face was covered in a red bandana tied around her mouth and a large cowboy hat. She held a shotgun at the ready. Other brothel witches and vampires stood in the side aisles in front of the boarded-up stained glass windows. Some held guns, and some had already cast spells that sparkled in their palms with all sorts of different scents, aiming them at the congregation. Maybe not all the brothel witches were here, but a lot of them. I smiled with what little strength I had left. A banging sound on the roof as loud as thunder. Was it really the Berkano this time, or the silence collectors pretending to be the Berkano because of my failed sacrifice? "You brought the Berkano down upon us!" Allison shouted at Hendry and me, her voice pitched with real terror. She likely hadn't expected a sacrifice tonight, so to hear the banging, well, it was an awesome effect to make her squirm. Gears shifted, and steel beams fell into place to keep us locked in the nave. "They're demanding a sacrifice!" she shouted above the din. "String those two up again!" Tessa galloped her horse down the center aisle, her shotgun leveled at the two men behind the pulpits with the ropes. "I wouldn't if I were you." "Let's see how well your horse likes fire! Ignis!" Allison screamed. Flames erupted from the floor in the center aisle of the church. Witches and vampires scattered away. Tessa's horse bucked and squealed. Black smoke boiled to the ceiling as the fire consumed everything in its path. I lunged for Hendry's hand and pulled. We needed to get out of here before the church buckled down on top of us, but we were trapped in here. All of us were. Allison had triggered the steel beams to lock us inside. The licking flames and smoke parted around the 3 steps in front of us, and Allison drifted up toward us. "Let everyone else out," I begged. "You can do whatever you want with me." "No." Hendry hauled himself to his feet, his face covered in soot and sweat. "End this now. It's over." "You brought vampires here, Hendry," she spat. "You remember what they did to your dad on one of his supply runs? They deserve to die." "Would he have wanted me to die?" he shouted. "Would he have wanted me to be your slave?" "I gave you everything you could have ever wanted." She stepped toward him, her words as sharp as her glare. "I gave you a safe place to live while the vampires who killed your dad starved slowly." I searched behind her, desperate for a glimpse of Tessa, the vampires, or the other brothel witches. We didn't have time for dick-wagging with Allison because her power would help her win. Mine was useless right now, and Hendry couldn't use his against her with that damned amulet around his neck again. I grabbed the frayed rope that hung loosely around mine, heavy smoke rolling over most of my arm and hopefully concealing my movements. A loud bang sounded at the back of the nave. A sucking noise filled the room, swallowing the smoke and fire in a drawn-out gurgle. Burnt walls and pews remained, a nightmare version of our once beautiful church. 4 figures appeared at the back. Jenny, Paul, and Philip, holding his hand to his neck where blood streaked over the backs of his fingers. And the 4th had a face so much like mine. I blinked. "Mom?" She held a finger to her lips, her gaze narrowed at Allison's back as she marched down the center aisle. Blood smeared the corner of her mouth, almost as red as the shiny, jagged scar on her neck. My mom? A silence collector? In the next heartbeat, she stood in front of me. A loud boom sounded to my right. But before I could look, Mom whipped her hand up and snatched my collar away, dragging my vocal cords out with it. Chapter 15. Stunned, I flew my hands to my neck as if to put back what she took from me. My own mother. I searched the space where seconds before she'd stood. Bitter tears scorched the backs of my eyes. How could she kill me? Her own daughter. Battles raged around me, but I couldn't process who was where as I bled out. Crimson rivers leaked between my fingers and down my wrists where they gathered in a pool before plunking steadily to the carpet, marking the brief time I had left. I sank to my knees, bumping against something hard. Spells and magic zipped over burnt pews. Fangs flashed white against the charred backdrop. "Finn!" Someone called to my right. I turned and locked gazes with Hendry, who stood in the side aisle. He stared in horror, the whites of his eyes blazing, his hand jerking to the pocket where I knew the adrenaline needle would be. That would hardly help if I was bleeding to death, though. Even so, he plowed his way toward me. Behind him, Allison physically fought off a woman who moved faster than a vampire and witch combined. Mom. With her fist cocked in midair, a slight smile tilted her blood-stained mouth. A burst of static filled my head and cascaded swatches of feelings down to my toes. Love, guilt, frustration, and thirst. I opened myself up to all of it, desperate to understand. She'd taken off my collar, which now rested by my knee, minus my vocal cords. So where were they? And why wasn't I dead yet? I opened my mouth, tried for a whisper. Mom? It came out as a croak, but it was as real a sound as my heartbeat knocking between my ears, which didn't appear to be slowing. Somehow, she must have wrenched it off me so fast that it hadn't stolen my voice or killed me. Maybe Philip's blood at the corner of her mouth had something to do with her speed. Her eyes lit with wrath. She drove the punch home into Allison's face. A macabre sense of delight plastered a grin to mine. The collar didn't have me anymore. I had the collar. The teeth on the inside had only been activated a little, and the number 1 still grooved the outside. 1 hour left. It was a weapon that could be used against Allison to force her to drop her divisive magic. Either that, or die from the collar. One choice, and I was the witch to give it to her. I settled the collar back into place around my neck without triggering the clasp and the magic that hopefully still lurked inside. When she neared me, I would be ready. But first, I needed to clear everyone out before anyone else really did drop dead. When Hendry had almost reached the first step toward me, a nearby male witch barreled into him. "Foetor," I said, imagining the worst smell I could. Vinegar mixed with sewer, rotten meat, burning flesh, and sour milk. The odor wafted through the nave and instantly had its intended effect. The male witch who fought Hendry stopped whatever spell he'd been about to fling mid-syllable. The rest of them retched or sprinted toward the exit that Mom, Paul, Jenny, and Philip had opened. Even the Berkano scrambled to get out. The only ones who didn't were Hendry, along with Allison and Mom, who were still locked in both a physical and magical battle that had moved to the center aisle. My collar could end all of this, but I needed Allison to come closer. Maybe if I chose the right song, it would piss Allison off enough to do just that. I opened my mouth on a song about a woman with a heart full of poison. The lyrics rolled from my mouth, floating up through the awful smell and toward the rafters in the ceiling, through the small creases between the boards on the stained glass windows. But the notes soured when Mom crumpled to the ground after a brutal hit. Allison whipped around to glare at me. "Shut up!" I forced myself to go on, my voice cracking, my eyes glued to Mom's unmoving form. Angry tears tracked down my face, but I funneled that emotion into my lungs and throat to blast the song into Allison's face. She stomped toward me. Anticipation licked up my spine, and I loosened my arms and hands like I normally did while singing, ready to spring into action at precisely the right second. She climbed the steps, a sneer peeling back her lips, and shot her palm toward my cheek. The slap crushed my teeth onto my tongue hard enough to draw blood and wrenched my head to the side. My voice faltered for that half second before I picked up the song where I'd left off, biting back a smile that my non-church tongue had drawn her so close. "Marshall, make her stop!" she demanded. I decrescendoed my voice so I could hear him. Limping up the center aisle was Dad, with what looked like Tessa's shotgun aimed at Allison's back. His red-rimmed gaze stuck on Mom near his feet. "No." "Marshall!" she snapped, her lethal stare pinned to me. "Only I know where the antidote is for your amulet. Yours and Hendry's. Hendry, you stop her!" Hendry's arm hung at an odd angle as he dragged himself up the steps toward us. "Take back these rules that govern us, Allison. Stop stealing everyone's magic for your benefit alone." "It's hardly my benefit alone," she scoffed. "Don't you see the safe fortress around you?" "It's not a secure fortress, though," Dad said, stepping closer. "The flooded part of the church allows in all sorts of creatures." Something shifted behind Allison's eyes. "What?" Dad stopped before the first step. "It appears that all the blood the silence collectors gave to you in exchange for a hanged body with undamaged vocal cords went missing. All that blood was meant for Maggie, my wife, the one with the rift curse, the one who actually needs it. You saw how it changed her, made her stronger, didn't you?" Allison flattened her mouth into a thin line. "You drank it yourself," Dad hissed. "Maggie needed blood, needed vampires to give it to her, so she sang a blood song while they slept to draw them closer. Sometimes they were let in through the front door. Other times they crept in through the flooded part of the building, just to give her what you took from her. Allison's hands fisted at her sides. I put a stop to that when I removed her vocal cords. A shot of venom heated my veins and trembled fiery rage through my body. I couldn't believe this woman. How could anyone be so evil? I stopped singing, too angry to continue. No, you didn't, Dad said. All that blood she drank created a psychic link to the vampires, like what they use among themselves, so she could still sing her blood song. I killed her! Just now, I killed her! Allison said, screwing up her sneer into what would never pass for a smile. She's dead? Dad lifted an eyebrow. Or is she playing opossum like she did that last time, just before she removed your vocal cords? Tit for tat. Hendry jerked back as if he'd been hit. Then he flashed out his hand and yanked off Allison's scarf. At her neck was a shiny red scar that matched Mom's. Yet she could still talk, likely with everyone's magic she'd stolen. Maggie ruined everything, Allison hissed. I used to have enough magic to control everyone's vocal cords, so they'd never speak out against the church and never help the vampires. Now most of it goes to my voice. She hovered her hand near her scar. Rage clouded her eyes as she turned toward Mom. In that split second that her attention was diverted, I snatched the collar off me and lunged, caught it around her scarf-free neck, twirled my fingers around the fastener at the back. Even if she didn't have vocal cords, it would still kill her. Hopefully. She snapped her gaze back to me, her mouth agape. What? She swallowed, her throat bobbing against the silver metal. What did you just do? How are you still? Her hand fluttered to her neck as she looked at mine, her fingertips digging into the grooved number 1 that was surely a lot less now. She likely had minutes, seconds even. It would be better if I talked slow then. Take back your fake rules, I ordered. She stared at me long and hard, without even a flash of consideration, the gears ticking in her mind on how to reclaim her power instead. It was written clear as water in the press of her red lips and the tremble in her jaw. Take this thing off me, and I will, she lied. If my mom really is dead, then you just killed the person who took it off me. I schooled my expression while agonized worry swamped the rest of me. All that power you stole can't save you now, so send out another message to lift the rules. Tell everyone there's nothing to be afraid of if we all work together. And tell us where you keep the antidote for the amulet poison. How did she do it? She demanded, fiddling with the collar's clasp. All that vampire blood she drank? Marshal, go get me a Berkano. You don't have time for that, I said, though I had no idea how accurate that was. That collar's been stuck on the number 1 for a while now. Now do it. Tell them. Do something good for once before you die. No, I don't need vampire blood to get this godforsaken collar off me. I need more power. She glanced above at the frayed hanging ropes. Something snapped. Then a sharp inhale of breath cut short. Allison slumped to the blood-stained carpet, her muddy brown eyes vacant. Veins and arteries stretched from her neck, caught between the teeth of the collar in long, bloody strings. The gash in her neck matched the oval-shaped, silent scream resting on her lips. Blowing out a shallow breath, I stumbled down the steps toward Mom in the center aisle, my legs like dead weights. Not knowing if she was dead or not helped me cling to hope, but of course I had to know for sure. A sob welled in my chest as I sank to my knees next to her and brushed the hair from her face. With her eyes closed and her mouth parted as if in song, she looked at peace. Hendry came up behind me and touched his fingertips to the scar at her neck.
She has a pulse. It's faint, but it's there. She's alive, Finn.
Relief folded me in half, allowing me to drink in her sweet scent that smelled like childhood. My rush of tears fell to her cheeks as I pressed a kiss to her forehead. Dad limped up behind us on his bum leg, holding a vial of clear liquid.
A vampire named Philip found the antidote for our amulets. Can you believe it?
His face crumpled when his gaze connected with mine, and I swept toward him in a crushing hug.
I'm sorry, Finn. I'm so sorry.
I cried into his shoulder, too relieved for words. Behind him, the Berkano and the brothel witches entered through the nave door, their hands over their noses and mouths. Me, I whispered, and the scent of spiced apples fanned the horrible stink away. Everyone breathed easier. Philip and Tessa, standing next to each other, lowered their hands at the same time. As they looked at each other, a shock electrified the air between them, one powerful enough to freeze them in the moment, to flood Tessa's cheeks the same color as the bandana holding back her glossy hair, and the blood still leaking from Philip's neck, to charge the church with even more hope for the future. Still clinging to Dad, I reached for Hendry beside me and immediately found solace in the warmth of his fingers threading through mine. A watery smile twitched across my mouth as I gazed up at Dad and then at Philip behind him. Philip dragged his attention away from Tessa long enough to give me a nod and a slow grin. "We're going to be okay, Dad," I said and squeezed Hendry's hand. "Have faith in me." Epilogue. Allison didn't take back her rules before she died. She also hadn't broken the spell she'd put on Hendry and me to tie up our tongues whenever we talked about the church or the hanging ritual. Color me surprised. But in some ways, it was good we couldn't tell anyone about the ritual that could give another witch more power. We didn't need a repeat performance of someone like Allison. About a week after the whole ordeal, Hendry and I stood outside the church in the parking lot while a song of hammers pounding and chit-chat echoed throughout the night. Humans, witches, and vampires had congregated here to rebuild the church, including the section of the roof destroyed by the flood, and so far, no one had run away screaming, whether because of bloodlust or because someone was the object of bloodlust. Granted, the Berkano and witches were working separately, not together, on two different areas of the church. But this was progress. I had a plan to continue that progress written between the ruler straight lines drawn on the paper on my clipboard. A schedule for both humans and vampires to donate blood. Unlike baths, this would be completely voluntary, just as rebuilding the church had been. We were all going to need to work together to survive together, and this would help us do just that. Hendry would be in charge of the bloodletting, a task I knew he was excited about since it involved medical knowledge. Dr. Hendry had a nice ring to it. But with the rules still ingrained in our heads, it would be slow going, not just for witches, but for the vampires too, I suspected. One of our own had drawn them here with her blood song to drink from them. Another group of witches had enjoyed slaughtering them for parts. It was good they were taking their time to trust us. In the meantime, Dad and Hendry were taking their antidote for their poisoned amulets. Hendry had told Dad what he'd done to remove his, and Dad had balked at the idea. So they both wore them on top of their shirts, a visual reminder to everyone of how power corrupts completely. It seemed to work since no one in the congregation had brought up the act of replacing the empty position of High Witch. Granted, the High Witch didn't do much more than perform the occasional marriage. "What do you think about naming the rooftop garden we'll eventually grow here after Lucy and Bast?" I asked.
"It would honor the witch and vampire who lost their lives in order to unite us."
He squeezed my hand, his gaze pointed at the rooftop.
"I think it's a great idea."
Since the battle a week ago, we hadn't strayed more than 10 feet away from each other. Every time he wasn't near me, his absence rooted inside my chest and unfurled with sharp pangs.
I felt that way when he was standing right next to me, within touching distance and yet still so far away. So our arms or hands were usually linked, and oftentimes, especially in my cramped little closet at the brothel, our lips and bodies were too. "I'll bring it up to Dad," I said. "Now's your chance." Mom and Dad strolled toward us arm in arm, the moonlight shining on their bright smiles. Mom wore a high-necked cloak to hide her scar, the ends fluttering around her thin waist, but seeing her with her neck covered reminded me of Allison and one of her ugly scarves. We drew each other in a hug, as we did every time we saw each other now, and I gently tugged her collar down. "It's okay to show it, Mom," I said. "No one will ever think any less of you." With her thirst managed with one of my strict schedules for more vampire blood, she was doing much better with her rift curse, and she looked like she felt better. We had years to catch up on, but with her vocal cords cut, she relied on another of the whiteboards I'd found for her. She didn't use it often, which was fine, but when she did, we made up songs together and then sang them, her inside her head and me out loud. Mom had written, that I'd been singing the blood song all along, with all of my songs, that my voice stirred everyone's blood, whether they were unicorn or frog. Her words. So I kept singing to draw more vampires to us, and to offer human blood to those who suffered from the rift curse. She pulled back and cradled my cheek in her palm, a secret smile curling her mouth as she glanced at Hendry. I ticked my gaze between them, thinking I'd missed something. "Anyone seen Philip and Tessa?" Dad asked. I shook my head, though I had a pretty good idea where the vampire leader and the brothel witch had gone. They'd been stealing long looks at each other when they thought no one was watching. It was ridiculously cute. Yes, a vampire and witch hooking up was the cause of the rift in the first place, but it had already happened. The rift, the sequel, wasn't in any witch grimoire I'd ever seen. Still, I would talk to them about it, though it didn't seem like anyone else really cared. Everyone seemed to want to move on, together. "We should probably go find them." Hendry gazed at me, the night sky shining excitement across his face. "Ready?" Sure. Why do they need finding, though?" I gave him some serious side-eye and then did the same to my parents. Why was everyone so smiley and weird? Hendry jerked his head toward the road, the corners of his eyes crinkling before his mouth cracked a smile. I followed him, reluctantly and with narrowed eyes as if to peer inside his head. "Tell us how it goes," Dad called from behind us. "We'll be there in a few minutes." "Tell us how what goes?" I asked Hendry, then threw a glance back at my parents. "Wait, you're coming to the brothel?" But they'd already turned back to the church. Hendry shrugged, but the grin bursting across his face gave him away. "If you don't tell me what's going on, I'll start wagging my tongue and you won't like what you hear," I said. He leaned into me as we walked down the center of the street, his warm breath a fan to the desire always smoldering just under the surface of my skin. Oh, I doubt that very much. I haven't not liked anything your tongue has done yet. I held his hand tighter, suddenly dizzy with want, as my breaths grew ragged. You say that now. We continued walking, the night breeze touching cool air to my heated cheeks. Hendry talked about ways to strengthen relations between vampires, witches, and humans, and the future of Tombstone and the rest of Division 7. I listened, but I was mostly interested in the tone of his voice, so light and hopeful. He could be reading from a medical book and I would be transfixed. Gone were the days of clammed-up silence, especially at night. Now I couldn't get the guy to shut up, and I wouldn't have it any other way. As we neared the brothel, loud music pumped out from somewhere and lifted toward the stars. The nightlife this past week had been wild since witches could wander through the dark, and there wasn't any reason to fear voices any longer. Life here was now a party, as it should be, and sometimes the vampire and witch parties cautiously merged. The music grew so loud that I could no longer hear Hendry, even though he was right next to me. "What?" I shouted. He stopped outside the open door of the brothel, where the source of the music came from, and pulled his whiteboard and marker out of the back of his pants to write something. Then he held up his message. "Marry me someday. Or tomorrow." I blinked, read it again, pinched myself in case I'd accidentally fallen asleep. The breeze wiped out my mouth with cotton while my heart stuttered. I ticked my gaze up to Hendry, and my eyes flooded with tears at the happiness radiating from him. He wanted to marry me. This gorgeous man, who'd said he'd loved me since the first day he'd heard me sing, had asked me to marry him. How was this my life right now? So much had changed in the last 2 weeks, beyond anything I could have dreamed up myself, but this moment right here ranked the highest in terms of what felt right. This was the easiest question I'd ever had to answer, but I took my time fishing for my own whiteboard, uncapping the marker and scrawling what felt like an entire book. Out of the corners of my eyes, people appeared in the doorway of the brothel. Philip, with his palm at the small of Tessa's back, both with huge grins. Ross and Sarah, their shoulders stooped, but hopeful smiles on their faces. Jenny and Paul, and Mom and Dad, too. They must have used the rooftop ladders that were still in place. Finally, I held up my whiteboard, but Hendry barely looked at it. He stalked toward me, his eyes like hungry twin flames, a devious curl on his mouth. When his lips collided with mine, I dropped the whiteboard to a chorus of cheers. It was hard to hear anything, though, over my giant yes singing up to the stars. This has been Blood Song, the Berkano Vampire Collection, Division 7. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Grace Noble. Copyright 2019 by Lindsey R. Loucks. Production copyright by Lindsey R. Loucks.